Morning and welcome back to day 3 of our European 2016 Vainglory Championships. We're down to our top 4, and the crowd is absolutely sparkling here in Adlersplatz in Berlin, Germany. I'm the forecourt jester. With me here on desk once more will be Jin Yi and Mr. Rums. Good to see you once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, super stoked. Woke up ready this morning, just looking through like the plays of the days from yesterday, and it's going to be super exciting today.
Yes, because I do believe that this championship is now having a repeat top 4 as the exact same as winter.
Yeah, and I think that just shows how talented these teams are. They are able to fight. You know, we have had some incredibly close games, even between the top teams and the lower seeded teams, and they've been so close. But these 4 have managed to make it to the very top yet again.
I think this might also be pretty close to a record of the amount of games that have gone all the way to the blind pick game number 3. The seeds have been mixed up. Rome, we had quite a few defeats that maybe some people weren't expecting. We had lower seeds in winners bracket. We had higher seeds in losers bracket. And well, by the time we get to today here on Championship Sunday, it's going to be Team Secret up against G2 Kingwin, and it's going to be Mouse Sports taking on Snow a little bit later on.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually looking forward a lot to the first match coming up today. I do feel like coming since the first day, a lot of these teams have really improved their game over that time.
Yeah, there's definitely been some crazy matches. The Highlight Factory has been working overtime getting us some of these highlights. But, you know, day 1, Jinyu, was a really fun group stage. Day 2, you know, the deciders, again, like some of those lower seeds. Look at Gangstars down there with G2 Kingwin. I mean, G2 had to go through those lower brackets into the decider to get here to today, but the seeds were just everywhere.
Yeah, and G2, I think everybody was looking at G2 like, did they just really lose the 6th seed? Who is Team Cliche? And that was the second time they beat them, and they managed to get through Gangsters, because that was a 2nd seed versus 3rd seed, and that was actually incredible to have in the elimination bracket. You know, it was unheard of. And then they managed to fight Tooth and Claw. We've seen so much improvement in their game, and now here they are in the semifinals.
Now, Snow and Secret have actually just coasted right through 2-0s, 2-0s, and 2-1s, I think, for them. They haven't lost sets yet. Mouse Sports have bounced it right back and forth. We had double rematches. Not only was it day 1 with the first set of matches, but then yesterday with the final deciders, it was day 1 all over again. It was very reminiscent of the North American finals last weekend, but as I said a little bit earlier on, today, first up, Team Secret, the number 1, will be taking on G2 Kingwin here, the number 3. First up, a little bit later after that, Snow Tsunami will defend against Mouse Sports, and then we're just into that best of 5 grands, Rum.
Yeah, and I just want to note out that, you know, there is going to no blind drafts going in today.
Absolutely.
There will be no blind picks. All these teams will have that draft advantage coming into that 3rd game.
Yeah, so as I said yesterday as well, I mean, we saw so many buff comps, and some of these teams said, you're not going to buff comp against us. You are losing that advantage with blind pick if that is something you wanted to run against these guys. So no blind, you can't do it, Jinyu.
Yeah, and the thing with 118, because we are running this tournament on 118, is that everybody's been saying this patch seems really balanced. We've been seeing so many new heroes that have been played that just wasn't played at the NA Championships. And I think this shows the diversity that we will be seeing, because you can't just ban out one hero all the time, because there's so many others that you have to consider. Yeah,
well, Lance has been played a heck of a lot. No bans there yet. But to start things off today, guys, we're going to be throwing it to a sideline interview here with Excoundro. He has with him 2 of the representatives of the teams, so let's see what they have to say.
Hello, thank you, Forecourt. I'm here with Redix from G2 and Kavalifar from Team Secret. Going to have a little bit of a talk to them before we get into this semi-final. So, Redix, it was a tough journey here, but you're playing Team Secret now. How are you feeling?
We feel pretty confident because we never lost to Team Secret in a tournament yet, and we are hoping to continue this winning streak.
Well, there you go. Never lost to Team Secret, Kavalifar. Just taking those words in. Now, we saw you yesterday on Sky, 1v3, almost single-handedly getting your team here. Obviously, your team had done a great job in total, but your Sky play was out of this world. Are we going to see some more of that today?
Yeah, I hope so, but I also hope that Potato is in a better spot today, and I don't have to carry it this time.
Hopefully. Now, Kavalifar, Team Secret, you have been dominant so far. How are you feeling into this semi-final?
G2 never lost against us because we never faced them in the live finals. And today, we're gonna show them that this is our house and this is where we sleep.
Well, there we go. Big words from Team Secret, big words from G2. Analysts, let's head back to you.
This is our house. That is a phrase that I actually heard Kvalfar shouting yesterday in victory amongst some of his matches. And, this is where we sleep. He's saying that, this is our defending area. This is our trophy. This is our house. I like it.
Yeah, Team Secret is coming to this very dominant. They are the reigning current European champions. However, one of the things that I have noticed is that G2 has been riding a huge wave of momentum. Coming from yesterday, they've been getting stronger and stronger. And when it comes down to those pressure, like team fights, they really step it up. And they make those big plays, especially coming back yesterday to take the win.
Yeah, coming off that kind of momentum can definitely be a powerful tool. So Team Secret will have to see how they deal against this wave of momentum. But let's see what the team had to say for themselves.
I'm Mowgli, roamer and captain of Team Secret, and it feels really great to be on the scene again.
My name is Kvalfar. I play as a laner for Team Secret, and we are the current European champions. We have one of the best team synergies probably in the world.
I think our team's biggest strength is our synergy, and a lot of people are talking about it.
The results are there because we are 2 times European champions. Everyone respects us and maybe also fears us because they know what our team is capable of.
If we don't perform at this tournament, maybe some other teams will take the room, and it's not viable. I will not allow that.
What I feel is that this live champion is going to be very important, especially for us, because if we win again, we're going to be 3 times in a row European champions. We want our chance to prove that we can match up against the best teams in the world.
So guys, I really expect you to support Team Secret. Cheers for us, and I hope you're going to have a great show with us.
The Cinderella story from autumn, where they came in as the 8th seed of Media Pixel and have now transformed into one of the most dominant teams here in Vainglory, especially here in Europe, looking for a 3rd time defending a championship. So, Rome, I mean, this is the team to beat.
Yeah, coming to this, you're looking at this team, you don't see any of their weaknesses. They've been very dominant starting from the draft. They actually manipulate a lot of their opponent's draft, putting them into a position that they're already prepared for, ready to counter.
Day number 2, you were definitely impressed with these guys, saying that they were manipulating those drafts, and it got them some pretty favorable results. They 2-0 for Justice, they 2-0 Mouse Sports, and now here into the finals. We'll have to see how they do against G2, but the player to watch that you chose was Palmataro.
Yeah, and I feel like Palmataro has been fairly quiet throughout the entire championship event, and this is his time to really step it up, because the fact is, they've been strolling around so smoothly that they really haven't shown their true colors. And, coming today, I feel like they really prepared everything. They have a lot of secrets to be hidden.
I mean, if I had my way, I'd be watching pretty much all 3 of those players. It's really hard to say, who's actually coming out on top of that one. But Jungle's an important role. A lot of Sky. It was one of his signature heroes. It's been a weekend of Sky, Celeste, Lance. And Team Secret is actually the only team to run Lance not as a roam role.
Yeah, that was that first day coming to that first match, going up against For Justice. And I think they were just really flexing there. This was one of the compositions they really want to push out for their opponents to see. However, coming to the semifinals, I highly doubt that they would bring it out again.
All right, so on the flip side, these guys, they finally defeated their kryptonite, as you put it yesterday, Xinye. G2 Kingwin went up against Kliesha, lost, then they went up against Gangstars, won, and then defeated Kliesha to be here today. Let's see what they have to say for themselves.
First of all, I'm Dingo. I'm 22 years old, and I'm the roamer for G2 King Esports. For G2, I'm playing for almost 1 year now.
My name is Redix. I'm 17 years old. I'm playing Vainglory since August last year, and I'm laning for G2 Esports.
With the 1.18, we feel pretty confident because I think it's our meta. I mean, almost any hero is playable, and we have a big hero pool. Dark Potato can almost play any hero in jungle.
The biggest strength of our team is most likely the draft, because we discuss really much about the draft. And player-wise, we are, I think, not as strong as other teams individually, but our team play is pretty strong.
Redix, he became last week so strong, he improved a lot. His Sky is unbelievable right now. Additionally, he has a really big hero pool, and I think he's the man who can carry us.
Since I was already at the VIPL and the Live Championships in London, I'm not too nervous when I play in front of a big crowd.
Big thanks to our fans, which supports us every day, especially the positive feedbacks due our guides, like my video guides or the guides from Redix and Dark Potato and Tesfaye. And yeah, to all the teams, be ready. We are here to win the Live Championship.
The only team to be running Attention Botaka here in this championship. G2 Kinguin has been around the block. They've defeated Gangstars, getting a little bit of revenge from qualifier number 2, Xinyi. And overall, again, just like what we said earlier, riding a wave of momentum. Will that be enough to carry them through?
I think G2 certainly have had one of the hardest series set of matches so far. You know, they have, every single game they've played so far has gone to a 3-set series. And I think that is very difficult because there is so much pressure on you to try and get through. And especially against Team Secret, it's going to be quite of a challenge, bit of a challenge here. And when they first came on, I think we're all thinking, this is not the G2 that we're used to seeing. What are they doing? They just seem off. And actually in the second series with Gangsters, they really did pick up the momentum. And I'm really hoping it is going to persist into this game against Team Secret here.
Well, it's a great tool to have mentally to go through into this one. But Dark Potato, Redix, and Dingo, they've been putting up some numbers. They're into a top 4 situation. And the player to watch that you chose was Dingo.
Yeah, so we may have all been talking about Redix and his amazing plays on that Sky, but
Hard not to.
But I think for me, Dingo is one of the unsung heroes of G2 because although we put a lot of focus on Reddit, he is the one that sets up a lot of the plays there, helps keep Redix alive to make those plays, and I think that's very, very important.
There is something to be said about carries actually being carried by their roams. It's a great synergy, and these guys have some pretty decent synergy with them. Arden and Finn, we've seen a lot of that, a lot of Lance this weekend, even a few Catherines out there, but I don't think we've seen any Fortresses. If they got something up their sleeve, Rome, this is probably be the time to play it.
Yeah, and like one of the biggest strengths of G2 Kinguin is the fact that their late game team fights is very well orchestrated. But you know, the early game is what's going to really count for them. Yesterday, we did see a lot more aggression coming out from the G2 jungle, and I feel like this is something they're going to have to focus on today. They're going to have to set that pace within the jungle itself, throw the side of Team Secret off a bit in order for them to get to that late game where they really strive.
All right, well, we'll see if the aggression comes through. Before we get to the draft, ladies and gentlemen, we have a few presents that you, the viewers at home, can actually possibly go home with. So we have another ice giveaway happening. This time it's going to be on Twitter. So you can just tweet us, #VaingloryLive. Just tell us anything great about the event, how you're enjoying it, throw us some pictures, and you will have a good opportunity here to go home by the end of the series with 2,000 ice to be added to your Vainglory account. Now, at the same time, that same entry puts you into a raffle for an iPad Air 2, which will be happening at the end of the broadcast here today. So, a lot of ways for you guys to go home happy. You're going to enjoy some great Vainglory. You're going to get perhaps a little bit of something, and of course, big thanks to SCMC, Vainglory, and the championships to make all this happen. With all that out of the way, I say we get down to it. Draft for game 1 of our first semifinals is just going to be moments away. And Team Secret, the #1 seed, looking to defend and move to that top 2 situation, Rum.
Yeah, and honestly, coming into the draft, I feel like I have to give Team Secret the advantage. And this just comes to show, like, they are very prepared going up against any of their opponents. They like to really manipulate the drafts. That shows how much they really spend in terms of studying their opponents, studying their drafts, and making sure that they get, you know, the upper advantage heading into the lock composition.
Well, G2 saying no Adagio, so the buff comp is out. And is that not a ban?
That might be a little mind game going on there from the side of Team Secret.
So if Secret doesn't ban anything and the Adagio is already out, that's going to leave quite a few options on the board.
Yeah, but the thing here is, like, you know, if you don't ban something on the side of Team Secret, you do leave a lot of two heroes open where they will know G2 Kinguin, they will be picking up that Sky first thing. We saw Redix play Sky yesterday.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable. Like those clutch 4 barrages and into the series strikes into that late game really shifted the momentum on their side.
Well, we'll have to see if G2 can get to the late game because we have a pretty decent aggressive combo there with the Arden and that Glaive now set up. Looks like we're going to try to do some defense here with Finn, but how do you see this shaping up, Jinyu?
I think it's interesting that they'll be using that Finn against the Mowgli because Mowgli, you know, arguably is probably one of the best Finn in the world. And if anyone knows how to block Finn's abilities or play around it, it's going to be that team.
Absolutely. So last pick up here, we're going to need something. I wanted to say weapon, but all right. That's going to be a Crow, nice and tanky. And, you know, that's a Hell's Heart. That's a stun. That's going to be some stick-to-itiveness, especially on the Glaive.
Yeah, you know, the composition on the side of G2 right now, it really favors their late game. They do have Sky to help them get through that early game, making those quick rotations down to that jungle. And later on, Dark Potato on that Crow. He is devastating.
All right, looks like this is going to be a saw. Team Secret bringing out the signature comp into the fold. We go for game number 1 with Sona and Zekin.
Well, we already have a very exciting start to day 3 here at the Vainglory EU Championships. I can't believe they didn't ban anything, and then they picked the Saw as well.
Yeah, it definitely speaks to their confidence in this matchup. Team Secret always pulling out new tricks, and this is something we've seen from them very recently. The Saw, the Glaive, the Arden together, even though they don't have the Adagio on their side, they are still a huge threat.
That they are. And actually, last time we saw the Saw, Majestic picked it up. This time, not going to be on him, going to be played by Kavalifar. And we are on to the Halcyon Fold. It's the first game here of the final day of the EU Spring Championships. G2 Kinguin versus the #1 seed, the reigning champions, Team Secret. We're on to the Fold.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic to watch. Kavalifar on that side is a huge presence on the Fold. And up against the Sky of Rex, who admittedly performed a little bit poorly in his early game, but his late game was absolutely on point yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Definitely, definitely. I'm really surprised we haven't seen a Lance picked up here by either of these teams. Perhaps the last couple of days giving them enough time to adapt to it, understand that new hero on 118. Finn, very, very strong, of course, and Dingo known for his strong roaming presence.
Yeah, Dingo is a fantastic roamer. However, on the other side, Mowgli on the Arden, we can expect him to get multiple man stuns with that gauntlet. And if he places them perfectly on that Sky, it'll be incredibly hard for G2 Kinguin to play around it.
A big question that you have to look at from the draft. Firstly, no ban coming out from Team Secret. Overconfidence, perhaps. Secondly, Kavalifar. Is he going to go weapon power or is he going to go crystal power?
I think from what we've seen from Team Secret, he will generally go weapon power. Some other teams like to run the crystal power Saw, but Team Secret have consistently been running that weapon power Saw, especially in those push compositions. And we saw this composition coming out from them on day 1, I believe. And they did go for the early Sour Blade and Bone Saw on both their heroes.
Is it just a push comp? Is that all that Team Secret are trying to do here?
So one of the great things about having Glaive in this composition on Team Secret is that they can always take fights. If anyone on the G2 Kinguin gets out of position, if Sky is too close, if Krull gets too close, Glaive will instantly use the Acid Burn, put them into Saw, and Saw will just eviscerate their life bar.
The risk with that, of course, is you can lock one person out, but then a good forced accord from Dingo brings the rest of your team in. Now you're split up between two sides of the fold, and Redix can reposition with that Suri Strike. You have to think, G2, if they get late enough into this game, have the better composition.
It's actually going to be very interesting because Team Secret is going to be trying to pressure very early on, but with Redix on that Sky, who does outrange Saw a little bit with that for Barrage, he will be able to do so much damage to the front line and back line.
Oh, Dingo gets taken out. He did not expect Team Secret to be sneaking through that bush. Goes on to Kavalifar and is taken down for first blood.
Yeah, very, very nice rotation coming up by Team Secret. The Glaive, the Arden coming in with that Saw damage. It just absolutely took out Dingo's life bar. And right here, Dark Potato on that Krull, he needs to get the farm. He needs to be able to get ahead of Palmatoro or at least stay even, because if he is a huge tank, he is going to sit on Kavalifar and completely reduce his damage.
Yeah, look at this. The Quibble comes out. They're like, we can get onto Kavalifar, but no dice today. Palmatoro comes in. That's the strength of having a double weapon power early as well.
Yeah, having double weapon power, not relying on those abilities, just constantly using those basic attacks, especially on someone like Saw, who just attacks so incredibly fast, is just so devastating.
How much do you think the changes to Saw in 118 have affected this pick here? Because, of course, that wind-up drops off slowly now rather than going off all at once.
It actually allows Saw to be a little bit more mobile around the fold because he does walk a little bit faster as his spin-up stacks drop, and he doesn't instantly lose them. So he can reposition a little bit while he is still constantly doing more damage.
And Kavalifar will definitely be showing us some of that stutter stepping, some of that repositioning in this game. G2 trying to position to see if they can set something up in the lane here, but they will just back away. Dingo staying with Redix, trying to keep him safe. Krull has had an okay early jungle here. Sometimes when you have a Glaive Arden, you see a lot of pressure going into the enemy jungle, but Team Secret haven't relied on that.
Yeah, I think this is actually going extremely well for the side of G2. They're not falling behind in gold. They're not getting their pressured too much. And Dingo is actually rotating perfectly into lane to prevent any sort of turret damage. You saw the moment that Kavalifar extends past the midpoint, Dingo is there, ready to take out the minion waves, and we can see G2 is very focused on defending their turrets.
Yes, it does of course mean that Dingo is there, giving the extra farm, giving the extra experience off towards Dark Potato. He'll have that from Hell's Heart up pretty soon, and that's when G2 are going to start to look around these lane fights, see if they can fight into Team Secret. However, they're going to scale up a little bit slower, and they need to be careful that Team Secret don't just wipe them off their fold.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for G2 to stay alive for the first few minutes of the game. And right now, Dark Potato, he is level 6, so this could be very, very dangerous for Team Secret.
Cavalifar does take a bit of damage from the forward barrage. Palmatoro not 6 yet, so there is a slight experience advantage for G2. They do have that from Hell's Heart. Dark Potato will wait in the bush. Dingo goes low. Redix is there as well. They try and get onto Team Secret, but they will just have to back away. Cavalifar doing so much damage after burn is out. Dark Potato almost gets taken down, but they do get the kill on Dingo. Mowgli tanking up the turret though. He will not quite go down. He just about survives, and Team Secret tanking it up beautifully there to survive.
And that was fantastically played by side Team Secret. They knew that G2 was overextending just a little bit. They wanted that kill on Cavalifar. You saw Dark Potato, he instantly used that Deadman's Rush onto Cavalifar, trying to boost his damage, getting those weakness stacks on, but it just wasn't enough. Palmatoro and Mowgli just peeling expertly.
And there's so much free damage for them on the turret as well. They'll be able to pick this one up, and that opens up the map so much more for Team Secret here. They can invade a lot easier, they can position, they can get those scout traps out, and it makes G2's early game a lot more defensive.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very dangerous for the side of G2. But on the side of Team Secret, it does mean that if they want to take down the next turret, they do have to overextend a little bit. And it's going to be very interesting to see, will they pick up these 2 minion mines? Because we saw in the past, when they do take down the first turret, they want to continue pushing, and taking those minion mines helps a lot with that.
You know what else helps a lot? Picking up a Sorrow Blade onto your Saw. Let's have a quick look at these items. Sorrow Blade on Saw, almost completed on Palmatoro on that glaive as well. Who do you think's got it at the moment?
Ooh, this is going to be very, very tough for G2. They need to build a little bit more armor. We see Dark Potato with the coat of plates. We see Redix with the light armor. Dingo doesn't have too much for himself, but it's really up to G2 on the Cruel, on the Finn, to make sure they get those Atlas Pauldrons to slow down the damage of Team Secret.
Atlas Pauldron is such a big item in this game. Like, usually it's effective against one of the enemy heroes. Here it's effective basically against all of them. Even Arden with the Blood for Blood, you know, slowing his attack speed ever so slightly. So G2 are going to be relying on that item. Now there's going to be some damage on Dark Potato. He gets afterburned into the team, and he is not tanky enough to survive that yet. It's 3 kills to 0 for Team Secret.
Yeah, and Team Secret just playing so well. Palmatoro picking expertly placed afterburns, knocking Dark Potato into the team over and over again, and Cavalifar just every single time, Palmatoro sets him up, and he takes the free kill.
It's just so easy for them. Team Secret showing their synergy, showing why they are the team that everyone wanted to beat here at the EU Championships. And at the moment, I can't see G2 getting back into this.
It's going to be very, very tough for G2. They really need to stall out. And as we've seen in the past, Redix, he's doing well on that Sky, but he's not doing fantastically. He really needs to be able to get ahead of Team Secret's carries, and right now he is just unable to do that.
He's been pushed back into his turret time and time again, and he's not a weapon power Sky. It makes it harder to clear out those minions. Yes, you've got the forward barrage, but you need a little bit of crystal power behind you to actually clear out the waves effectively.
Right, I do feel like G2 played their early game a little bit off because they went for a little bit of an early engagement when they could have just waited a little bit longer and waited for Redix to pick up more farm.
There's the gauntlet. Dingo's inside. Redix is the target, but he uses that reflex block to get away. Dingo goes down again. That's his 3rd death of the game, and that Finn is not working out for G2.
Yeah, right now it's just not enough damage on the side of G2. Redix gets caught once again.
Burn onto Redix is beautifully placed. He tries to do what he can, but not much available for him at all as Team Secret pick up 5 kills.
Yeah, Team Secret just doing so well once again. They know exactly how to play this composition. They played with Sauce so many times in the past. They were the first team to pull out, you know, the Finn, the Adagio, and the Saw composition. And even without the Adagio or the Finn, they are still playing Sauce so incredibly well.
First Atlas Pauldron has been picked up on Dark Potato now. Is this the point at which G2 look for a fight in a choke point somewhere closed and confined for them to be able to get those weakness stacks down, for them to be able to get that damage down from Redix as well?
This is a very pivotal moment for G2. They are able to fight a little bit better, but you have to watch out. On Cavalifar, he does have that Aegis. He just picked it up. The reflex block, the blockability on that Atlas Pauldron is going to be so important because he will be able to dodge the first Atlas Pauldron. However, we have to wait for Dingo or Rex to get another one.
Look at the itemization. Redix doesn't have a completed item yet. He's got a reflex block and parts of his items. Cavalifar has 2. Aegis and that Sorrow Blade already picked up. He is absolutely massive compared to the enemy laner.
Yeah, this is so dangerous for G2. Right now, they have Redix, he's going for the Broken Myth. When he gets it, yes, he will do a lot of damage, but right now, it's just not enough. He has to focus on clearing these waves. He doesn't have the opportunity to do damage to Team Secret's heroes.
Not at all. Dingo still hasn't even got that forced accord. He's still not even level 6. He's been denied of experience as well, and there's no Crucible on the side of Team Secret. So if he were 6, it would put a lot more pressure onto Secret as they try to force these fights.
Yeah, right now, Dr. Potato, he does have a little fight in the jungle. He's chasing Palmatoro and Mowgli out, but it doesn't matter. Cavalifar is just marching down the lane, and when he gets to the turret, it's going to be very bad.
Totally split off from his team here as well. He's going to get caught out by Mowgli. It's Palmatoro and Mowgli versus only Dark Potato. Cavalifar rotates quicker than G2, and this should be enough damage. A good gauntlet off to the side. Dark Potato's going to go down, and now Team Secret can re-engage. They can go on to Dingo if they want. They've got a man advantage. Just beautiful rotational play from Team Secret.
I think it was really up to Jingo right there. He really needs to pull Cavalifar away from Dark Potato, because Dark Potato on that roll is actually able to 1v1 Palmatoro fairly effectively. The lifesteal on those weakness stacks, in addition to the weakness itself, was completely reducing Palmatoro's damage down to basically 0.
Yeah, it's just synergy. That is exactly what we see in this game. Team Secret running a composition they're comfortable with people they're comfortable with, and showing us they rotate better, they play the lane better, they play the jungle better, and they're playing the fold better.
Yeah, it's very hard for G2 to come back into this match because Team Secret, they're playing something they're comfortable with. They're going with their comfort picks. They have come in with such team synergy that it's very hard for G2 to find any ground.
Is there a possibility, as Team Secret try to go for this third turret of the game, that G2 win out one of these fights?
It is very possible. Dingo landing a very nice force accord, and even if he misses the force accord, honestly, just burning the reflex block of Team Secret could be very, very pivotal to allow Dark Potato to stick onto one of those carries.
Well, that is Crucible just used there. Nothing mitigated by it. So force accord available. There's still an Aegis on Cavalifar, but there's only a reflex block on Palmatoro. So perhaps you could pull Mowgli out of the fight. However, they're going to go for the gold mine, and Mowgli doesn't have that gauntlet available, so that would have been a good time, actually, for G2 to fight it out. They decide against it, they're still on the back foot, and they just retreat.
Yeah, it would have been a very good opportunity, especially because Dark Potato, he does have that weapon infusion in his inventory, and it does give him a fairly good power spike. Yes, it does cost the 500 gold, but I think right now G2 needs as much power as they can get.
Yeah, sometimes you have to sacrifice the 500 gold for the possibility of getting some kills and actually getting some farm onto your carries. At the moment, he's sitting on 56, and yes, Palmatoro only has 53, but he is so far ahead in itemization, in gold. Cavalifar has 4 kills to his name as well. They're just so far ahead, leading by 5,000 gold, only 11 minutes in.
Yeah, right now G2, they really have to stop the bleeding as soon as they can. They do have a second Atlas Pauldron picked up on Dingo, but I'm not sure if it's enough at this point. They have fallen very far behind. They have 2 turrets down, but that is pretty common in slot compositions. He does commonly take 2 turrets very early on. The third one, though, will be the true test.
Another big itemization spike here for Team Secret. The gauntlet comes down. Redix will block it with the reflex block. They're going to try and get onto him. The afterburn does connect. There is the Saw trying to wind himself up, but not going to be able to get the damage down. And that is really good for G2. Yes, they burned the reflex block, but no gauntlet available for Mowgli now. And Dingo and Dark Potato should be able to hold off this turret.
Yeah, and right now Cavalifar doing as much damage as they can. His damage is being mitigated a lot by the armor of Dark Potato and Dingo, but it's still very dangerous.
Oh, there's the Crucible. It blocks out the forced accord. Now Redix the target. Look at those explosive shots. Redix goes solo, but they get the first kill, and Redix will survive with that fountain from Dingo. They can keep fighting this for the moment. Dark Potato's going to get onto Cavalifar, and this is huge. Weakness stacks are stacking. The Cribble comes out. It's a 2-man stun. There's the Polite Company as well. Cavalifar is trying to roadie run his way away, but he can't run for long, as Team Secret get annihilated at the tier 3.
And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. The tier 3 turret is so hard for Saw to push into, especially against that Finn. The forced accord coming out, even though it got a Crucible, it meant that Team Secret's reflex blocks were down, which meant Dark Potato instantly went onto Cavalifar with that Atlas Pauldron, with that From Hell's Heart, and Dingo immediately followed.
The fact that Redix survived with that fountain as well. He got afterburned away. You thought he was going to go down. Fountain comes out. He gets back, heals himself up. Look, just survives right at the last moment. And now they know Cavalifar's out of position. They can go in onto him with those weakness stacks, pop the boots, get onto Cavalifar. And here, he starts to step in beautifully. But as soon as those weakness stacks are there, Cavalifar really doesn't have the damage.
Yeah, he doesn't have the damage. He cannot break through the amount of armor that the side of G2 have. And this is just so well played from G2. They knew what they were waiting for. They knew that they could hold out at their third tier turret, and Dark Potato might be getting caught here.
Yeah, it's a little bit over-aggressive as he tried to take away the gold mine. Palmatoro is still there. Weakness stacks are going down. Redix around the corner. Dark Potato will be able to get away. Didn't get the gold mine, so Team Secret still trying to extend that gold lead.
Yeah, this is actually looking pretty good for G2 right now. They will be able to hold out for a very long time as long as they don't become over-aggressive. Right now, Team Secret, they're going to move down, potentially take this minion mine once again. Or, yep, they're going to take it, make sure the lane is pushing, and because Kraken is spawning in 1 minute, this will give them the opportunity to take that Kraken for free while G2 is defending their turrets.
Yeah, those minions go pushing quite hard onto them, and they still don't quite have the clear that they would like. Broken Myth and even Harvest on Redix, along with his own Crucible, so they've gone double Crucible again.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. I expected Redix to actually pick up a Frostburn because he will be being able to slow Kvalifar and Palmator and even Mowgli is so pivotal in these engagements. If Palmator gets on the backline, he does some serious damage, though Dark Potato is usually there. Redix can dance around him if he has that slow.
You have to think that both these teams are looking for a fight now. Redix has picked up a Crystal Infusion in his inventory. There's a Weapon Infusion on Dark Potato as well, so they are looking for something. From Hell's Heart just came off cooldown. They've got all of their abilities, and they're going to look for something as this Kraken does begin to spawn.
Yeah, right now, Team Secret, it looks like they are moving down towards the shop. And here might be an engagement.
Crucible's being used there. It's the first one. They still have the Aegis on Kvalify and the Reflex Block on Palmatora, but G2 should be looking for something here. There they go. And good force to core, but they're all going to fight. There's the death from above. That is huge. Mowgli is low. Dingo's still alive, but Redix is on full HP. Dark Potato in the middle of it is popping those weakness stacks. Mowgli might go down across towards the side. Dingo with the fountain keeps himself alive. Dark Potato goes in. Here comes Redix. Can he 1v3? He parks the Kraken. Team Secret still all alive. He straight back across to get himself away. And it actually looks like both these teams might live to fight another day. Redix is going to chase onto Mowgli. There is the entire team around the corner. Death from above. From Hell's Heart onto Palmatora does connect. Kvalifar still alive though, and Redix and Dingo now need to retreat. Team Secret turning it around on its head. They go onto Palmatora. The Suru Strike, but not enough. He's going to keep himself alive, and now Mowgli tries to put the pressure on Kvalifar and Palmatora, buying up quickly as they're going to get back into this fight. Redix needs to be careful. He's got no energy. It's a good stun, but Palmatora's going to chase. It's a great play company. Here comes Redix. No!
And
Team Secret take the ace.
Team Secret, that fight was so well played from both sides, and Team Secret just coming out barely ahead. And now they're going to be able to take the Kraken, and that was just... wow.
That was so close. It looked like G2 had it. A force to court brought in all three members into that death from above. But time and time again, Team Secret show us if you have a long, drawn-out fight, they're going to win it because they have the calls, they know the cooldowns, they're so good at all going in. Like here, you think, well, Redix chases, yes, he's low on energy, but Dark Potato's there as well. And then Team Secret are like, oh no, bring him around the corner, bring him around the corner. They get onto him. The death from above is huge as well. Oh, what a fight.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. The big mistake from G2 right there was Dark Pale, he jumped in on Kvalifar, and I think he should have stayed from Hell's Heart for Kvalifar in that last bit.
He did hit onto Palmatora, but Glaive, as you say, not the target you want, especially if Kvalifar is huge. We are going to get back into the action in just a second after this replay ends because the Kraken is pushing the base. G2 on the back foot. Kraken has those weakness stacks on it. Palmatora tries to jump onto Redix, but he blocks that one out. There's the from Hell's Heart. Hits Mowgli. Mowgli's going to get stunned up for days here. Dark Potato trying to get onto Kvalifar, but he will kite his way away. Death from above comes down. Mowgli's going to try and help the Kraken with the turret. Palmatora jumps in onto Redix. He blocks the stun, though. Mowgli is with the turret. The Kraken there as well. The turret's going to fall. Kvalifar, Palmatora, and Mowgli are very low. They should be able to take the Vayne here, I think. Mowgli's going to go down. Palmatora still taking out that Vayne. They're going to get the game. Team Secret 1-0.
And Team Secret, what a performance. Even though G2 were able to come back in the middle of that game, Team Secret just expertly finishing off with a perfect team fight.
Yeah. That is a sore composition from Team Secret. That is what they're known for. They're known for the synergy. They're known for playing together as a team. And even if you fall behind, you get straight back into it. Beautiful play by them all around.
Yeah, I gotta say, even though G2 were falling behind, they still played it very, very well. Yeah. A little bit of over-aggression in the early game and a little bit of misstep in the late did cost them the game, but I am very excited to see what they do next because they really showcase, even though Team Secret is a very strong team, they know what to do to play against it.
Oh, definitely. And we saw their Team Secret with a bit of overconfidence, with a little bit of mind games without the ban. Next game, you have to think that they try and take away that Sky.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see, but let's take a look at these items real quick. The Sorrow Blade and the Bone Saw on to be completed on both Kvalifar and Palmatora is so pivotal in that team composition, just because there's so much armor on the side of G2.
Just so good from them. We're going to hand it back over to Forecourt Jester and our analysts to take down and break down that game.
Well, breaking out here in game number 1, Team Secret brings another double weapon composition. And, well, with the Saw, I gotta say, the game was looking like it was gonna be a pre-15-minute game there, Rome. I was really impressed with the pacing that Secret was really able to put up early on this.
Yeah, Secret actually went into this game with one objective, and that was to take down as many turrets as possible in that early game. They did know that, Kroll does take a little bit of time to ramp up, so then they let him freely farm in that jungle. He got that Atlas fairly early, and it helped him on that team fight at the third turret. However, they couldn't stop Kvalifar on that Saw.
No, stopping Kvalifar is definitely going to be something that a lot of these teams, I feel, are going to be trying to target down, especially if you're going to be something as immobile as that Saw. But just ridiculous plays overall. Jinyi, it took 12 minutes for G2 to finally put some kills on the board, but this fight in particular was just absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, the positioning coming out from Team Secret was outstanding because there was at one point, Redix could have picked up all three, but because they were able to dodge the forward barrage and the Suri strikes, they were the actual ones that were able to turn the tide of the fight there.
I think right there, that the spin up right there, just slowing them all down, keeping them in range. Kvalifar mid-fight actually even took the healing minion because he needed the hit points. He started his spin up on the gold mine, the Kraken then took it, he had to spin up on the Kraken, had to run away, got the healing minion there. There was so much going on during this. The technical prowess of this #1 team, Rome, it's really off the charts.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that you have to notice when you're watching Team Secret play. The fact that they know how to bait and switch. They know how to maneuver around the team fights where they're making their opponents constantly change targets, and it works out very well for them.
Now, early on as well, I mean, the double weapons were fairly evident. You heard Zekin, a lot of armor was being built up. That was definitely the right move. Kroll had a coat of plates within about the 5-minute mark, which was pretty good. It didn't stop Kvalifar from getting a Sorrow Blade at 5 minutes, 30 seconds, though.
Yeah, and I think the whole principle of this was to push as fast as they could, and they definitely did that very well. They were able to push down 2 targets up to the 9-minute mark, which is absolutely incredible. And they actually what they did was held G2 into their kind of base area, preventing Dark Potato from farming. Whenever he did, he would just get caught out, and it was just a very easy kill there for Team Secret. And what they were doing is they knew they were going to get that very early kind of gold. They were going to mass the gold very quickly. And once he got that Sorrow Blade, he wants to be outputting as much damage as possible in the early game because they are hoping for that early game. And once he got that Bone Saw, because there's no one better than Saw at applying those Bone Saw stacks. So I think it was a wonderfully played game.
Yeah, it worked out well. If we had any G2 momentum, well, it came crashing down up against the sheer cliff of power that is Team Secret. So into the set #2, there's actually a ban from Team Secret this time.
Yeah, you're seeing that Sky getting taken out of that picture very early. And, G2 Kinguin, Redix has played extremely well when put on that Celeste. And I feel like this is something that they may sway themselves onto, but, they're looking to lock up this Lance first. And Lance has been huge throughout this entire live championship event.
If you think about it, though, day #1, all Lance. Day #2, first game, no Lance. Today, first game, no Lance. So he is kind of breaking out of that 100% play mark, but here he is now with G2 Kinguin. Team Secret's the only one to run him as a carry, so is this going to be more of a roam?
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a roam, but the thing is, Team Secret do like to play that Saw, and they're leaving that situation open where they can counter pick up against that Lance very early.
And so will this be a last pick Saw?
Oh, they actually choose to make sure that, Redix doesn't grab one of his comfort picks at the moment.
Right, so Jinyi, Sky's out, Celeste is out. What does this leave Redix on?
We could be, keep playing a Ringo, could be playing a Scarf, but these are heroes that we've not been seeing very much. So I think they are in a bit of a sticky situation because they have outdrafted very well.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be that double weapon unless we're going to see a crystal from either our Glaive or that Black Feather. So we're going to have to see how this works out. Back into the fold we're going to go as Team Secret is potentially on match point. It'll be once more Sona and Zekin.
Well, welcome back to the caster desk. I am Sona. I'm joined by the Big Z, the Big Zekant, as we get into the second game of the best of 3. Exciting stuff, an actual ban coming out from Team Secret, so a little bit more respect in the draft, maybe. What do you think about these 2 comps?
Yeah, honestly, these 2 compositions are actually very close. Team Secret coming out with a triple stun composition. The Arden will have to land his gauntlet perfectly, but Mowgli's pretty good at this game, I gotta say.
He's very good. He's had a very good Arden. We'll see how well he plays in this game. We are into the second game of this first semi-final at the EU Spring Championships. It's Team Secret 1-0 over G2 Kinguin.
Yeah, one of the very interesting things about this matchup is Redix on that Black Feather up against Kvalifar Celeste. Even though Celeste does have the advantage come level 8, Redix, if he gets enough of an advantage with his range in the early game, he will be able to take Celeste out fairly easily.
Okay, also Black Feather into Krull. We're seeing Palmatoro take the Krull in this game. It's almost a reversal of the 2 compositions. How do you think G2 are going to play into Secret here?
Team Secret is going to have to play very defensively early on because the Lance and the Glaive can play extremely aggressively early game. You might expect to see Dingo and Dark Potato rotate into lane constantly just to put pressure onto Kvalfar and get Rex even more ahead.
You can already see Team Secret being defensive. They give up that front camp. They know that G2 King Gwyn have the advantage with that Lance and Glaive, as you said. And Glaive, someone we've seen a lot over the last couple of someone we've seen a lot over the last couple of days. Surprised we didn't see him picked up in the first game.
Yeah, it was a little bit odd because teams seem to be prioritizing him, but I think they have started to figure out that Lance, while he is strong, he's not meant in every situation.
Yeah, not always the best. Has got that Githian wall first, isn't going to be able to chuck out a joke poke, but allowing Dark Potato to try and farm himself up on Glaive, he needs to try and put that early pressure onto Palmatora on the crawl to shut him down in this early game.
Yeah, Kvalfar actually doing a lot of pressure onto Redix in the lane right now, which is a little bit interesting to see because he is on SLS, but because Team Secret was able to rotate into the lane to help out Kvalfar, it will give him a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, and there's a big minion wave here for Redix. If he can farm this up effectively, he'll get just back into that very well. Dark Potato's going to go in with the afterburn now. They're going to jump onto Kvalfar. He's going to go down. It's first blood to G2 in a great little fight. Dark Potato goes very low, but will just survive. Single digits of health on that Glaive as he manages to walk away.
And this is exactly why Kvalfar does not want to push the lane, because the Glaive and the Lance, if he ever steps too far, he will instantly be afterburned, he will instantly be impaled, and he is going to be very, very dead.
Oh, afterburn into Githian wall to knock him even further back along with that impale. It's so powerful a combination. Mowgli picking up that Arden as first pick on side A, so obviously valuing that over the damage that you can get out from the Lance, but talking of damage, Heliogenesis enough to take down Lance.
Yeah, Dingo just not respecting the amount of damage coming out from Team Secret. He was taking up the minion wave and taking a lot of damage for himself, but he didn't really expect Kvalfar to be waiting in the wings, ready to gank him.
First blood onto Palmatora as well, getting that crawl scaling as quickly as possible in this game. And once again, Team Secret ever so slightly behind in the early game, but as you said, they need to play defensive. They need to be on the back foot until they get to those level 8 marks.
Yeah, a big thing to watch out for, though, is because Team Secret did die early on, Kvalfar getting picked off in lane, he had a huge minion wave pushing towards the side of G2, and it allowed Rex to pick a pretty substantial minion advantage.
Yeah, it's about 10 minions that he is up at the moment. Dark Potato sitting pretty on 18 with Palmatora just about that as well. He's got 17 to his name, so not a huge difference in the jungle, but in that lane, if Redix can keep this advantage up, he might be able to put the pressure down onto Kvalfar.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit of an interesting build coming out from Redix. He's actually picking up a lot of defensive stats early on. I don't really think he needs it against the Celeste or the Cruel because he can rely on just his damage and his mobility to get out of sticky situations.
Of course, a lot of Redix's mobility on that Black Feather comes when you get that ultimate, when you can Rose offensive away. Uses the boots there to run away from Palmatora as he came out from Deadman's Bush.
Yeah, this is one of the big things about Team Secret. They are constantly helping out Kvalfar in this lane because they know it is a very tough matchup for him. But Redix, he's doing fairly well for himself. He will be picking up most likely a mini advantage right here. But G2, the side of their jungle is just continuously farming. I'd love to see him rotate into the lane just a little bit more and put a lot of pressure onto the laner of Team Secret.
G2 have always been known for pretty good rotations as well, so I'm slightly surprised they're not putting as much pressure onto Kvalfar. Team Secret, of course, playing on that back foot, keeping Kvalfar away after that first blood. So a bit of it's positioning, a bit of it is Team Secret knowing the composition they're playing into and just being a little bit safer.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. I would like to see, I mean, I'm really expecting the junglers of G2, Dark Potato and Dingo, they really have to do something on the fold because they do have a little bit more power in the early game and they should be pressuring Team Secret's jungle or rotating into lane and just doing what they can to help out Redix because they really want to make sure Redix is a force to be reckoned with later on.
Yeah, you need to get that Black Feather scaling. We saw yesterday in a couple of games, if he falls behind, I think it was Mouse versus SK, Mr. K Cool ended up with only 4,000 gold throughout the entire game and just wasn't able to do anything. He died immediately in fights, and Redix on this Black Feather will want to keep himself alive, will want to be able to duck in and out with that Rose offensive and be able to put the pressure down onto Team Secret.
Yeah, a little bit of damage coming in from Team Secret onto Dingo, but it doesn't really matter. They're just going to trade a little bit, stand in lane. Everyone's having a face-off.
Palmatoro just pinged 6 as well, so he's got that from Hell's Heart. They're going to try and jump into Cavalifar. There is the stun coming out from Palmatoro, but the rest of G2 around the corner. A lot of damage coming down from the Helio Genesis as they pick up 1. G2 all stood in a clump and took a lot of damage from that Cavalifar.
Yeah, Dingo just overextending just a little bit. His Impale didn't quite land. And oh, Dark Potato might be on the
pushed a little bit too far in the lane. Redix dodges the core collapse. Can he dodge the damage? Yes, he can. Just about survives with that last auto attack. But Dark Potato very low as well. They need to be so careful. Palmatoro is waiting in the wings. Now he's going to try and run in. The Vanguard comes down. The A ability comes down from Cavalifar as well. They pick up a couple of kills and Team Secret take the advantage.
Oh, G2 just being a little bit too greedy. They really wanted all those minions in the lane, but it was just too much. Both Rex and Dark Potato were sitting at just a sliver of health, and the moment that Team Secret had the chance, Cavalifar, he went for it, he got to Helio, and Palmatoro just rushed out of that bush and took him out.
Yeah, Helio just too strong from Cavalifar. Watch this here. G2 Kinguin group up beautifully for Cavalifar to put all the AoE down.
Yeah, but right now, you see Palmatoro's way in the wings. He gets the stun on Dingo, which is not the priority target. They actually turn around because they then the 2-man core collapse, and Dingo, he gets taken down mid-swing, and Redix, he has to run, and Dingo, Dark Potato is also incredibly low. And right here, you see, Cavalifar will continue to poke and pressure them out.
Dark Potato just pushes way too far up there. Yes, he's got Afterburn to try and get away. Redix has to dodge the core collapse and gets taken down eventually. Dark Potato there as well. They just weren't respecting Team Secret's ability to re-engage the fight.
Yeah, it looks very, very dicey for the side of G2. However, right now, Team Secret, they are winning the wings once again. Let's see. Dark Potato, Dingo, they move up. They know that Team Secret is constantly rotating into lane. I think G2 really needs to get some vision out onto the side of Team Secret's side of the map. But right now, I'm not sure they're able to.
Well, let's have a quick look at the items as the Githian Wall comes out from Dingo. Shiver Steel finished for Palmatoro. You've got Broken Myth on Cavalifar as well.
Yeah, this is actually very, very dangerous because Cavalifar, that Celeste, once he has that Broken Myth, does so much damage once she gets those stacks, and you can expect the Solar Storm to just be doing absolutely immense amounts of damage. Right there, 393 from a single Helio.
Yeah, it's just so powerful, and the AoE is so strong from that as well. You can be just not even near it in your eyes, and you still get the damage down as he pops that supernova. Redix positioning forward here. Needs to be careful because Palmatoro and Mowgli are just in the wings. Mowgli's just hit 6 as well, so has the gauntlet available. Dingo still at level 5. Mowgli's gonna blood for blood in, see if he can get G2 to push some pressure back. And at the moment, they're just satisfied staying on the turret. But as I say that, Redix comes out, Dingo knocks them back with Githian Wall, and they will just disengage for now. But again, G2 taking damage little by little by little, and it means that they're not able to defend this turret.
Yeah, one of the great things about Team Secret is how patient they are. You see Palmatoro and Mowgli, ooh, just missing.
How patient they are, Solar Storm comes out and totally misses, but yes.
Yeah.
It's still just trying to get that poke damage down. That's all they care about now. They're not playing this for kills. They're playing this to take that turret.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting because Team Secret, they play as if Cavalifar is the only person in lane. He's playing actually extremely aggressively, but still putting enough distance between him and G2 so that it is very tough to engage on him. And Mowgli and Palmatoro, they just wait there. They're not even taking their own jungle. They're not even invading G2's jungle. Even though they know all of G2 is in the lane, they are just waiting. They know G2 wants to engage, and they just don't let them.
Definitely, and the fact that Palmatoro picked up those 3 early kills as well means that he doesn't quite need that farm as much. He's already hit that item spike of having the Shiver Steel, so it's okay for him to wait a little bit longer in the lane, to spend a little bit more time protecting Cavalifar and letting him get that crystal power and that damage in.
Yeah, the Shiver Steel is actually a very interesting pickup in this matchup because up against the Black Feather, Glaive, and Lance, who all have very high mobility options, I would have expected him to actually go for higher tier boots early on.
It's interesting, but obviously prioritizing that stickability as he can. G2 once again pushing up in this lane. They need to be careful. Redix does jump in. Dark Potato ran towards the side. Palmatoro is using that heroic perk to try and get into the fray, but he will just back away for now. Team Secret about 1,000 gold or so in the lead, almost 10 minutes in.
Yeah, you see the Addis Paladin coming out on Palmatoro. Redix already has one for himself. So but Addis Paladin is definitely much more effective on the side of Team Secret, just because there are multiple heroes trying to... Oh,
the root's going to land onto Cavalifar. There's the gauntlet as well, but Dark Potato and G2 are already in this. Look at the damage coming down from the Helios. There is no escape from the Solar Queen, and that's Celeste doing damage across all of Team Secret. They pick up the ace. What a fight from Team Secret.
Yeah, and Team Secret just showing once again how dominant they are in these engagements. They are really taking advantage of their power spikes. The moment they buy, the moment they see G2, they engage instantly, and they know. You can see right here, Kvalifar, they go the gauntlet down. Kvalifar uses a reflex block, blocks a lot of damage, and uses that Solar Storm onto all 3 members of G2, just completely wiping out their health bars.
What I love about this composition as well is the gauntlet means that G2 have to group up. They haven't got the Crucible, they can't get out of it yet, and they're all there for the Helios just to pound down, and it's a universe of pain for G2 at the moment.
Yeah, it's very interesting for G2 because they all want to dive on a Celeste, and they all did. You saw Dingo, Dark Potato, and Rex all piled on top of Kvalifar, but because that reflex blocking out, because he did not get stunned by the Githian wall, she was able to continue in that fight, and we have another game.
Yeah, Redix is getting to the point where he can't fight up against Palmatoro. Palmatoro is so strong with those weakness stacks, and then Kvalifar joins to try and get those cleanup kills, to try and put the extra damage down from range, which is something he's so effective at.
Yeah, right now you just see Team Secret is constantly poking with us. Oh, Redix!
Redix jumps in. There is a stun onto Dingo here. He got caught in the core collapse, but will just be able to get away. Solar Storm comes out, doesn't quite connect. Not quite at the point where it's needed as a cleanup ability.
Oh,
Redix.
no.
It's Helio after Helio. It's kill after kill for Team Secret. From Hell's Heart. Oh, Dark Potato! He's gone down to Australia because that was a beautiful boomerang as they get the kill on Dark Potato as well. Dingo has to run away or roll away on that Lance, and it's going to be another turret here for Team Secret.
Yeah, you gotta say, Team Secret just once again showing their dominance on the fold. 9-1, 5,000 gold up, 11 minutes in. They just do so much damage right now. Kvalifar is really a primary source of damage, but Palmatoro and Modius are frontlining so incredibly well that it's so tough for the side of G2's carries to get into the backline, even though they're playing Blackfeather and Glaive.
It's so difficult for them. That Blackfeather sitting on 100 CS, so not that far behind in terms of farm, but hasn't got a kill yet. Picked up his Bone Storm now, has got that Atlas Pauldron as well, but still no Crucible for the team. Still no reflex block for him. There is one on Dark Potato, but if you get caught in the core collapse or if you get caught in the gauntlet, yes, you can try and get away with Rose Offensive, but that's something you want to be using aggressively in these fights to try and get onto Kvalifar.
Yeah, I'm not sure if G2 wants to take this fight right here.
Yeah, Palmatoro is going to jump in. Redix there as well. The gauntlet has been used. Redix almost goes down to the Solar Storm, and there are the Helios once again. Redix trying to retreat. He's going to get stunned up, and now he'll be the target. That Blackfeather's down. Kvalifar leaves him for dust as he chases down onto Dingo. He'll try and combat roll his way away. Might be able to survive if he's got another one up. It's 3 seconds away. It's 2 seconds away. He dodges the Helio.
Oh.
He will just about get taken down by Team Secret, who are now 11-1 up.
Yeah, that's actually a very good afterburn by Dark Potato, knocking Kvalifar out of the way to make him miss that Solar Storm, but it just wasn't enough. Right now, Team Secret, they are playing these fights so well. The Heliogenesis on Kvalifar are just very, very much on point. I don't think he misses a single one in these team fights.
And the thing is, as well, all of G2 are grouping up. They have a composition that wants to group up in one spot and try and take down that Celeste or try and take down Palmatoro.
Oh, he gets it!
He steals it. That is really big for G2. Can Redix get out alive is a big question. Dark Potato jumps across with the afterburn, and that was really nicely done by G2. They're going to keep chasing a little bit here. Team Secret will have to back away. The gold's still 5,000 the difference, though.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised G2 did not take that fight right there. Right there, Palmatoro, he was sitting on almost no energy. He barely had enough for a single ability, and Kvalifar was actually fairly low.
This is really nice play from Redix. Yes, the Goldmine goes down. As you say, Palmatoro very low on energy. There's no Gauntlet as well on Mowgli, so G2 could have been looking for the fight. He just jumps in with a feint of heart. He is not a feint of heart, man. He's got the bravery stacked already up. And then G2 Kinguin trying to get back into this game. They did it in the last. Can they do it again?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see because as the game goes on longer, it's going to be more and more dangerous for Kvalifar because both Rex and Dark Potato are just gunning for him. The moment Kvalifar steps out of position, the moment he is even seen in a fight, both Rex and Dark Potato and even Dingo just pile on top of him.
He's gone for the Shatterglass Broken Myth build as well, so just putting out as much damage as he can. We haven't talked a huge amount about Palmatoro, but he's got that Atlas and the Shiver Steel, and he's 405. He's going to become a carry soon.
Yeah, he is so incredibly dangerous. He has the heavy steel right now, and he might be going for a breaking point or a Sorrow Blade. And honestly, either way works for him. He's able to stay in these fights for so incredibly long that he can pretty much pick up whatever he wants.
That he can. Aegis picked up on Redix as well. He's now got his own reflex block. Dark Potato sitting on one as well. The only member of that team without one is Dingo, who's got the Warhorn and the Fountain. So he's there all for that utility for his team.
Yeah, it's going to be so important for Dingo too, because that Warhorn is actually a very pivotal pickup in this matchup, because they really need to be able to stick onto the carries of Team Secret. If Kvalifar goes down, I don't actually think Team Secret has the damage to take down everyone else.
How big is this Eve on Kvalifar though? He's just finished his Eve of Harvest as they're going to try and go on to Redix. Dingo, a good 3-man Githian wall, but it's only used to disengage. There comes the Gauntlet. Redix is off towards the side. He gets stunned up with the From Hell's Heart, and now he has to retreat. Lots of damage coming down onto Dingo and Dark Potato. Can he take down Kvalifar? Oh! No, he cannot, as Kvalifar survives. Redix, the last man standing for G2, but Team Secret take the fight.
Palmatoro might be catching Redix.
Oh, yes, he does. There is no escape, no secret spot for you to hide from Team Secret. The two-time champions are looking to go 2-0 in this semi-final.
Yeah, and Team Secret once again, you saw in that fight, even though Kvalifar got split up from his team, he was so far ahead. He's 8-1-4 now. The Broken Myth, the Eve of Hearts, and the Shadowgas, in addition to that reflex block, no one can take him one-on-one.
Eve kept him alive in that fight as well. You look at how low he went. He was down to about 100 hit points, but they weren't quite able to pick him up. Redix did not block out the No Man's Heart. He had his Aegis up, No Man's Heart hit him, and he couldn't block the stun, which was huge.
Yeah, right there. That's the most important thing. G2 really has to be on point with their reflex block, or even, you know, the Rose offensive could work too. But right now, Redix's damage is actually fairly low. He has a Bone Saw, but everything else is just defense.
Yeah. Building looks like towards a breaking point as well, so he's building towards another bit of weapon power.
Oh, a little bit of flank right here.
There's a bit of a flank. Redix trying to position properly onto this one. Mowgli's nowhere near it. And I think it looks like Mowgli might have disconnected there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened right there, but we're going to wait a little bit, get this sorted out. And in the meantime, I want to take a look at these items right now. Right now, you see Mowgli, he has the Crucible, he has the Fountain. He's actually doing extremely well on that Arden. His gauntlets have actually been very much on point. He's been constantly separating the members of G2 or just protecting Kvalifar with it.
He's doing such a good job. I feel this Lance hasn't really done as much as you'd like it to do. He's disengaging okay with the Githian walls. We saw a 3-man stun previously when Redix got caught out, but you have to be engaging. You have to be getting onto that Celeste. You're the one who needs to lock her down so that Redix and the Glaive can do the damage.
Yeah, it's so incredibly hard, though, because the front line of Team Secret at this point is just absolutely huge. Both Palmatoro and Mowgli, just so many defensive stats, and they just can't, I mean, they can dash right past them, but it doesn't matter because they're just making sure that even if Kvalifar gets caught, they are protecting him. They have the Fountain, they have the Crucible. Kvalifar has a reflex block for himself, and with the Atlas Pauldron and Palmatoro, the damage output from the side of G2 is just not enough.
At what point do G2 get back in this game? Is there a point, or do they just need a perfect team fight? Do they just need to take that Celeste out before the fight even starts? And speaking of fights, Kvalifar does get stunned up. A lot of blocks coming out, but they take him down. Kvalifar is dead. Dark Potato now retreating. Redix still alive. They have to go on Palmatoro. They miss with the Lance, and now Mowgli off towards the side. Redix is going to try and 1v1 Palmatoro here. He can't do that. Weakness stacks are too strong. Mowgli doing a lot of damage to Dark Potato. Palmatoro is going to keep fighting, gets the Spectral Smite down, but now needs to be a little bit careful. They have picked up Mowgli off towards the side. Palmatoro is low. What can he do in this 1v1? Not much. And now Redix, Rose offensives in. It's blocked out by Palmatoro. The Spectral Smite comes down. I don't think Palmatoro wins this in the long run. I think Redix will be able to get the on-point down and be able to take him out. But Palmatoro still surviving, has the Shiver Steel, has that breaking point as well. Now Redix gone very low. Actually, Palmatoro fighting for his life. Redix has an Atlas up here, which he pops. And now Palmatoro just about able to dodge out. Solar Storm! Can they do it? Redix is solo. No! Palmatoro goes down, but there's no ace. No ace for G2, and Redix now with Kvalifar taking him out with the Helios. Wow!
And that was just an incredible, incredible chase. Right there, you saw Palmatoro dodging out so many on points coming out from Redix. And Redix, it's still showing. He doesn't have the damage. He has the bone saw. It's just not enough right here.
Look at this. He jumps in. I'm like, oh, Palmatar's dead. Palmatar's dead. On point dodged. Then the Solar Storm comes in, just about clips Redix. Palmatar jumps back in, and you think he can get it. Can't dodge that final on point, but they do manage to pick up the kill afterwards. And delaying that ace is absolutely huge for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's absolutely pivotal. It doesn't allow G2 to push back into their turrets. And right now, Team Secret, there's only one turret left on the side of G2. So a single one team fight will end the game.
It definitely will. The gold is evening up a little bit, though. It's only 3,000 the difference now. Redix has just picked up his Serpent's Mask, so he's got that little bit more sustainability in these fights. Double Bone Saw, Sorrow Blade, and Serpent's Mask gives you a lot.
Yeah, this is exactly what we need to see coming out from G2. Right now, Rex is incredibly hard to take down, as you saw in that last engagement. And both Dark Potato and Rex have the Bone Saw. They're going to be shredding through Kvalfar. If Kvalfar ever steps that position, he will be instantly going down.
That he will. Crucible's being picked up on Mowgli as well, so trying to get rid of those Githian walls and that afterburn. Redix wants the fight. He goes in onto Kvalfar. There is the gauntlet, but they're going to get onto the back line. Kvalfar dodging as much as he can. Dark Potato walks into the stun. This is great for Team Secret. There's no way Redix gets there. The Solar Storm is down, and Redix being chased out by Team Secret here. Dark Potato's going to try and jump back in. He won't survive. Helio. Goodbye to Dark Potato. Potatoes can't survive in the darkness of space.
Ah, such sadness. And right now, G2 Redix is defending what he can, but honestly, 3 members of Team Secret still up. This is probably
this would be the biggest outplay in the history of the championships if he stops the win here. Look at that, he's already down. Going to try and heal up. The turret's about to fall, and now Team Secret can just focus down that crystal. They're going to go through to the finals. They're going to be our 3-time finalists here in EU. Team Secret take it in dominant fashion. They go 2-0 versus G2, and they take the win. They'll be in the finals later today. What a team. What a game.
And Team Secret once again just showing exactly why they are feared by so many teams in Europe. It's so incredibly well. Kvalfar on that Celeste, just on point. Heliogenesis after Heliogenesis, landing every single time and staying alive even against a very, very tough team composition coming out from G2.
How do you fight against this Team Secret team? We've seen target bans, we've seen different compositions. We've seen people try and pick Petal, try and pick Ozo, try and do whatever they can. At the moment, they look unstoppable.
Yeah, right now, it's really up to a team to just out-rotate them, outplay them at their own game, and it just looks basically impossible.
It does look impossible, but we have seen giants fall before. It's always a possibility. All credit to G2 Kinguin. They get third or fourth place in the EU Championships, did a great job for themselves and made their team proud. It was an amazing game, an amazing series. We're going to pass it over to our interviewers, who's got one of the Team Secret members to have a quick talk to.
Hello, thank you. I'm here with Kvalfar once again, and I feel like this is becoming a recurring situation, me and you here on the stage, but you've just been that good. Now, G2, they've unfortunately, you've actually always been beaten by them in these kind of situations, so it's kind of the first time you've taken G2 down, and it was quite dominant. How are you feeling now? Does that give you confidence going towards the finals?
I told you this was our house.
This is Team Secret's house, and Kvalfar is ready to put his foot down. Now, next semi-final, I know you want to face Team Snow. Have you got anything else that you're going to bring out in the final? Have you got strategies that you haven't yet revealed?
Team Snow is actually one of the teams that always want to improve themselves. They always want to learn new things. They want to play with everyone so they have the amount of feedback that they really need. So we know that they are preparing to face us in the final because they want a rematch from the last London finals. So we are ready to show them and fight and show them we are here to win the third one. But I know we should not underestimate anyone. We have to be careful and pay attention, so we'll watch the next BO3 closely.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really good best of 3. Now, to get us into that and break down the games, I'm going to hand over to our analysts. Take it away.
Well, definitely an unstoppable streak, it seems. Team Secret not even losing a game, let alone a series, but game number 1, quick, had the saw, and they just pushed it down. Game number 2, I mean, the double weapon turned against them, Rome. It looked a little dicey, but just Kvalfar. I mean, so many plays.
I think it actually started off with that draft. They secured that last pick with that Celeste, and this, you're taking out Sky, you're taking out Celeste. You do know that Redix will be opting out, picking up that Black Feather, and that's exactly what they did. Throwing up a triple melee composition, running into like a very well-positioned composition where a lot of times Mowgli wasn't using that Vanguard, throwing down that Gauntlet, and Cavalifar just positioning himself in the right way, getting those broken misstacks up and just throwing that ultimate.
Yeah, sculpting the draft. That's something that you've been repeatedly saying, and I'm thinking it is holding more or less true again and again. These guys are just getting the better drafts, and now they're into the finals. The top two. We're going to have an opponent for them here shortly, but I mean, let's just talk about some of the big moments there, Shinyi. 3-man kill at 6 minutes. Not an ace, a little bit more delayed, but then a 10-minute ace, a triple kill for Celeste happened right then and there, and then right from there, she went straight into a Shatterglass.
Yeah, and I like the Shatterglass pick because most of the time you was probably see that Celeste picking up the Frostburn, trying to using that for the opportunity to kite away. But what she was doing was, because Palmatora and Mowgli were doing such a good job of frontlining, all she needed to do was stack up a Broken Myth, do as much damage output as possible, and that's why it was working so well for them.
I mean, a Kraken came down on top of that, and then, well, I mean, it wasn't exactly the end of the game. That Kraken did push down, got some damage, but, the highlight factor, again, going into overdrive, the Palmatora Great Escape roam. It was like 45 seconds plus that this guy lived, prevented the ace, did eventually die, but, I mean, the chase was all about just preventing that ace.
That just shows like how much expertise he knows in terms of like that kit. That Desmond's rush, getting those weakness stacks up, getting that smite out. And the timing of this was remarkable. And dodging the Black Feather, incredibly amazing, especially when you do get to go back and watch the replay again. Yeah, I hope that Sona and Zekin are going to be able to recover after the hype on that one. So we might see them a little bit later on, but if you guys have been following, Team Secret now into top 2. G2 is going to dip down to a 3rd, 4th placement. Still pretty good. Top 4 Europe is nothing too shabby, but now it's going to be the other semis, because Snow Tsunami is going to be taking on Mouse Sports here momentarily. And before we get into the specifics of the teams, we're going to be throwing it off to the side here for a little bit of a mono-on-mono hosted by X-Scoundrel.
Yes, thank you, Analyst Desk. I am here with Look at Me from Team Snow and Mr. K Cool from Mouse Sports. So I want to talk about this semi-final. I did it with the last one. You guys have looked really good. All throughout all this tournament, you've looked absolutely amazing. How are you feeling now against Mouse Sports? They are the king of reverse sweeps here. So 1-0 down, they always come back. How are you guys feeling?
We feel very good and pretty confident, and we will try to show you even better game than 2 days before.
And have you got anything special planned for this semi-final? You got any secret strategies that maybe we will see, maybe something a little bit interesting?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Oh, well, a man of few words, but definitely looks like he's got a stern fighting face on. Now, Mr. K Cool, you've had an amazing tournament so far. You've probably produced some of the best Vayne games we have ever seen, especially that one yesterday. It was unbelievable. How are you feeling? You must be super excited to just, have actually made it in such emphatic fashion.
Very excited, quite nervous. This is the first time we've been in the semis, at least for me, not against Team Secret. So it'll be interesting to see how the games go, and we feel okay going against Snow right now.
And it must be great for you and Mouse Sports as well, because this is one of your first big tournaments as a team, and suddenly you're in the semi-finals and you're fighting for a place in the finals. Now, Snow, they are your opponents. Have you got anything to say to them? Anything that, get a bit of fighting talk out there maybe?
Well, we feel fine. All I really say is good luck.
Well, that's very sweet, Mr. Keiko, always a man of honor. Now, analysts, they're going to be looking at this game a little bit more, so I'll hand it back over to them. But before I go, gentlemen, shake hands. Good game.
All right, so definitely a classy move, Mr. K. Cole. Just good luck, have fun. Could have said anything he wanted, but something he does bring up here, Rome, is that this is the first time they're not in a semis against Team Secret.
Yeah, going up against Snow Tsunami, though, however, I feel like it's very similar, because when you're looking at Team Secret, you're looking at Snow Tsunami, they have a lot of aspects that are very close in comparison, and going up against this, it counts within the draft itself, it counts within the rotations, and it counts how they play as a unit. And what these two teams are remarkable in is the fact that you don't look at them individually, you look at them as a team.
Yeah, and that's definitely the better way to go about it. It's not the individuals, it's the sum of the whole. So, Mouse Sports, they're flying the red colors this weekend. It is their first branded tournament. The Rebirth of Empire got picked up right after their qualifier, and here's a few things they had to say at the beginning of this tournament.
I'm Benedict Ward, Mr. Keiko, and I play for Mouse Sports. So everyone on our team is really high skill individually, but because we're all relatively close in age, we can have a good time, but we know when not to mess about. And that means that we have really good synergy, but we also have the mechanics to back it up. The audience doesn't really bother me too much. Regardless of who the audience is cheering for, you can't really tell, so everything is driving you and fueling you and motivating you to do more. And if you make a good play, then it's even more rewarding to hear the audience screaming and applauding. So it helps, actually. I don't find it too scary, because if you're getting worried about the audience, then you can't be fully focused on the game. And if you're not fully focused on the game, then you're not going to perform.
I'm Ned Toilette, I'm 18 years old, and I'm the roamer for Mouse Sports. I like to spend time with my teammates, but not only in-game, also in my free time, because they're pretty cool guys. Last week we had a boot camp where we tried to improve our gameplay, communication, and try to find out new tactics. Now, I always stay like pretty cool. I always focus on the game, and even if someone like trying to distract me, I always focus on the game. If the game keeps growing and more and more people are playing Vainglory, that would be awesome, because there are as well more people who are supporting us.
Already clashing with Team Secret yesterday. These guys are gunning for the rematch right after this if they can get through Team Snow. But Mouse Sports doing some fantastic work this weekend, Rome. Great Kelly, Net Toilette, and Mr. Keiko. A bit of a younger team, but skilled nonetheless.
Yeah, and one of the coolest things about this team is the fact that they are very vocal throughout the team fights, and they actually get better and better as the game goes on. They capitalize from the mistakes of their opponents, and one of the biggest things is, their late game. You look at the atomization, and I feel like they have been utilizing a lot of compositions around that Lance.
Yeah, Lance, the Black Feather, yesterday they pulled out the buff comp in order to get here into the semifinals. They've done a lot of great things here in this tournament, and your player to watch was Netta Toilette.
Yeah, that was just talking about Lance. I feel like this team has actually built a lot of compositions around Netta Toilette, making sure that he grabs one of those comfort picks and making those huge plays later on.
All right, well, we're going to have to see if they can make those huge plays, because Team Snow, they have not really, they're not new to the scene. They've been around the block. In fact, I would put them into that top 3 situation myself. So will Net Toilette and team be able to pull it through? That is what this semifinals best of 3 is all about. But their opponents, Snow Tsunami, they are not going to be going down easy on top of this one. They've been around since autumn. We've had multiple Snow teams, and these guys, they might not have PT Lamb with them, but look at me, definitely a handsome fellow. He had a lot to say here with his team back on Friday.
Просто играли очень много, разбирали игры других профессиональных команд с других серверов и следили за различными турнирами, пытались анализировать и, конечно же, очень много играли.
Самым главным преимуществом, я считаю, будет являться наша уверенность и спокойствие, потому что мы уже в 3-й раз принимаем участие в лан-финалах, и в этот раз мы спокойны и уверены, и спокойно сможем сделать это.
Да, я считаю, что мы сможем выиграть этот турнир. Самое главное — это сохранять себе спокойствие и играть так, как мы играем обычно. Мы не боимся никого на этом турнире.
Конечно, мы хотим больше всего встретить команду Team Secret. К сожалению, мы уступили им в финале в Лондоне. Тем не менее, сейчас у нас есть прекрасный шанс, чтобы отыграться.
Больше всего я хочу сыграть против команды Team Secret, потому что я считаю, что эта команда единственная команда в Европе, которая очень серьезно относится к игре и умеет не только просто хорошо играть на героях, но также хорошо драфтит, хорошо двигается по карте и понимает игру.
Если мы победим в этом чемпионате, скорее всего, мы присоединимся к какой-то профессиональной организации, с которым продолжим развиваться вместе. Мы продолжим тренироваться и играть вместе все больше и больше и добиваться новых и новых вершин. Благодаря вашей поддержке. Я хотел бы выразить очень большую благодарность вам, нашим болельщикам, за вашу поддержку. Все это, наше нахождение здесь, возможно, только благодаря вам. И только для вас мы делаем все эти видео, мы делаем все эти стримы. И давайте расти и двигаться дальше вместе.
An exciting time for Team Snow, potentially having an esports sponsor down the line and itching to get to that final slot where once more they could potentially face off against Team Secret in the finals. But Team Snow Tsunami, Jinyi, they've just been rolling all the competition.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because we did speak to them before the tournament started, and look at me as a last-minute kind of replacement there because he's stepping from the managerial role into the jungle position. And despite the very little practice that they've said they've had together, they've had a remarkably cohesive performance, perhaps some of the most outstanding ones so far, having like 2-0 straight wins in 2 different sets.
You know, I have to call into question because Look at Me said he was really nervous. I haven't been playing. I'm still VG Gold, but I haven't been playing. It's like, oh, all right, dude, yeah. But he's been looking strong. Sasiska, though, is going to be your player to watch. Once more on that Rome situation.
Yeah, we first saw Sasiska in the Autumn Live Championships, and at the time I was like, he's good, but he's not the best. And actually, he's seen so much improvement over the season, particularly in the Winter Championships. He has some really impressive plays as the Rome for Snow Tsunami. And I feel like this time as well, he's getting better every single time. And I think arguably he could be one of the top supports.
Well, he's going to have to prove that here up against Mouse Sports. So guys, draft is just moments away. Mouse Sports and Snow Tsunami are going to be going mano-a-mano here in the semis. But before we do that, we're going to be giving you a little bit of a present to our viewers. You can now enter into the next giveaway for 2,000 ice to be applied to your Vainglory account. All you got to do is hop on Twitter, use hashtag VaingloryLive. Tell us how you're enjoying everything. Throw up a picture, write us a poem. I see people need a lot of skins out there these days. So get some ice, get some skins, have a good time, and of course, enjoy yourself the championship. Hashtag VaingloryLive. At the same time, at the end of the weekend, somebody's going to go home with an iPad Air 2. So big thanks to Super Evil Megacorp, Vainglory, and of course the championships to make all this happen. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a draft.
Yeah, and coming to this, I have to give this side with the draft over to Snow Tsunami, and that's due to the fact that they know their opponents so well. With Mouse Sports...
What? All right, so that totally didn't happen. I was going to say, in Ozo, I mean, if you have an ace pick, you got to wait for that last pick, didn't you?
Yeah, like Ozo and Ozo. So that would have been the first Ozo we'd have seen. But, he's still viable. He's been buffed in 118, so I think definitely is a possibility, but not as that first pick, as we were just saying.
Well, perhaps just the slip of the finger. We actually joked with the teams about finger sprains back on Friday. I just hope that nobody broke their finger right there hitting that one. Now, we're going to have that reset here for just a moment, but I do believe the bans will stick. So the bans were at Sky and Adagio room?
Yeah, and looking at this, Mouse Sports, this is one of the more talented teams in terms of mechanics. They do know the limitations of every single hero and composition that they play. However, look, on the side of Snow Tsunami, these guys know the draft so well. They know their opponents so well, and I feel like they're going to get the advantage in that early game. It's just going to depend on how the first 10 minutes goes to really depict who's going to come out the winner.
Now, something that comes to mind is that yesterday, I was talking to Mr. Keiko actually a little bit about why they busted out a buff comp. And they said, it just felt right. It clearly won. They even took it to a blind pick. And Team Snow just kind of eliminating that possibility with that Adagio ban.
And, I feel like with the Adagio out of that picture, you do take away a huge factor in terms of what kind of compositions and game styles that teams likes to play. That buff composition, that push comp, it's all out of the way now, and it comes down to the draft itself, and that's something that Snow is very strong in.
Now, something that Team Secret has shown us, Jinyi, is that you don't actually need an Adagio for a push comp. We've seen saws without Adagios.
Yeah, and Team Secret are famed for that Saw Adagio combination. But when they did the Saw is, he's got a very strong early spike, and you really don't want to be going to the late game with Saw. So, it's entirely viable. Saw is better than he was, and it's entirely possible.
Okay, so Rome, if we don't have a Sky and we don't have an Adagio, Celeste is going to come to mind for Crystal Carry, but who else is really left in the roster? Could we be seeing a double weapon, you think, later on?
Well, double weapon is one of those big things. I feel like Cruel is going to find some play within this match itself due to the fact that Snow tends to favor those late game heroes. However, they know how to play that early game very well. On the side of Mouse Sports, this team can play so many different compositions and make it work. It really comes down to who they really lock down to really see the gameplay that they're going to approach for.
Now, something that I'm not going to be saying we're going to see in Ozo, but something we saw yesterday was an alpha. So, I mean, there's still that potential. Okay, so the Ozo is supposed to be the ban, apparently, perhaps. No, I think that's not actually locked in. That has to go back to Adagio. I can't imagine it wouldn't. So now, again, so we saw an Alpha. We could still see a trump card, but I'm just not convinced it's an Ozo, Jinyu.
Yeah, I don't think it was the ideal first pick. Maybe potentially his last pick for Snow Tsunami there. And they're locked in on that petal, which I think...
They're thinking, no.
Nope, okay.
It's going to be the man of the patch here, Rome. It's going to be Lance.
Yeah, you know, we were just looking at Nettolet, and when they're building a composition for on the side of Mouse Sports, they do favor grabbing up that Lance first, making sure Net does grab one of those favorite roamers that he's playing all weekend, and he's probably one of the best Lances that I've seen.
Right, yeah, both of our players to watch are actually on that roam roll, so whoever got Lance is probably going to be something for a good viewing situation. But Catherine, we've seen a few Catherines this weekend, Rome.
Yeah, I feel like Catherine here actually plays a huge role. I think that she plays counters into the Lance compositions really well. Just saving up that stun, knowing exactly when to use that CC when the opponent team is trying to dive down. You know, I do think like Snow Tsunami, they might lock up this soft pick for that last one.
Okay, so Jinyu, Mouse Sports, they have themselves Celeste. That's the Sky and the Adagio out. We're sort of out of the go-tos for Crystal. Could this be a glaive to go with it, or is it going to be something more like a Rona?
Well, it's going to be a glaive.
Awesome. And last pick, Jinyu?
I think they need someone that can dive, so I'm thinking of Black Feather right now because they do need to get onto that Celeste, because right now they have a lot of poke there. So
okay. It's going to be a pedal. It's not a saw, it's not that dive, but with some kind of mix in between. As we go into the forward for game number 1 of this semifinals, it will be the Tasty Bacon and the Humanist to get us rolling.
All right, thank you very much, Forecourt. I'm Tasty Bacon. Alongside me is the one and only Humanist, and we are here for semi-final number 2, Snow Tsunami taking on Mouse Sports, and a pedal as the last pick to try and deal with this Lance. You know, Lance has been looking so strong this weekend thus far.
Definitely has. I think this is going to be a very fun game. Of course, these guys are going to be bringing their A game on top of that. Fun picks. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like the teams are ready to go as the battle has begun, and we are on to the fold to kick things off. Who is going to be taking on Team Secret in the championships? Will Mouse Sports rise up to power, or will we get a rematch of the Winter Championships with Snow Tsunami? That's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel it could go either way. A very fun draft, and I'm mostly curious to see how this initial engage happens. You know, do they, when they go for that first shop rotation, do they actually fight, or do they back off?
Well, we should be able to find out in just a few seconds here as both teams getting closer and closer to jungle. It looks like Snow Tsunami, they want nothing to do with that initial engagement, as it will be Sosiska and look at me moving up into the lane to try and find an early kill. However, it was over on the side of Mouse Sports, they were rotating down to look for that early kill, so nothing really going to be happening.
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, Mr. K. Cool on that glaive, he can go ahead and afterburn, find that easy target. With Lance there as well, a lot of control early on. So smart move out of Snow Tsunami to kind of dodge out of that, and maybe they found something up in the lane, but it was just not there.
Yeah, and that's been one of the biggest combos that we've seen thus far in the Spring Championships is this Lance with a glaive. The amount of crowd control that comes out of those two heroes is immense. We'll see if this pedal can you know, dance around that, use that trampoline to avoid some of that CC, and of course, then you're gonna have Sosiska trying to get in on those back lines.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, one of the biggest things is, will they be locking that pedal down? Will she be able to hang around the edge of the fight and kite backwards? That's really a key to victory for that pedal.
Yeah, because if you get hit by that root from Lance, you cannot use the trampoline to get away. So it will become so important to see if Nettolet can get those roots down onto the carries of Snow Tsunami. As Rome was saying, one of the best Lances we've seen this weekend. So that's high praise coming from Rome, and we'll have to see if he can live up to that. Then, you know, that could be the opening that and the way to victory that Mouse Sports needs.
Yeah, it definitely could be. You know, both teams just kind of poking here. There's going to be an Impale landing on Sosiska. But both teams, you know, happy to just kind of be passive here.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the strategy. Both teams sending their roamer into the lane and just letting their junglers farm up freely, as they're both pretty happy with this. But right now, it's a good damage going down onto Sosiska, having to back off a bit and drink some potions.
Yeah, and as I'm kind of like looking at these compositions, I do feel like Snow Tsunami will hit a bigger power spike once they get their level 6s. Compared, you look at Lance, the combat role, yeah, it does add utility, but it's not that big of a spike. Same thing, Glaive, it's great when you get your ultimate, but across the board, you're going to have spontaneous combustion coming out of Petal. No life with the snipes across them. These are the plays.
Yeah, that's definitely a much larger power spike at level 6 for Snow Tsunami. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that as they're getting close in level 4, level 3s across the board, but no real fights have even broken out. So it's questionable if they're even going to look for it when they do hit level 6. Again, this passive style seems to be what both teams are perfectly content with using.
Yeah, and Mouse, they have a nice couple scout traps around the middle portion of this jungle, going to control that vision. And knowledge is everything here, because I think you're only going to die early on here if you get surprised.
Absolutely, and you can see they're just clearing out that vision. And one of the things that this playstyle can lead to is not knowing what your opponent is building. For the Look At Me and Mr. K Cool, if they both stay in the jungle, which obviously now that's not the case anymore, but if they had both just kind of stayed in the jungle and avoided those scout traps, the enemy team wouldn't have known what they were building. Well, obviously you can assume, but you wouldn't necessarily know how strong they were when those team fights were going to start happening.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point right there. And you never know. I mean, sometimes these guys even play a bit of mind games. If they think they can, not get into that skirmish, they may even hold off on buying that item.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see those play out. A lot of times they will, like you mentioned, just hold off on buying items, sit there with just a ton of gold in their pocket, so the enemy thinks, oh, we can get engaged, and then they go and buy it and then look for the fight. As that's our first little skirmish happening up here in the lane, but no real hard engage coming out.
Yeah, I mean, both teams farming pretty well here. 51 last hits there for Great Kali across the board, 49 for No Life. So, they are keeping up here, and I'm sure the items are just going to come out very soon.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much a given. We are getting close to that 6-7 minute mark, which is when a lot of the tier 3s first start coming out. You get some of the cheaper ones around 4 to 5 minutes. A lot of times that fountain timer is in the 6 to 7 minute range. So we'll have to see as a couple more jungle shop trips being made. But again, just happily farming away.
Yeah, they are. I feel like, well, there's your engage.
Oh, there goes the Merciless Pursuit, getting a stun on the Great Kali, but there's no real follow-up. And instead, it's just going to be Net Toilette knocking everyone away and resetting the fight.
Yeah, my thought was right before that, I feel like Snow Tsunami engaging on, if you're going to gank this lane, it's going to be a little bit easier for them. The Merciless Pursuit right onto a Celeste, if she sees you coming, she's going to boot away, probably get away. There's the attempt.
There's another one coming in, but this is with all 3 members. There goes the spontaneous combustion, and that is the first kill going over to Snow Tsunami.
It's pretty much what I was kind of feeling right there. And the flip side of that is, if Glaive's going to come up to lane, it's much harder for him to kill this Kestrel.
Yeah, but not only that, but again, that level 6 power spike you were talking about, as soon as that ult was available, they go in.
Yeah, you see right here, Look At Me, he gets his level 6. They know that they can follow up spontaneous combustion right on point.
Yeah, they're just picking up that first kill nice and easy. They don't really get a whole lot off of it. Just kind of trying to deny the lane from Great Kali for a little bit. Early in the game, it's not going to be lasting that long. I think death timers are still only at like 10 to 15 seconds. So he's right back in the lane, didn't miss a whole lot. But now we could have the potential for more fights coming out, as that's going to be the missed lunge from Net Toilette. That means he's going to take just a little bit of poke in return, as that's going to be something he needs to make sure he connects with every time, because missing it can be devastating.
Yeah, I mean, right there they had the numbers advantage. Like you said, you really leave yourself vulnerable after that impale. If it's not going to land, they can follow up on that. But right there, he gets away with it.
Yeah, and gets away with it again this time as well. It's not... once we get later on, everyone's grouped up more, and there's more damage coming out, it's going to be significantly more costly. However, Snow Tsunami sticking together as a unit as they make their way down to the shop. Should be some good items coming out now. What's called? It was No Life already had the Sorrow Blade previously, but now just starting to build up some defenses.
Yeah, these guys just starting to build into that next set of items. Great Kali across the board has that Broken Myth completed. So, I mean, if he's able to get some stacks up, really, they're at a good point to take a fight here.
And it's going to be scary for Tsunami if they get engaged on. But right now, it's Mousesports looking to take the gold miner, and the Kestrel steals it with the one-shot, one-kill. What a great snipe coming out of No Life.
Yeah, no, that was a great snipe right there. A wonderful ability to be able to use to secure that. And the thing is, like, when you have that predictable damage going down, it was really easy for him to know exactly when to throw that out.
Yeah, look at the replay here. You can see, oh, well, just kind of missed it a little bit. Oh, we rewind.
Yeah, we got the rewind right there. But you can see the damage input is very consistent. He knows exactly when to throw that out and steal it. And no one's going to engage off the backside of that.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to point out too was it was also Look at Me and Sosiska helping to make that happen. A lot of times if a team is working on a gold mine against the Kestrel, they'll get in position to try and block that one-shot, one-kill. They couldn't do that on the side of Mousesports because Look at Me and Sosiska were right there to pressure them if they had tried to go that distance over.
Yeah, and that's definitely a good point right there. And it looked like, I mean, Mouse originally getting into that seemed a little cautious, and so that they're not going to commit to try even do that body blocking.
Yeah, how about this first completed item out of Look at Me on this pedal?
Well, to get the Shatter Glass right off the bat, it's, I mean, we've seen mostly alternating current as of, you know, recent, but I think he'll be able to get a lot of work done with it. We already saw Spontaneous Combustion is really what they're fighting around here. So
yeah, Spontaneous Combustion and just the flat Munyon damage also being augmented. One-shot, one-kill, just coming out as a little bit of harassment on the chase. It does connect again, though, so at least 100% hit accuracy with one-shot, one-kill for No Life. It is going to be that weapon-powered Kestrel, so one-shot, one-kill, not going to be quite as powerful as it could potentially be, but the difference between those two builds is just the fact that you can pepper in your basic attacks during the fights and be a lot more effective, whereas Crystal Kestrel is only the abilities.
Right, yeah, I mean, with the Crystal, you're pretty much going for those snipes. Looks like maybe you're going to have it engage here. It's all about can they catch Great Kali.
And look at the damage coming out from that Shatter Glass, taking Nettoilette down very low. Again, the Munyon damage is so strong if you just have flat Crystal, whereas the Alternating Current, it helps the basic attacks coming out of Petal herself, but doesn't augment the Munyons at all. So they are able to push them off the turret, and this is going to be the first turret taken down by Snow Tsunami at 10 minutes into this game.
Yeah, no, they're doing a great job right now. I think a lot of the credit comes down to Sosiska's positioning. He's just frontlining for his team. With the Munyons there, they're having such a hard time even attempting to get onto the backline. Mr. K-Cool could try to do that, but then he's kind of on an island there, and they really need to stay as a group.
Yeah, and Nettoilette, we just saw, was just getting melted. Even with the Fountain of Renewal completed, it's still the crystal damage coming out of Look at Me is massive, and he doesn't even have any pierce.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to continue to get worse and worse at this point. So, I mean, a small net worth lead starting to build up for Snow Tsunami. It's not a devastating lead at this point, but if they can continue this accumulation over time and just stick with it, it is going to be devastating down the road.
Yeah, the gold lead just slowly trickling up. Only one kill in 11 minutes. One of the slower paced games in terms of the actual team fighting, but Snow Tsunami are still getting their gold in and still earning a lead that they have accrued now up at about, I believe, 3,000. So doing a great job of just out-farming and out-rotating to take these objectives.
Yeah, and it's one of the things I noticed. They're constantly just three amigos moving through the jungle, rotating up to lane. If they are splitting apart, they're making sure that someone is under that turret and safe.
Absolutely. So with this movement coming in, there's going to be the one-shot, one-kill. I believe that did connect onto Mr. K-Cool.
Yeah,
so keeping 100% accuracy rate,
padding his stats there.
Yeah, making everyone else that plays Kestrel in casual games feel horrible about themselves. Thanks a lot there, No Life. But it's again, just not really any fighting coming out, and I feel like Mousesports at some point they're going to have to do it.
You know, you get into like these semifinal stages of tournaments. A lot of times teams are going to pull off the gas just a little bit and play a bit safer. So I'm not too surprised to see this happening here in the semifinals. But once the action really kicks off, I imagine it's going to just blow wide open.
Yeah, and as long as everyone can keep themselves safe, look at me coming very close to being caught out of position there, but he didn't get engaged on. Mousesports obviously knowing that the rest of Snow is likely right around the corner because, as you mentioned, they've been sticking together so long. Another one-shot, one-kill connects, and this could be a potential fight starting up. A lot of damage going down to Mr. K-Cool. The spontaneous combustion is used very early, so that healing's not going to be there. And look at me, he is just deleted. The rest of Snow are trying to answer though. Look how low. Great Kali and Netflix, they're trying to run away. The Heliogenesis come down and get the kill onto No Life, and it's just the Catherine left, but she cleans house.
My goodness, right there, you know, Catherine, last hero standing at the end of that fight, and a lot of times that's what you actually see when you have a Catherine out there, but huge damage coming out of both teams. You see the engage happening early on here. Big spontaneous combustion damage coming out, but if they don't finish someone off, then it's the route onto Look at Me. Once you're onto that pedal, pretty easy to kill. Then they follow up onto K-Cool right here. No Life trying to kite backwards. We see Sasiska, positioning is everything. Githian wall buying a little bit of time there. Helio's gonna come out, eventually cleaning up No Life, but Sasiska right there. That just ridiculous. And,
I mean, that was
too easy.
I mean, yeah, Sasiska got the 2 kills, but Great Kali getting the assist on both of them because it was that Heliogenesis coming down and hitting that shield, the reflect damage, doing enough to pick up both kills. So a little unfortunate there for the side of Mousesports, but that's one of the things you have to be wary of when you're up against
Exactly. That's one of the toughest situations to be in. You feel like I can either do nothing or I can attempt to do something. At the end of the day, he kills himself and his teammate.
Yeah, you have to wait out that shield, but it's one of the hardest things to do because everything like that you've ever done is based on seeing, okay, low health, drop a Heliogenesis on their head and get the kill. But Catherine is the only one that stops that. So a great job there from Snow, and again, a little unfortunate for Great Kali and Mousesports, but it did lead to more gold going into the pocket. This lead has now jumped up to almost 5,000 gold in favor of Snow Tsunami.
Yeah, they are starting to roll right now, and we see Aftershock completed. Atlas Pauldron was picked up before, so right now Sasiska is actually a monster.
And they're going to be looking to use those stats to get in on to Mr. K-Cool. He has to use the Afterburn to escape. Taking down about half health just off of that little bit of poking, really. It wasn't even a hard engage onto him or anything like that. And Snow Tsunami, they're looking to just take control of the entire map.
Yeah, at this point they can. As long as I would be surprised, you know, if they don't move through and get some scout traps down through all of these bushes through the jungle. 15 minutes into the game, Kraken is now out on the map. I don't think that they're going to go for, you know, an aggressive Kraken play here. But as soon as they get 1, you know, 2 heroes down for their opponents, it should be pretty easy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be what they're looking for. They've been trying to set up these fights, and there's going to be the jump in. Stun lands onto Netflix, not necessarily the target you want, and they immediately just start backing off.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to lure Mousesports into a trap as those Munions, the seeds getting taken out. There's 1 shot, 1 kill. Going to get a little bit of damage down. They find Great Kali with the stun, but they are not able to get the kill. Now they're trying to reposition themselves in this fight. Netflix is on the front lines, but he's getting dropped pretty low. Sasiska is in deep, but not taking much damage at all. Mr. K-Cool is the one getting targeted. There goes Spontaneous Combustion. That'll take him out. Now Sasiska is finally starting to get dropped low, but the shield comes out again and gets a kill, and the rest of Snow come in and clean up for the ace.
Yeah, I mean, this fight right here, it's all positioning right here. Rome talks about it all of the time. When you have heroes like Petal, you have Kestrel, they have to stay around the backside of the fight. We see right here towards the tail end of the fight, Great Kali was trying to kite backwards. You have the exact opposite mentality coming out of Mr. K-Cool. He wants to jump to the other side of the fight where the damage dealers are. He got blown up earlier, and that just seals the fight right there.
And that was another kill getting picked up by the shield reflect damage onto Great Kali. The Catherine is just doing so well against the Celeste.
It's a great counter right here, and you know, we haven't seen a lot of Catherine. People have gone away from her, but I think there's so much utility in her kit, and even, you know, a big blast trimmer coming out in these kind of predictable AoE type of fights can just be devastating.
Yeah, I think the Catherine is really strong into this Celeste, largely because of that AoE. You know, the Heliogenesis are being dropped. You can't really control. If you're trying to hit the enemy carry,
you're going to be hitting the roamer as well if she's staying on top of her carry. So you can't control and say, okay, I'm just not going to do damage to the Catherine. It just doesn't work like that.
This is just such a hard position to be in. I feel like Warhorn would have been a great tool for Mouse. They need to stick together, but there's no way to get into the back lines, you know, without leaving Great Khali alone.
Yeah, Kraken coming in onto the base. Look at the damage coming out of this Kestrel. The first turret is down. There hasn't even been a fight started. Heliojets being put down. Look at me get taken out extremely low as he dives in, and he's going to get popped. And that's going to be the fight starting up and going very well for Mouse Sports. But can they continue? It's just Great Khali working on the Kraken while Snowlife and Sosiska are trying to take down the structures. The Crystal is being damaged, and I don't think that Mouse Sports have it in them to stop this. One more Glimmer shot takes down the Vayne Crystal, and Snow Tsunami pick up game number 1. It wasn't an aggressive, it wasn't in your face, but it was extremely effective, and they looked like they were in control. You know, first 5 minutes looked extremely even, but after that, Snow Tsunami were just in control the entire way.
I mean, personally, it wasn't extremely obvious to me how these compositions were going to play out right in the beginning. Once the fights started to come out, it feels like Snow had the better composition overall. It was so much easier for them to execute, and you know, anything that stands out to you here, they can go ahead and call out, but it's pretty standard across the board. There was even that really good Crucible at the end to block that blast trimmer coming out of net. So even with that, they still lose the fight.
Yeah, and the thing that does stand out to me is Sosiska 405, showing why he was one of the players to watch from our analysts at the beginning of the set. Just phenomenal play coming out on this Catherine. Again, I hear that before this tournament started, every team, when we asked them about roamers, it was Lance and Arden. Lance and Arden the entire way through. Yeah. No one even mentioned
There were some
Catherine.
hints of Fortress as well, but no one even said Catherine at all.
Yeah, Catherine, and just wasn't talked about whatsoever. And Sosiska, I guess, you know, as the meta evolves, you know, we start to see Celeste come back in. That's when the Catherine can start coming back as well. But to go over that and maybe touch on what else we might see out of these roamers, these players to watch, we can go ahead and throw it back to the analyst desk.
Mr. K Cool not looking so cool after that game. Down now 0-1, and Rome, I gotta ask you about it. Catherine, you were just so on point with this Catherine. We were talking off stage, and you predicted everything, including an aftershock.
You know, and that's the thing, like, Catherine is very aggressive, and when you line it up with, you know, the setups coming out of both Kestrel and Petal, as long as she's able to get that stun off, overdrives her B, gets in, like, right into their backline, she is the biggest threat.
And that was the big thing, overdriving that shield, getting that aftershock going, and 1v3 situation, Rome literally is just like, watch this, you just bully, 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 1v3, AoE damage, poof, everybody's dead. And it was outstanding, because just like what the casters said, we never really heard a peep out of this kind of strategy when we talked to them, Jinyi.
Yeah, and I think the reason is, so with Catherine, the reason with Catherine is that she's just not one of the favorite picks right now, but I think she's still unbelievably strong, as we had some fantastic play there coming out from Sosiska, where he was able to 1v2 with his Storm Guard. And I think they were in a bit of a difficult situation, as Humanist pointed out, where do you attack her or do you just kill yourself and your team and give them the ace? And I think that moment was one that kind of snowballed the whole moment there.
There was a little bit of a time a little bit later on as well, where Sosiska, who was the player to watch on that one, just kept bullying Celeste. He just kept chasing her around. She had to keep attacking Catherine, and from there, you know, shield damage. She wasn't part of the fight, and they just couldn't seem to peel her off. So Sosiska, definitely a player to watch. And when it comes down to it, there was also an amazing 8-minute one-shot, one-kill gold steal.
Yeah, you know, and that was actually combined with the blast tremor counting out Catherine. So on the side of Snow Tsunami, they really wanted to steal that gold mine, and they made a huge effort to do so.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. The 5-man brawl, 13 minutes. What we just saw here was the bully from Catherine at the 16-minute mark, and from there, Snow Tsunami very easily able to take game number 1. Might have been a bit dull in the first 5 minutes, but from the 8-minute mark on, it was Snow's game. So, what do we fix here? Draft is going to be launching here momentarily, but like, what do we got to fix here, Rum?
Well, the thing is, Mouse Sports actually had a composition that could really work well for them last game. They just had to really play a little bit more passive. And, you know, they do have a Celeste. They can make those plays. They just have to wait for Snow to really dive onto them and then capitalize off of that. I do feel like a reflex block coming out very early would have helped them, you know, control the pace of that team fight.
All right, so I don't think that there's going to be a Catherine ban in this one, but I've been told the draft is ready to go, so let's see what we're going to get for game number 2. Jinyu, last time we had a Sky ban, we had the Adagio, and from there it was just really, it's kind of down to Celeste. Those are the top 3 crystals. Celeste is the first ban.
I think that's quite interesting because, my sports, they tried the Celeste, it didn't really work for them, but I think that what they're trying to do is just narrow down the hero pool that they can pick from for my sports here.
All right, cool. So if this is going to be an Adagio ban, will this be a first pick Sky for Snow Tsunami Rum?
I'm just going to wait to see if this locks in or not, because I do feel like this isn't probably the best way to go in terms of getting that Adagio out of the way.
Well, that's what it is.
Yeah, you don't see too many buff compositions coming out of the side of Snow Tsunami. They do like to wait for their opponents to really pick something up before they find a counter, and that's how they play.
Yeah, okay, so those are the top 3 crystals. Now, what we have been seeing for some adaptation here is double weapon. Looks like it could be a Lance. Now, something that Mouse Sports has shown us this weekend is the Celeste Rona Lance combo. That worked out well, but with no Celeste there, I'm kind of curious what the adaptation will be, and they're thinking pretty hard on this Lance, Jinyu.
I'm not sure they should go for the Lance, and I'm more happy with that Arden pick that they're going for.
Okay. What do you think they'll power with it? Glaive comes to mind, Black Feather, both can be played with Mr. K-Cool.
I'm thinking Black Feather.
Okay, yeah, I think that that definitely is something, at least in my eyes, Mr. K-Cool and a Black Feather goes a long way for kind of evening out those odds, but is this the time to do it, Rome, or do you leave that for last?
Well, you're looking at here, Snow Tsunami, they do pick up that Sky. You have to counter the Sky, and you have to have a very strong early game in your jungle, due to the fact that, Mouse Sport, they will have to find that balance. They most likely opt out for somebody very tanky up in that lane that does need a little bit of time to scale up. So that jungle has to make sure that that first, the first 2 minutes to the first 10-minute mark, that they can really mitigate things on their end.
This is interesting. If we are going to have that talk, and whoever he goes with here, Glaive or Black Feather, is still kind of a bet, and perhaps even a Ringo. But either way, we have seen Taka this weekend. It's been a tension bow. We've seen Crystal on top of that as well. Could go either way for Mouse Sports, but that is a very defensive situation, I feel, from Tsunami. Like you've been saying, they wait for their opponents to jump them, and I think they got themselves a great defense.
The Surge Strike coming out of Sky actually is going to be like one of the biggest things within the team fight this game. If it's timed wrong, they will lose the team fight.
All right, well, we'll have to see if the Kestrel can bring it. So we're going into it once more. Snow Tsunami on match point, and it'll be Bacon and Humanus once more.
Thank you very much, Forecourt. Mouse Sports, they need to get this win here. They're going to try and sneak their way to victory with the double invisibility composition of Kestrel and Taka. We'll see. It allows for a lot of scouting, but it could dictate what Snow has to build. Maybe they have to get a contraption this time.
Potentially, and we don't see a lot of contraption these days. But you get into a composition like this, it would make a lot of sense. So we'll see how Sasiska does choose to itemize. And what do we like better than a pause right off the bat, Bacon? We can continue to analyze this a little bit more here. But when I look at this, what Team Snow have drafted, they really control an area.
Yeah, and that is something that could be a problem for the composition that Mouse Sports has, because of the fact that, that invisibility. If you just say, okay, we're just going to blow up this entire area where you just went invisible, right? It doesn't matter if they can see you or not. They have so much AoE in that zone that it can just be absolutely devastating. So vision's going to be incredibly important. Positioning is going to be infinitesimally important, right? Even more so than usual
mind games too. That's where you get into that kind of like reverse psychology mode where, okay, well, I can jump into the fray over here, lay a little AoE down. I can throw out a forward barrage where I predict you're going, but does Taka predict that as well and go the opposite direction? So I think this is going to be very fun as we start to get into the situation. But honestly, last night, Taka destroyed me in my last game and just ended my night.
Yeah, well, Taka, it really seems to be one of those hit or miss heroes. Either can just dominate a game and completely control the jungle from the word go, or it could be just fall flat on his face and just kind of you almost wish he just stayed in his box the entire match. But we'll have to see what sort of Taka Mr. K-Cool brings out. Obviously, all these professional players, they bring out the best in these heroes. But with the Rona on the other side and the Lance, it could be trouble.
Yeah, it definitely could. And I've heard a couple times Mr. K-Cool talking about how he feels like he's been a little more passive this tournament, not that kind of aggressive hero playstyle that he's been known for in the past. So I don't think when you pick a Taka that he's going to be pulling back on the reins at all.
Yeah, no, you really can't. Taka is so strong early game. You need to use it to snowball yourself into that mid, because the mid game is where he really kind of falls off, and then he can start being a little bit stronger in the late game again. But you need to get through that mid game, and that's going to be trouble if you lose your roamer early on. They are chasing this down. The forward barrage doesn't quite connect, but the damage is still there, and that will be the first kill going over Snow. And look at me jumping right back in once more. They do back off, but early kill picked up by Snow. They can now try and get this jungle control.
Yeah, that was perfectly done. You see the impale with the nice engage there. Look at me, he had his level 2, so it was a foe splitter into the fray combo right there, and just pretty easy to pick up.
Yeah, so now back up in the lane. No life, you know, not getting any assist, or getting the kill. Sorry, of course he didn't get the assist because he got the kill. But it's gonna be a little bit extra as he comes into the lane with that second crystal bit. So really going for that early damage on Sky. It's a pretty standard initial pickup.
Yeah, it is, and you're going to itemize based off who you're playing in the lane. You know, how is your opponent's play style, specifically as a player, or just whatever the pick is. Right here, I do think it makes a lot of sense. He's going to want to stay at range and continue to just poke.
And you can already see the Vision Wars starting up. A lot of scout traps and a lot of flares being purchased early on. It's all about being able to see where those invisible members are, and obviously for Mousesports, they need to constantly be taking out those scout traps so that that information is not being given over. It's something we saw a lot in one of our matches yesterday too.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, vision is so important in all of these matches, but controlling the middle part of this map is going to be huge in this game.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of damage going down onto Sasiska on this Lance. It's just going to be a little bit of trading. Obviously, Great Kali on this Kestrel. Going to be phenomenal at these trades, just throwing out those glimmer shots with triple weapon blade start for him. So both laners just prioritizing a ton of damage. There is a little bit of defense picked up, though, by No Life.
Yeah, smart play by No Life to pick that up. If he does get into a situation where he trades at all, he will probably win that engage.
And the other thing that those triple weapon blades means is double weapon power composition from the side of Mousesports with this Taka and Kestrel. So it's going to be a lot of focusing on penetrating the armor that is inevitably going to be built by Snow, but Snow is going on the aggressive once more. Kestrel is just taken out in an instant, and that's going to mean a 3-on-1 where the Arden just doesn't stand a chance.
And it's something I talked about last game. Your Kestrel is pretty elusive as far as heroes go, but if she's engaged onto, it's very easy to pick up that kill.
Yeah, you can't use that active camo if you have been taking damage. So if you can get the jump on Kestrel, get that damage down before she can go invisible, then, like you said, a pretty easy kill to pick up. But that's going to be the key for Tsunamis if they can get in on the Kestrel. The Taka is a little bit different story because he can obviously pop the Kaku whenever he feels like, as long as it's off cooldown and he's not stunned. But it's if they can get the engagement onto Great Kali on this Kestrel, which they did a great job of doing in game number 1 of just jumping onto Mr. K-Cool's glaive, then it could be a rough go of it here for Mousesports as they get a route onto Kali, but no follow-up.
Yeah, and we saw, you know, just 30 seconds ago or so, Mr. K-Cool did dip into that bush without knowledge of whether or not there was a scout trap there. We saw Dark Potato get into a similar situation yesterday. Well, hopefully Mr. K-Cool can correct that moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. Look at me. Going to be trying to, again, take control of this jungle, looking for an invasion, but he's going to be running into Mr. K-Cool there, who's going to get these minions. It looks like, look at me, just trying to push him away. He does steal that second minion. However, is he going to stick around? Looks like they are just kind of regrouping, ready for a collapse, but Snow Tsunami, they're getting gold. They're taking gold away from Mousesports right now.
Yeah, they definitely are, and that's the key to victory in this game right here. You need to take, you know, deny away from your opponents and waste their time. Right now, Snow Tsunami are winning in both areas.
Yeah, 3 kills and 1,000 gold in the lead for Snow Tsunami. Minion mines are very likely both going to be captured here shortly. You saw Mousesports picked theirs up, and looks like down in the jungle, look at me, is going to be going for his, actually has his. So, yep, that is, again, keeping things even in the lane, extremely important to make sure that you have at least one of those 2 minion mines from the get-go.
It definitely is. And Bacon, as I'm looking at, you know, how do Mouse Sports engage this? I feel Gauntlet's going to be a huge tool for them, and it's all about, does No Life get caught within that, and does he have a reflex block or not?
Yeah, obviously reflex blocks, you can kind of expect them to come out pretty early. For both the Gauntlet and for those active camo fields, obviously it's much more difficult to reflex block the active camo field stun. But if you saw where the Kestrel went invisible, then you know just when you walk through that area, you just pop your reflex block just to be safe. So we'll have to see how Snow play it because they have the lead right now, but they need to keep the pressure on pretty much all game to keep the lead.
I agree with you to a certain extent, but I do feel even though Snow Tsunami have the advantage early on here, they're going to scale better. Mouse Sports, you know, with this Taka, we'll be able to accomplish a lot as you go on, but it's this AoE composition that they have. But look at me with the red mist, he's going to be able to spin wherever he needs to control the fight, and that's where No Life will be able to waltz around.
And the other thing is, if Great Khali doesn't start building defense soon, then towards the mid to late game, he's just going to be melting as Net2let coming so close to dropping just from No Life on the Sky. The damage, again, being focused on even, I mean, No Life has a tier 2 armor, but still just has so much damage built up because it's a Sky and that Crystal Sky. The damage is just so impressive.
It's truly incredible damage that comes out. One of the things when you're playing Sky, you almost have to guess exactly what direction your opponent's going to take. One shot, one kill, going to come out there a little bit early, unfortunately. But yeah, when you're playing this Sky, you're going to throw that forward barrage out. Net did a good job of kind of dancing around back and forth, weaving, dipping, diving, dodging that out. But it's all about predicting that. If No Life gets that initial barrage going down, he's going to take out almost anyone.
Yep, and another thing on that Goldmine was look at me actually blocking the one-shot, one-kill, something that Mouse Sports were unable to do in game number 1. So ensuring that they get that gold miner, they increase this gold lead even further, and now they may have themselves a fight, but the Githian wall only stuns up Net2let. Great Khali able to continue outputting damage during that.
Yeah, and all the while, we do have continuous buildup of items. It looks like we're going to have a Bonesaw coming out on Great Khali, maybe as his next item here, which, you know, it will enhance the damage output if Mr. K-Cool and Great Khali are really able to combine and focus a target.
And now they're going to be finding Net2let once again. Look at that forward barrage doing so much work. Net2let has to Vanguard to his ally just to try and get out to safety. And there's not going to be a follow-up from Snow Tsunami. They don't want to go diving under the turret, knowing that even though they have the lead, a mistake like that could cost them the game. So they play it safe and just continue to slowly grit this out. But that's going to be a nice route underneath the turret. Death from above comes out. It doesn't hit anyone, but they are going to continue going deep for it. The forward barrage is ticking, and that's going to be the kill picked up by Lance, and that's going to be a route to secure the 3rd kill. An ace for Snow Tsunami.
No Levy here to protect Mouse from Snow Tsunami as they just roll right through. Absolutely devastating combination. And how did it all start, Bacon? You see the engage onto Great Khali on that Kestrel. When he said it time and time again, you need to have positioning. If you get caught like that, it's just over. Right here, you're going to see the fight start off. A nice impale, huge damage coming out. And it's just, it spells right there, No Life. Forward barrage, the death from above causes them to split, and it's an easy dive for these guys.
Yeah, you can see as Sosiska finishing off both of those kills, getting the Githian wall with the combat roll, and then using that impale to finish things off. Great fight for Snow Tsunami, and like you said, if they can catch Kestrel, they can win the fights. It's pretty simple victory conditions for Snow Tsunami.
And you see right there, Mr. Keiko, he can get in, he tries to get a bit of damage, but even then, it's just a red mist, and he immediately has to exit out of the fight.
And a death from above being used just to farm, and that's going to be a Githian wall stunning Net2let. Net2let's taking a lot of damage off of that. I don't think they're not going to look for the fight, but what this does, it's something that Snow Tsunami has been doing consistently through both of these games, getting a lot of damage down onto one member just so that they can have that fight coming
Another
up
body block
for
there.
the next. They can have that damage already done. Yeah, a body block by Sosiska, ensuring again that the gold mine does not get stolen. 190 gold per player, just going to increase this gold lead even further.
And with this gold, what have they chosen to build? So he had his fountain up pretty early, Sosiska. Net just caught, eaten alive. A avert your eyes. Net2let is just dead.
Yeah, that was absolutely dirty. This Lance is doing so much work in the hands of Slasiska, and Snow Tsunami, they look to just be in full control of this one.
Complete control, pole position here. Atlas Pauldron completed as well for Slasiska. It's going to be great utility in these fights. Let's see if they engage.
Yeah, they're just working on this turret. They don't even care about the damage coming out of Mouse Sports. Look at that. They were just underneath that turret, not even looking to fight, and they barely took any damage. They are so far ahead, and they prioritized early defense. All three members having at least a tier 2 armor to deal with Great Khali's Kestrel.
Yeah, and if No Life eats some damage, he's got that Eve to heal himself right back up. Look at Me has the Serpent Mask to do the same thing, and Slasiska hasn't even really had to pop that fountain yet.
Yeah, it's just not looking too good for Mouse Sports. They're going to need to reach very deep into their pockets to pull something out to try and turn this game around, or hope that Snow Tsunami makes a mistake. But we've seen throughout this tournament, Snow Tsunami is not a team that will just give you a mistake.
No, they won't. And honestly, as I'm trying to figure out how do Mouse Sports engage us. How are they going to take a fight and win it? I feel like they're going to have to strike like lightning, just all onto one target. Communication is going to have to be key. Gauntlet and everybody follow. You really can't hold back and hesitate at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as there's a... but especially because look at all this vision. There's so many scout traps on the map for Snow Tsunami. You know, they have a chance to maybe get onto Look at Me here, but the rest of the team immediately rotating down. So that just disappears. Look at Me, he's gonna jump in with that into the fray, and look at the damage from Red Mist. The Mouse Sports are just melting. The Gauntlet has to be used defensively, but Look at Me is already in. He does get stunned up by that active camo field, but it's just gonna keep chasing. And Snow Tsunami looking to collapse onto this. Maybe that's going to be a sacrificial lamb play here from Net2let, trying to allow Great Khali to escape. It will be successful as Net2let does fall, but the ace is at least prevented.
Bacon, I'm borderline speechless at what Snow Tsunami are accomplishing here. They're just taking everything, leaving nothing.
They're going in underneath the turret without even having their minions, saying, you know what, we're strong enough that we're going to get this damage down. They don't quite get the turret. They do have to back off as the respawns are coming through, but that turret, once the minions get there, it's like 2, 3, maybe 4 hits away from falling. This is going to be a very quick turret kill as they push in this lane, and every advantage seems to be in the corner of Snow Tsunami. Mr. K-Cool trying to get that minion. He does secure the healing camp, so, you know, a little consolation prize, I guess, at this point, because they're still down 9-0.
9-0. I mean, kills aren't everything, and of course, net worth isn't in that devastating type of range, but it just feels like, what are they accomplishing across the map? Objectives are all going the way of Snow Tsunami. Every fight is going their way as well. And we can't count Mouse out. I just don't know. Great Khali with his bone saw, it's just not getting a lot of work done. Once he starts to get some crit, maybe, I mean, he isn't fused up right now. I mean, maybe that's where they look to go for that kind of lightning strike I was talking about.
Yeah, they're looking for that double bone saw comp, but it's just, again, like you said, the damage just isn't there for the side of Mouse Sports. I mean, we saw earlier, they were diving underneath the turret, ignoring the members of Mouse Sports, just tanking their damage up without a care in the world. And the damage is there on the side of Snow Tsunami and the defenses too. The metal jacket was completed by Look at Me and No Life. So it's just so, even with that armor shred, it's tough. There's so much armor there as they're working on this gold mine again. Our Mouse Sports are going to try and steal this one. One shot, one kill comes in, but doesn't get the steal, and the gold mine goes over. Now they're looking for this fight, getting damage onto Net2let, who's going to use that gauntlet over the wall. A flashy play to keep himself alive, but will it keep his teammates alive as Mr. K-Cool is going to get rooted, and now the fight is on. The Fountain of Renewal has to come out by Mouse Sports. Look at No Life, keep an eye on him. Nataka jumping in, Mr. K-Cool trying to get that assassination, but it just doesn't work, and it's another kill, the 10th kill of the game for Snow Tsunami.
All right, so I like that Mouse are trying to make that kind of play. What I don't agree with is, you know, you're going to go ahead and use the ward to reposition.
Is Great Khali going to be in bad position?
He gets out of there.
Just gets out of that route, and that will allow him to stay alive. But the turret did go down, another 900 gold to Snow Tsunami.
It's tough, but I mean, it was Warhorn repositioned. The gauntlet was used defensively to back up. Imagine if they could have Warhorned into a nice gauntlet there offensively. They need to take that kind of play within the next 4 minutes here, or things are just going to continue to snowball.
Yeah, I mean, while they were much closer in gold. And we saw they were only down by about 3,000. That has all of a sudden jumped up to being about 7,000 gold deficit. So it's the larger that lead becomes, the more difficult it is for them to get an engage like that and get a fight like that they can actually win. As the Kraken is obviously available, you can see Snow Tsunami starting to work on that. And if they can take this one, then that could be the push for the game.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Let's see how Mouse are able to engage. If they choose to go for the steal, Taka is one of the best heroes to do so.
Yeah, Taka and Kestrel pretty solid at stealing, but instead, Net2let is going to be getting chunked down on the backsline. He was just too far forward. Now the root comes out onto Great Khali, stunned into the wall with Giftian Wall, and that's going to be the fight going heavily in favor of Snow Tsunami. Rona just doing work onto Great Khali in the backside. Woo! It is a kill onto Taka, and that's another ace for Snow Tsunami. 13-0. They're going to work on this Kraken while Sky just goes into the lane to start pushing.
Can these guys do any wrong right now? I mean, everything they're doing is working, and I hate to sound like, we're just all in Snow's corner right now, but this is just the way the game's playing out. You watch right here, is a little bit of a bait by Snow. They didn't ever commit onto this Kraken, but it made Mouse feel like they needed to make a play. Net gets engaged on, and yeah, Arden's pretty tanky, but right here, they're so far ahead that they just start chunking him down. Look at Fountain, Warren, ready to go. Neither are used before he goes down. It just spells disaster, and after that, it's easy cleanup on aisle 3 as Mr. Keiko and Great Khali just get chopped down.
Yeah, Fountain, Warhorn, and Gauntlet. None of those big 3 activations used by Net2let before he falls. It was a beautiful Githian Wall to knock him into the side of Snow Tsunami and away from his teammates. And they're looking for it again. This one gets a stun onto that turret. He's able to use that Vanguard to get to his teammates, but it just doesn't matter. He is just deleted. Snow Tsunami are looking to close this one out. They want that Winter Finals rematch against Team Secret, and right now it is looking like they are going to get it. Right. Mouse Sports are trying to do what they can to defend, but Kraken is still at over half health. The Crystal is going to fall, and Snow Tsunami will be taking on Team Secret in the finals of the Spring Championships.
Let's see if they can ride that wave. Snow Tsunami, though, cool, calm, and collected. Look at me. He never, for 1 second, had any sign of emotion scared on his face. This guy there is just so confident moving forward. I'm really excited for these finals.
Yeah, I mean, we heard them in their interviews. They said they wanted to face Team Secret. That was what they were here for, and you can see, again, on their faces, no emotion after that victory. All they care about is this upcoming finals.
My goodness, these guys are just all business. That's pretty scary. Just looking at them, they look like they're ready to actually fight.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Just going for that intimidation factor, I think. Of course, Team Secret, they're a team that is not going to be intimidated, though. This is going to be a massive championship. Again, the rematch from Winter, it was Team Secret taking down Snow to become back-to-back champions. Now they look to do it again to become a 3-time champion, but Snow, they have just rolled over everyone in this tournament. None of their matches has even been close. And so to go ahead and kind of maybe give us some insight as to what they're thinking going into this finals, we're going to go on to the stage for an interview with a member from Snow Tsunami.
Hello, I'm here with Look At Me from Snow Tsunami, and again, I feel like I'm the same with Team Secret. I have been seeing a lot of you this weekend. You are now in the finals. You're playing Team Secret. First of all, how do you feel?
Well, it feels great. I told it many times before that we waited for that moment. We waited for revenge, and now we finally have a chance to do it.
Well, certainly you have the opportunity now to try and take that title away from Team Secret. Are you feeling confident? Do you feel like you've been playing exceptionally well this tournament? You're looking like you especially are on fire. And you're the manager. I mean, you come in as a manager position, right? And you've been playing out of your mind. So are you feeling confident going into this final?
Yeah, I just wanted to prove that managers can do sometimes something useful, And I think I did it.
Yeah, well, you certainly did. We were all so impressed. You're playing Rona to absolute maximum efficiency. You brought the Petalo and the Catherine. Some of the first times we've seen that throughout the European Championships as well. Anything else? Is there something special we maybe see in the final? Something that you reserved only for Team Secret?
No, it wasn't reserve. It was like we just love these heroes and we want to pick them. I love Petals since game starts, actually.
And double shatter glass as well. So you went, it's a kind of a unique build that we haven't seen on many heroes. But honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys face against Team Secret. Go and get a little bit of a break. Go and collect your heads together because this is going to be a final to remember. I'm going to hand over to the analyst desk. I'm sure they've got loads of breaking down and loads of looking forward to do. Take it away, Jester.
Well, another perfect game. I believe that's now 1 of 2. Snow Tsunami and Team Secret actually holding one in each of their back pockets. But I gotta say, I mean, Mouse Sports, they tried the double weapon. It really does feel like, Rome, if you can't get one of those 3 crystals, the double weapon does come out, and it's just not really been that effective.
Well, the thing is, we did see a lot of double weapon over in North America, but that was prioritized.
Right,
mainly,
different patch.
Yeah, but it was also with a Ringo. And when you put that in, you do have that distance within terms of a range, you have a melee, and you can make the skills and all that auto attacks really work for you. But this is not something that we have seen in Europe so far.
I think Secret right now, considering they haven't lost a game, they've actually run double weapon a few times. They've been pretty successful with it, but it's more or less been on the fence with everyone else. But the bigger thing, though, is that Team Snow just looks so dominant, Jinyi. They didn't drop a kill. Their turrets were all in fairly good standing order. Another Kraken into a win. It's basically rinse, repeat, 15 minutes for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, in the first game, we saw them playing the Kestrel, the Kestrel-Pestle combination. That was quite unusual in itself as a combination, but it worked out really well because of their execution. They had a very, you know, they're very coordinated together, and I think that's what makes them so strong right now. And after that first game, they were really able to break Mouse Sports, because I don't think Mouse Sports were expecting to lose that battle in the first game. And by the second game, you could just really tell the cracks were beginning to show. And I think Snow, they drafted really well with that Rona, because she is so strong right now. She's a tanky bruiser that can jump straight on to heroes like Taka and Kestrel and just demolish them very quickly.
Now, something that you've been saying, Rome, is all weekend it's been about Snow drafting for the opponents to jump them. They then defend and rebound, and the Rona last pick. Sona's our caster, Rona's was the player. Rona, as that last pick with the red mist, they were talking about it. It's a really good defensive, and with Ataka jumping, with that Arden trying to jump on top of that Sky, I think that the protect the Sky comp worked out great.
Yeah, they knew exactly, like, the whole idea behind that Taka pick on the side of the Mouse Sports was to try and jump into the Sky and make the big plays that they need. And this was something that No Life was fully prepared for. Every time that she got jumped on, she would wait for the Kaitan to come out, then she would series strike, repositioning herself, and then the whole team would really collapse.
Now, I can't really blame Mouse Sports for the comp. The double weapon just seemed to be kind of the natural progression of the meta here this weekend. But the Taka, I will give them credit. The Taka did not go tension bow. It was not this kind of weird crystal that we saw that did not garner a win this weekend. It was more the standard Sora Blade into more of a sustained Taka, but just unfortunately wasn't able to hit the mark, Rome.
Well, something that I have seen over in Europe for the last couple of days is the fact that you're grabbing these early game compositions that's supposed to snowball, that's supposed to be very aggressive, dominating the jungle, and trying to take the backs as often as you can. And this is something that has not happened, not even once. They play Taka, they try and play that passive late game where they're building up items and then they're trying to do those assassinating ganks up in the lane, and that just doesn't work. Taka, you have to be very aggressive. You have to use your box to really get deep into the backline, to get deep into their jungle and make the big plays there.
Yeah, that's something I think that NA has definitely kind of more mastered than EU, getting into those backs, especially with Takas. But overall, I mean, Hammers, for example, always, if they're losing a fight, they're running into the backs. If they could be a Black Feather, they could be a Taka. But using the stealth element doesn't seem to have been the fad here, Jinyi.
And actually, you could have double stealth combination with that Kestrel and the Taka. The thing was with the Taka is when he disappears, he leaves the Kestrel so vulnerable. And I think that my biggest issue was with the composition, in that you only have the Arden there against a Sky and a Rona who can jump straight in there. And I think it just wasn't working, because although the double weapon in principle was very good, I think the heroes that they picked wasn't so good. And we saw how much defense came out of Snow Tsunami immediately. They had 2 metal jackets and and a Sosiska had that pauldrons. The damage they were doing, they weren't allowing for those sustained fights that they wanted to.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot more evidence out there about how to counter these double weapons. More armor comes in very frequently, much more early in the game than you would see in more of a varied comp. But that's going to be it for the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0, and Snow still continues on, not dropping a game, let alone a series. So before we do get into the finals, we're going to give Team Snow a little bit of a break. That was I want to say that was intense, but honestly, I just can't tell with look at me. He doesn't seem to have too many facial, configurations. But we are going to give them a break because, they do deserve to come into this. Team Secret has, of course, been resting up. So let's take a quick look at how the overall brackets have happened. We're going to keep a timer here in the corner just so you know when the next hype match will begin. But don't go anywhere too far yet because we do have a surprise for you. But let's see at how this weekend has progressed before we get to that. So day one. We had our top 8 teams. It was the group stages, no eliminations, no tiers until the Saturday. But we started off with Team Secret and For Justice. And For Justice, Rome, they came in here swinging. They get new top 8 team, Dark Horse, not a lot of footage for them. It didn't seem to matter against the #1 seed.
Well, that's actually very hard. Like, you're gunning to beat one of the best teams in Europe and the current champions right now. And going in as the 8th seed, you do have that responsibility to really, take that and really do that underdog game where a lot of people don't expect it to happen.
Well, the first seed of Team Secret kind of denied the Cinderella story that they themselves came into power with. But we then went into SK Gaming and Mouse Sports. Definitely a bloody battle. That was our first Game 3 hype there, Jinyi.
Yeah, that was such an exciting game because I remember watching that. In the very first game, SK Gaming were dominating so much. And then in the second game, Mouse Sports were able to turn it around. And every time these two teams have met up, it's been a bit of a bloodbath every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. So then into day 2 for this side of the bracket, we went into the elimination stage. And this is where we had the elimination match of For Justice and SK Gaming. SK cleaned up very nicely, 2-0, and For Justice, unfortunately, will go out in the 7th, 8th slot of our top 8 here in Europe. But then we went into the winners bracket here, Rome, and that's where Team Secret and Mouse Sports did tango once before. If Mouse Sports was able to take out Snow here, they might have been able to go for that rematch, but Team Secret made it look good at a 2-0.
And we were just talking about that. Mouse Sports went up against Team Secret, they went up against Team Snow, and both of these teams are very similar. And I feel like both Secret and Snow defeated them starting within the drafting phase itself. Coming to the game, they knew Mouse Sports, they play very passively. They made those early rotations, and then they dominated that late game.
All right, so then from there, if we go over to the other side of the bracket, Gangstar Cerberus took on Snow Tsunami. That was again another game 3. I guess actually I got to take all that back. Snow Tsunami did drop one game, and it was against Gangstars, but unfortunately, Gangstars didn't make the cut by the end of it, did they?
Yeah, coming in as the 2nd seed, I really had hope for a bit higher accomplishments coming out of Gangstar Cerberus. They did come in with a substitute instead of their star carry in terms of Leon. Probably, I feel like is one of the best players in the world. But they play extremely well. And this is their first time here, and I feel like moving on, they do have a lot to really show.
Now, we did finish off Friday, Jinyi, with G2 Kingwood and Team Clisha. And Clisha coming in, they were the other unknown team, and you kept calling them the kryptonite of G2 Kingwood. And that's because a little bit of the history between these teams.
Yeah, so they met, everybody probably knows the history by now, but to catch everyone up in the qualifier 2, G2 Kingwood were knocked out by Team Clisha in the quarterfinals. And that was a massive surprise at the time because everybody was like, who is Team Clisha? How were they able to do that?
Right.
And you'd have thought by going this time around, going into the live championships, maybe with a different roster from Team Clisha, you'd have thought G2 Kingwood would have been able to beat them this time, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able. They just fell again to this underdog.
Yeah, but that was day 1. On day 2, with our elimination, Gangstars did get eliminated by G2 Kingwood, and that was something of a rematch, I believe, from Qualifier 2, I want to say. Qualifier 1 or 2. These guys kind of went head-to-head, and that rematch did actually go to G2 Kingwood that time, Rome.
Yeah, but it was really fun to watch this one due to the fact that G2 Kingwood, they were behind in all their games, but they made huge comebacks.
They did.
Taking that momentum and really shifting it, especially when they were down to the last turret. And they had 5 turrets left on their side of Cerberus. To come back from this was huge for them, and it just kept rolling and rolling into that 3rd game.
Yeah, absolutely. So the winners bracket is how we got to today, because Snow Tsunami does take out Team Clisha 2-0, and then it was that rematch. It was Team Clisha versus G2 Kingwood, the rematch of the rematch of the rematch, the 3rd time these guys go head-to-head in here in the Vainglory League, Jinyi. This time, though, G2 broke that curse.
Yeah, 3rd time's the charm, that's what they say anyway. They certainly played a more polished game, and I think that does come down a lot to the elimination bracket where G2 Kingwood were able to turn it around against Gangstar Cerberus with a very kind of exciting 3rd match there. That was one where you could hear everybody going, oh my god, what is happening?
It was so back and forth.
And then the moment that happened, G2 Kingwood's playstyle just changed completely, and they were able to finally break that barrier of Team Clisha and make it into the semi-finals today.
And that's how we got into today's matches. So now Snow has gone forward. defeating Mouse Sports, and at the same time, Team Secret defeating G2 Kingwin to become now our top 2. So we're going to have that up for you here shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But here is the surprise that I did kind of promised a little bit earlier. If you hadn't noticed, there's going to be a convention next week, starting, I believe, actually tomorrow, in LA called E3. And if you haven't heard of this one, well, you've been living under an electronic rock, but Vainglory is going to be there, and we're going to be doing the Samsung Galaxy Vainglory Invitational. This is going to be hosted on our channel at E3 Live, so if you're going to be there, of course, come by, show up. If you're not, catch the stream, because it's going to be an epic 4-man team tournament. It's going to be the champion of champions, TSM, a team that especially a lot of us NA folk know very well, ex-Ardent Axiom, I believe.
Ardent Alliance.
Alliance, thank you so much. It's one of those A's. But the champion of champions, TSM, did beat out Team Secret in the NA versus EU. They did drop to 5th seed in the latest tournament, but they are still a world-class team nonetheless. They are also going to be going up against the new VIPL champions, Jinyi, Invincible Armada.
And Invincible Armada is a team that's been around since the very start of Vainglory, completely dominating in Korea and Southeast Asia. And you know, they've got Druid, who's known as probably the best laner in the world, with hyper carrying, with the hyper farming actually. They could probably rival that of old school and DNZOs.
It's what Monte Cristo says. I think that Druid is really the best laner we got in the world in Vainglory right now. He's just perfect on so many levels. So we'll have to see if he will maintain kind of that title in this international matchup. The EU semifinalists of G2 Esports will be there as well. So I believe that's going to be G2 Kingwin room.
Yep, and you also have Hunters coming in out of China.
Yeah.
So I do expect like an epic 2 days of battling between these 4 teams. And it really comes to show like the play styles of the different regions, how they're really approaching this new meta and what they hope to accomplish here.
Now, if that wasn't enough for you guys, we're going to be playing these at E3 on the new summer maps. This is going to be your first sneak peek of what the Vainglory artists have been doing. I hope we get to keep that double rainbow, but you know, we'll see. Maybe it'll be a happy sun in the background or something with a beach chair. But on top of that, if you're going to be there, we are also going to be reviewing the next roamer, Lyra. Do you think there's anything you can give us a hint about this one, Rom? Is she fun?
I don't think I can say anything about this.
Can you say if she's fun?
She's very fun.
She's very fun.
She's so fun.
All right, so let's take that at core value right there, guys. So we're going to reveal Lyra at E3. She's going to be very fun. I have seen a few sneak peeks. I think she's just really fun. We can leave it at that. So new summer map, Lyra. I hear that there's going to be some community there as well. Perhaps we'll get them involved. But the 4-man international tournament at E3. It's going to be awesome, guys. So that will be this week coming up right after E3, or right after these championships, basically, because we do start this, I believe, Tuesday.
Yeah, and you know, coming to this, a lot of people are going to be expecting huge plays coming out. And that's something that you have to show. Like you have Druid there, you have TSM there, who I felt, you know, they could have done a little bit better for the North American Championships,
yep.
and they are
came up a little short.
Yeah, they're gonna come into this hoping to like really reclaim that title that everybody has given them.
Well, they've already beaten EU. This will be a chance for them to kind of, since so many of TSM members have gone to Korea before as well. Let's see if they can actually uphold that title. For me, the kind of wild card will be Hunters. I mean, I've not personally been able to study a lot of Hunters, but I hear so many good things.
Yeah, so something about Hunters that I really like is the way that they approach the meta. They're always using a bunch of different compositions and making it work. In fact, like Saw came out from them a long time ago. Pedal came out from them a long time ago. And they've been rolling with ever since. Like, this is one of the teams that doesn't go highly recognized on an international level due to the region that they're currently playing in. Like, but they are very dominant.
Now, Jinyi, you've actually been now following Vainglory a long time. What are your thoughts on kind of this international clash?
I think it's going to be really interesting because although we did have the TSM Team Secret Champions versus Champions a few weeks ago, you know, we saw a kind of exciting clash of dynamics coming in from both the regions. And I think by bringing all 4 of them together, it's going to be a very fun watch, especially with Hunters. We know they came second in the very first VIPL, second to Gangstars actually, and they may not have performed up as well as they have recently, but they do have the full roster of Godfather Wands and Queen back together.
Queen, yeah, Queen. That's definitely the name that kind of sticks in my mind there as well. So guys, we're going to be running out of time here to talk about E3. Regardless, check it out next week, twitch.tv/Vainglory. And if you're in the area, of course, hit us up and tweet us. We're all going to be there, so we could actually, you know, meet up, have a good time. That being said, we still have a grand finals to get through. And off to the side, we are going to have ourselves a good, solid interview, nice and friendly between these teams, and it's going to be with Scoundrel.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. You've been doing such a great job all weekend, and we're here now at the finals. This is the finals that both of these guys wanted. I talked to you both on Friday. You said, yep, Team Secret in the finals, I want to face them. Yep, Team Snow in the finals, I want to face them. Classically, you've never beaten these guys in the grand finals. Winter Championships, you did beat them, then they came back and got revenge. So I talked to you just a minute ago. You said, I want to beat these guys in the finals. I want revenge. Snow Tsunami are going to be European champions. Have you got anything to say to Cavalafar before you get in?
Yeah, I just want to say, just be careful of my petal. He'll destroy you.
And I'll try not to trip over my words this time, but Cavalafar, you've been talking a big game all weekend. This is your house. You own it. You will win it. Anything to say to look at me before we go?
You forget you have Saw, so you gotta be careful about it.
Petal versus Saw. Well, if we do see that matchup, it will be incredible. But guys, I don't want to give too much away. I want the fighting to talk for itself. So shake hands, guys. This is the grand final. The winner will be crowned European champions. I'm going to have to hand over to the analyst desk. They're going to break it down, and then we'll be into the action.
Petal versus Saw, the grudge match of the century, as we're going to be getting into this best of 5, guys. Yes, it is going to be best of 5. We're guaranteed at least 3 games of this epic match. And Team Secret, not really a team, I think, that needs introduction at this point. So let's get a few words from the guys themselves.
I'm Mowgli, roamer and captain of Team Secret, and it feels really great to be on the scene again.
My name is Cavalafar. I play as a laner for Team Secret, and we are the current European champions. We have one of the best team synergies probably in the world.
I think our team's biggest strength is our synergy, and a lot of people are talking about it.
The results are there because we are 2 times European champions. Everyone respects us and maybe also fears us because they know what our team is capable of.
If we don't perform at this tournament, maybe some other teams will take the room, and it's not viable. I will not allow that.
What I feel is that this live champion is going to be very important, especially for us, because if we win again, we're going to be 3 times in a row European champions. We want our chance to prove that we can match up against the best teams in the world.
So guys, I really expect you to support Team Secret. Cheers for us, and I hope you're going to have a great show with us.
I know I definitely support you, Mowgli. You're the Finn of my heart. But that is, of course, not going to get you finals. Playing great is going to get you into the finals and perhaps make you a 3-time defending champion. And great is just, I think, the word to say about Team Secret. Their gameplay this weekend has been great.
Yeah, and you haven't seen any weaknesses coming out of them. It starts with the draft, they're very strong. It comes into the game and the execution. And I feel like this is something that Team Secret is very consistent in. They're always making sure that they get what they're scaling for. And that's from the early game to that late game. And objectives is one of the key things I do feel like they have an advantage in here.
And a big thing that you have been continuously pointing out is the sculpting or the guiding of the drafts. Now, they might not get that super #1 pick, but they don't seem to mind. They take it into consideration. They come out with a better draft for it.
But the thing is, now they're going up against Snow Tsunami, and that, I feel like this is one of the categories that both of the teams are fairly the same. They're very similar in that they both approach the draft very strongly. They're very smart around this, and they know how to execute the compositions that they do land.
So do you think if Secret win draft, do you think they win game, or is it going to come down to a bit more of an even field on mechanics?
I feel like it's going to come down to more an even field on mechanics in terms of like getting that early. First 7 minutes will make a big difference for them. I do feel like this series is going to go to the 4th game, and it's going to end right there.
Okay, well, we'll get your prediction a little bit later on that one. But if Team Secret keeps saying this is their house, well, hopefully it's not on a beach, because Snow Tsunami is preparing to sweep it away. This is a rematch of our previous championships, and let's see what these guys have to say for themselves.
Просто играли очень много, разбирали игры других профессиональных команд с других серверов и следили за различными турнирами, пытались анализировать и, конечно же, очень много играли.
Самым главным преимуществом, я считаю, будет являться наша уверенность и спокойствие, потому что мы уже в 3-й раз принимаем участие в LAN-финалах. И в этот раз мы спокойны и уверены, и спокойно сможем сделать это.
Да, я считаю, что мы сможем выиграть этот турнир. Самое главное — это сохранять себе спокойствие и играть так, как мы играем обычно. Мы не боимся никого на этом турнире.
Конечно, мы хотим больше всего встретить команду Team Secret. К сожалению, мы уступили им в финале в Лондоне. Тем не менее, сейчас у нас есть прекрасный шанс, чтобы отыграться.
Больше всего я хочу сыграть против команды Team Secret, потому что я считаю, что эта команда единственная команда в Европе, которая очень серьезно относится к игре и умеет не только просто хорошо играть на героях, но также хорошо драфтит, хорошо двигается по карте и понимает игру.
Если мы победим в этом чемпионате, скорее всего, мы присоединимся к какой-то профессиональной организации, с которым продолжим развиваться вместе. Мы продолжим тренироваться и играть вместе все больше и больше и добиваться новых и новых вершин. Благодаря вашей поддержке. Я хотел бы выразить очень большую благодарность вам, нашим болельщикам, за вашу поддержку. Все это, наше нахождение здесь, возможно, только благодаря вам. И только для вас мы делаем все эти видео, мы делаем все эти стримы. И давайте расти и двигаться дальше вместе.
It's been a hard-fought weekend for a lot of these teams, but Snow, they got their wish here, Jinyi. They're into the finals once more, and they're here to prove that they are the better team.
Yeah, and can you believe it's a first seed versus seventh seed matchup? I just do not think Snow Tsunami is deserving of that seed at all. They have been playing so amazingly. And as Rome said, a lot of it does come down to their draft. They're very, especially in that game against Mouse Sports, where they did pull out that Petal Kessler, you kind of saw a lot of other teams would have gone for a different approach for that. And what I really liked was that they took a very fresh and very innovative approach, which I think, especially against Team Secret, is going to be a very interesting clash because they are quite similar in that respect.
One thing I've noticed is that Look at Me coming into this, right? He wasn't part of the VGO qualifiers. He was PT Lamb. He's not here. He's feeling nervous. Doesn't matter. His nervous is enough to get him into the grand finals. So if he's feeling good about this, I mean, there's a good chance that these guys will take some games. And Look at Me's been playing a lot of Rona this weekend.
Yeah, and his run has been absolutely astounding, and I'm surprised more teams haven't picked on it because, or if it's just him being absolutely amazing at Rona. But every time he has played that Rona, they played a buff Rona competition in their second series. They played a Rona in the last game against Kessler and Taka, and every single time he's very aggressive, and I think that's what a lot of the European teams need.
Well, Rome, you did say, that first 5-7 minutes might be the big decider upon the tempo of the game and who can actually grab the better advantage going forward. But before we do get into this, Rome, break down a little bit of the differences between these teams.
Oh, this is going to be super fun. I might ramble a little bit. Looking at the draft, I feel like both of these teams are fairly similar. They don't really depend on the comfort picks that they really want. Instead, they're very smart in terms of picking those counters and making a composition that really works well for them in the end. I do give the jungle over to the side of Snow Tsunami. I give the lane over to Kavalafar for Team Secret. And I feel like this is where the contrast really starts to begin. It's in the early game, Snow Tsunami could take the game entirely away. However, Secret is very strong with the objectives. They know when they are behind the jungle, they all rotate up to that lane and they make things work for them. And it all comes down to that draft. If they're going to be able to grab somebody like Soft, they're going to be able to grab somebody that's pushing that turret very quickly, it will balance itself out. Late game, team fights, however, do go to the side of Team Secret because this is one of the things that they've excelled in. Ever since they started with Media Pixel, they've been very strong in this perspective. But Team Snow Tsunami, these guys know how to play a very smart game. They know how to hit their power spikes. Even if they grab a composition that is behind, they'll play very passively, and they won't give out too much.
So it sounds like a little like if we rally behind Look at Me and we rally behind Kavalafar, that's going to be kind of the difference, the jungle versus the lane dominance.
Yeah, so I do feel like, Snow Tsunami could take the jungle away very early.
Right.
But Kavalafar has been like one of those pivotal players. Even when his team is behind, he makes sure that they get ahead.
All right, well, we'll have to see which style will prevail. Draft is just about ready, ladies and gentlemen. But before we get to that, you, the viewer, can go home with 2,000 ice. Wouldn't that be a treat? Watch some great Vainglory and just go unlock a whole bunch of skins, courtesy of Super Evil Megacorp and Vainglory. All you got to do is hit us up on Twitter, #VaingloryLive. Show us how you're enjoying. Tell us about what you've been really liking about the cast, if it's my blue tie, if it's Rome's hair, anything you want. You can just tell us you're going to enter that raffle. At the end of this, 2,000 ice will go to somebody as well. We're going to be wrapping up the iPad Air 2 contest using the same hashtag. So by the time we have a champion, somebody's going to go home with some new hardware. All right, it's all out of the way. This is finals time, guys. Draft number 1 of this best of 5. Let's get it going, bro.
Taking out Rona is actually very smart. They are targeting up against, look at me, who's excellent on Rona, excellent on Petal, and he does have a couple secret heroes up his sleeve.
I think as a first ban here, Team Secret, they said, we're never letting you buff comp us. Now they take out the Rona, their first pick. Even if it's an Adagio ban, that's great for them. If it's not, they might pick it up.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that is going on the favorite side of Team Secret right now is that they can pick up a heavy melee bruiser, and it's going to work very well. They don't have to deal with that Rona jumping to that back line anymore, and Palmatoro here can really dictate how the team fight starts.
Okay, so it's an Arden first pick, Jinyi. What would be a great response here from Snow Tsunami? Have they been playing a lot of Lance this weekend?
They've not actually been playing that much. I think they've played Lance like in one game, but it's not been one that's been particularly impressive. Sorry,
Right.
Snow. So I don't think it's a priority pick for them just yet.
Okay, and it is not going to be that priority pick. Glaive and Sky, we still have a Celeste on the table, so we still actually might not have to go for that double weapon. But Secret, there was a almost ban on Saw. Could we get to that Saw Petal Grudge?
Kroll, Kestrel, probably a composition that would work for Team Secret here. And, you know, Kvalifar up in that lane, as long as he's able to find a hero that he's very consistent with,
That's
he can
Saw,
push.
man.
Yeah, pushing that objective is something that works out very well for them. They
Petal,
do
Petal,
have like a later
Petal.
scaling jungle though.
Petal? 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 Is this a Petal? Are we getting a Petal?
No,
Is
I
it
don't
Jackal?
think
Is it a
so.
Petal?
Petal here, it possibly could work if you put that glaive onto that roam, but
Oh,
Lance,
it's going to be Lance.
So Saw, we were talking about yesterday, Saw is the biggest counter over to Lance.
All right, so Lance to go with these guys. Snow Tsunami and Team Circuit. Somebody's going to go home happy by this end of the best of 5. And into the fold is the 3 tenors. It's going to be Action Jackson, Sona, and Excoundrel.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. We're so excited to be here casting the grand finals of the European Spring Championships. It has been such an incredible tournament so far, and we thought we'd get all of us Europeans up on stage to cast this final series.
I'm not sure you fully qualify as a European, Jackson.
I've got a British passport, come on.
Okay.
That's what you say. We never know. I've never seen it. I've never
It could
seen
be
it.
a forgery, I suppose. But in any case, guys, we're onto the fold for the grand finals. Make some noise for Team Secret and Snow Tsunami.
Woo! I thought I'd help out. Anyway, I wanted to talk about these compositions we've just come through the draft phase. Like the analyst test was saying, when Saw gets incredibly slow during team fights, it's going to make it more and more easy for a Lance to land the Impale, which can be slightly difficult against something like Sky. Sky has been the classic counterpick to Lance during 118. I just think Kvalifar is going to have to be incredibly careful, especially about when choosing to ramp up with his passive, because Lance can just isolate him so easily. Like now.
About that. There is the fight. Kvalifar goes low. He's going to go down. It's first blood. The tsunami has swept away Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, swept away. I think maybe you're just starting to see the waves crashing on the shore here, Sona. I'm not sure it's quite over just yet. But that is exactly the case in point I wanted to make. You know, Lance traditionally does find it hard to land Impale on mobile carries. Well, Saw is the absolute opposite, Jackson. He is an immobile carry. You know, he will just end up being incredibly slow. If Lance can land that Impale, it just gives free reign for basically a fantastic afterburn to come out.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially when you're pairing the Lance with the Glaive. It's a lot like the old Arden Glaive combination that we used to see back in the day, where you can get these ganks off way more easily because of the synergy between those two crowd controls. Very good for picking people apart. And look at this, Kvalifar, he had no chance.
I mean, this is just a classic Glaive early gank here, and pair it with the Lance. Kvalifar has to be aware that he will be a target over and over again for that Impale, and you probably imagine it in lane going to happen quite significantly. Mowgli going to head up towards lane to provide some support. I think it's going to be needed. Kvalifar's going to need that time to ramp up, and Mowgli is going to have to be there to protect him, because, you know, Sisiska, whenever the chance arises, will be attempting to put a lot of pain down onto Kvalifar.
We've seen a lot of focus from Team Secret onto this Arden first picked in both of the matchups in the semi-final, first pick it here as well. Do you think perhaps they're tunnel visioning too much on that Arden when Lance is still available?
I think Arden serves a good purpose, especially when providing a layer of protection for Kvalifar. I think Lance is pretty good for doing that, but, you know, Mowgli has the chance to make surprise engages. You can catch Sky out. It's a little bit...
Kvalifar getting jumped on yet again. This time, though, Mowgli has his back. Githian wall might be be enough. Look at me picking up a second kill for Tsunami in the grand finals.
Even with Vanguard, he's just far too slow to get away from the Lance. I think the issue with first picking Lance, and it's something that we have seen, especially with Skye left on board, if you pick up Skye as your late game carry, then we've traditionally seen it fairly difficult for Lance to lock her down. So they didn't feel too comfortable taking Lance straight away because people have basically found out that Celeste and Skye, these kind of carries sometimes can be a little bit easy to deal with Lance.
You know, one thing that I like from Snow Tsunami is actually picking up the Skye with the Lance. It really adds so much to her innate ability, which is already there for just getting away from bad situations.
But also it takes that away, or takes that option away from Team Secret. They could have potentially been thinking about playing the Skye, having seen the Lance, but on the first rotation you see Lance, as you can see Glaive and Skye taken away here. They'd already picked their Roma, so you're unlikely going to be picking up Lance for the lane in this situation. We have seen it from, I believe it was Team Secret in the very first round, but haven't seen it from them again, and it only works in very specific matchups. And in this situation, having seen the Skye, that meant they essentially probably couldn't have picked up the Lance, because then you're just providing two heroes that aren't going to be able to get onto Skye very easily.
And speaking of matchups, what I really want to see from Snow Tsunami here is the aggressive invades. They need to be denying as much off of Palmatoro, who matches up very weakly in the early game.
Do you know what? I kind of agree with that, but I think what they've been doing has actually been pretty good. The Saw is the biggest threat. And yes, Cruel can be a threat, but we haven't really seen him be a damage threat. No one builds him weapon power. You generally tend to see Shiver Steel into essentially maybe attack speed full tank Cruel. That's the classic European build that we see. Sometimes a bit of crystal power. But honestly, I think what they've been doing is locking down the person that has been the target for Team Secret. You know, Kavalava has been the carry. There's the root once more.
There's the root onto Kavalava, and he gets afterburned into the wall. A good Githyan will take him out, and Kavalava is dead. They do get a trade kill, though, with the Spectral Smite, so it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, the trade kill works out pretty good here. And there's an interaction with Lance and Saw that just makes him so good. I'm just going to say...
So Siska might get jumped on here as well, though. He's got to be careful. Mowgli and Palmatoro, they do have the ability to really stick on to him, but Palmatoro not building much damage yet. It's going to be hard to get the kill onto someone as tanky as Lance.
Absolutely. I don't think we'll see Palmatoro build much damage regardless. We just haven't seen it from Cruels in Europe. What I wanted to point out, another interaction between Lance and Saw that makes him so good. As soon as you see that Roadie Rush come out, Githyan Wall stops it right in its tracks. Some of the only ability for Saw to escape is using that Roadie Rush, and once you block that, Saw becomes just as immobile as he was when you managed to lock him up with the Impale. So, you know, Lance is just so good into Saw here, and it was a really fantastic last pick from Snow Tsunami. And actually the draft phase, I think, is what has given them the edge here. Because they picked up that Skye, they took that away from Team Secret. That meant that Team Secret didn't feel like picking the Lance up, even though they first picked the Ardent, so they kind of shot themselves in the foot.
Oh, Kavalapar. That was a very nice roadie run on the creep to back him away from what could be a gank coming through from Snow Tsunami. I don't know if that was his game sense or if he just wanted to last hit that way, but it worked out.
No, I think definitely his game sense.
I think something we've seen from Team Secret over and over again in autumn, in winter, is their ability to come from behind, and they're not too far behind in this game. Yes, Snow Tsunami have the early advantage, but Team Secret have such a good composition as they get later into the game. We've seen the Gauntlet working so well with Palmatoro in there as well. We saw one of Team Secret's signature heroes.
I actually think I favor Snow Tsunami in the late game, simply because Skye is so fantastic against Saw, Lance is so fantastic against Saw, and Saw makes himself such an easy target for an isolation afterburn. If you have reflex blocks coming out of that, you kind of render part of the Gauntlet in part of the Gauntlet useless. I actually think Kavalapar is going to have a really tough time in this game.
Well, both of you like each of the different compositions. I'm going to favor the Kraken in the late game. But for now, in the early game, let's take a look at the items that are coming across from both of these teams.
So Shiver Steel from Palmatoro, this is a classic Cruel first item, gives him more time to build up those weakness stacks, looking for the Spectral Smite. Looks like obviously Mowgli going for Fountain first, actually picking up some early armor here. For No Life having got a book of eulogies, a little bit of sustain, but mainly for, I guess, the weapon power coming out from Look At Me. And I actually think Kavalapar looks like he's going for his own Sorrow Blade first here. Sona, what about the other side of items we're seeing?
Well, looking at Snow Tsunami, we have that Fountain already picked up onto Sisisco. You've got Look At Me going towards his own Sorrow Blade, something we've seen from Glaives time and time again. And No Life building that Crystal Parrots, what you expect. Book of Eulogies is only used for the laning phase.
Yeah, and No Life going for a Broken Myth, which is something that we've seen more classically from Skye. We have seen Shatterglass once or twice, mainly from Skye in the jungle, though. Gives you that more bang for your buck when using forward barrage in the early game. But obviously in the elongated fights, and you're expecting elongated fights versus something like a Cruel, and Arden, and so you basically build up those stacks and become more relevant the longer the fight goes on. So I like this from No Life. It's a little bit more of a classic Skylord.
All right, so Sisiska and Snow Tsunami, they're all sitting up in lane right now, trying to make something happen upon Kavalifar, but he's doing a great job of staying pretty far back. And actually, No Life, I wonder if maybe it's the best thing for him to be shoving the waves quickly with forward barrage. Obviously, he's a bit scared of the push coming out of Saw, but at the same time, Saw has to expose himself to potential ganks if No Life doesn't shove the wave out quickly.
Absolutely. I just think Sisiska, you have to be very careful, buddy.
He should be fine. Palmator gets Vanguarded in there, but he doesn't really have the follow-up. Didn't want to pull the trigger on the From Hell's Heart.
That's the thing with combat roll as well on Sisiska. You can get forward and backwards so easily. Lance is such a mobile hero that it's very difficult to lock him down if he's on point with that combat roll.
You know, absolutely. I'm interested in the teamfight situation. This is something that's going to interest me because I think in the open area, like in the lane, it will favor Snow Tsunami. However, I think repositioning the Saw, especially with Afterburn, can prove pretty difficult in the jungle. Kavalifar might actually have a better time if they choose to fight within the jungle. The Gauntlet will become more effective. He can maybe kite back or, you know, get out with Roadie Rush a little bit more effectively as well. And also then I'm worried about where Sky is going to position because Sky will be the majority of Snow Tsunami's damage as we go on. Yes, Glaive will provide that early game damage boost, but realistically, when we go later in the game, you're going to rely on Sky to provide most of the damage to deal with Kavalifar.
Mowgli, he's got to pop the gauntlet right on out of here, but he's in a bad position. Look at me with the Afterburn. It's going to be enough damage. Snow Tsunami, they're leading 4 kills to 1 right now.
No Life's Death from Aboves throughout this tournament have been so good. Right there, that Death from Above isolated anybody coming to help Mowgli and also stop Mowgli from exiting, because obviously you get stunned if they do land on top of you. So they basically said, sealing his fate with that Death from the Above. Brilliant play from Snow Tsunami. They've looked so good so far.
All right. Team Secret
looking for the turret there. If they'd got it, I think they would have taken that trade. It's happy enough for them with this Saw comp to get those turrets and start ramping up into that late game where they can just start pushing over and over again.
Another interesting interaction between Lance and Saw is if Lance manages to get that damage reduction versus Saw, that's a huge thing because, you know, Saw often does as you would expect most range carries to do, to attack the closest thing to him. And in this situation, you're either going to be attacking Look At Me or Sisiska. You might not have the ability to get onto No Life. So if you're attacking Lance in this situation, then he's going to have that damage reduction versus you. So all the time that you're spending...
Oh, that was a little bit close for comfort. Look At Me doesn't find a good Afterburn.
Whoa, the damage! Kavalifar is huge. Look At Me will keep alive with the bouncing. Now No Life not in a good position, but the Death from Above will stun up Mowgli. Kavalifar just about Roadie runs his way away. The Lance Impale is not enough, and that's the first kill for Team Secret. Can they chase further? Palmatoro tries to get onto No Life, won't be able to take it down, but Team Secret turn around the fight.
That Roadie Rush from Kavalifar was absolutely insane. Right at the last moment, just escaping from the singular auto attack that would have spelt his doom. Sisiska and No Life, they must be unhappy with that. No Life actually jumped in with the Suri strike, and that Roadie Rush came out right at the last minute, meaning that No Life was facing the wrong way. Forward barrage wasn't able to get on top of him, and oh wow, Kavalifar knowing exactly when to execute his skills.
Some great items being picked up for Tsunami off the back of that fight, though. They've got the Atlas Pauldron down to Sisiska. Taking a look at the replay, that damage is insane.
Wow. Watch it. The Suri strike comes in, and there is the Roadie Rush right out of the damage there from Kavalifar. Absolutely brilliant.
Just survives at the end. Look at how close he was to going down. Look At Me gets taken out as well. And just Team Secret showing how well they coordinate within those team fights there. Positioned perfectly, played it perfectly. We're able to bring Snow in and then take them down.
Look At Me is hovering around here yet again. I'm sure he'd like to find a few more kills in this early game on Kavalifar, because that's really when Tsunami have the edge with these ganks. But Mowgli is sticking very close to his buddy in the lane.
Yeah, I think you have to, though, because you are such a target. When you're pushing these lanes as Saw, you're just going to become more and more immobile in an open area, and that is when Lance will look to strike. And combine that with the damage coming out from No Life, who's actually picked up an Eve of Harvest second, so opting for a little bit more of a defensive build, wants to sustain, knowing that you're probably going to need that sustain versus Saw. I think is a very clever item choice. And you know, Kavalifar has to be so careful with his positioning. Hasn't actually taken the first turret of the game yet at 12 minutes with a Saw composition that is kind of odd. But it's just because of the testament to how much pressure Snow Tsunami have been putting out.
Yeah, Secret have actually been doing a good job of pushing it down when they have the opportunity. They basically traded a gold mine for nearly the entire turret, but they know that they need to be very careful with their positioning. If they try and go for the turret too early here, if they jump the gun, they're going to get wiped out by ganks.
Well, we were talking about the Even Harvest of Broken Myth on No Life. Let's have a look at the other items in this game. Look At Me's picked up a Sorrow Blade. There's an Atlas on Sisiska. Yeah. Lots of damage coming down from all of these teams and a lot of defense. Whoa. The gauntlet's popped.
Yeah, Mowgli trying to maybe catch Look At Me there, but but he's able to get back just in time. Sisiska could have turned and got a big impale as well.
So big items here I want to pick up. Sona, you mentioned one. Atlas Pauldrons on Sisiska, super important versus something like a Saw. He builds the stacks less quickly, also then reduces that attack speed when it's most critical. I expect to see Atlas Pauldrons on Look at Me as well, so Sisiska and Look at Me likely going to be picking up those. Aegis already finished on Palmatoro. The only threat that you're really contending with as the Cruel at this point is going to be the Crystal Power Sky, so that's a really good pickup here, and 3 reflex blocks as well, so especially important that one is on Kvalifar so early on.
Do you like Kvalifar going for the breaking point here? I feel like in these fights he's getting burst out very, very quickly. It's hard for him to stay in them for a long time as Look at Me goes for the gank.
Speaking of getting burst down, Kvalifar doesn't quite connect with the impale. He does get knocked into the wall though. There's the kill for So Tsunami. They put some damage down onto Mowgli as well, and they're going to push for the turret.
Yeah, and they may even get it with the death from above here. There's a lot of damage. They're kind of ignoring the majority of Team Secret.
Yeah, Look at Me needs to get out of there, but No Life, he was untouched, so he can finish up the turret. It's a great position to be in against a Saw taking the first turret of the game.
What is so important here is, reflex block is critical for Kvalifar, but you can only block one thing, and it's about blocking the most important thing. I actually think in this situation, blocking the afterburn would have been better than blocking the impale, because you saw here he actually reflex blocks the impale afterwards, but it was too little too late. He'd already been repositioned at that point. So blocking the afterburn may have actually saved his life, because he may have been able to be impaled and then Rhodey rushed away towards the turret.
A point to bring up here as well, that as we see them get the turret, look at how many times Team Secret have died, and look who the deaths are on. Kvalifar has died 4 times. It shows where the focus from Tsunami is.
But also how good the composition from Snow Tsunami is against the Saw, and actually you've got to remember that Team Secret picked into this. So they picked into this Saw. They were threatening in that pre-game interview.
The steal! Stolen! Tsunami fighting it with the death from above. They want to fight too. Mowgli with the gauntlet comes in. Look at Me in the middle of things. He's got a lot of AoE, but he actually afterburns away, trying to knock Kvalifar out of the fight. Tsunami are in the retreat right now.
Yeah, they actually blew all of their initial CC onto Palmatoro. They're probably the wrong target to be looking for in that situation. You can see, I think, if they're not focusing Kvalifar, they will end up losing. If you leave Saw alone, he will completely decimate your team. Now, actually, Sona picked up a point here earlier. This is just a steal. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, Sky's got so much burst damage right there. Yeah, we're going to replay it and rewind. A little bit of a rewind for you, just in case you missed the steal for the 3rd time. But I wanted to pick up on a point that Sona was making about the breaking point. I actually would have liked to see an Aegis earlier on here. I think it's more important that he has the defense. He is becoming so targeted that actually all of this damage isn't going to make a difference if he's going down right at the start of these team fights. Aegis would have been great. I actually would have liked to potentially see a Serpent's Mask. Once he winds up, you get to lifesteal as much as possible. But I think the breaking point makes sense if he is able to keep alive. It will basically single-handedly win him the fight, especially versus, these elongated fights that you potentially could be seeing if he's not immediately burst out.
So I like the fact that Sisiska is going for some cooldown acceleration here, actually. He's able to then stick on Kvalifar past those Rhodey runs even more easily, and I feel like he's not actually going down that fast yet. The damage from Palmator and Kvalifar just isn't there, and Snow Tsunami, they're going directly for a tier 2 turret as the Kraken is started by Team Secret. This could be a very interesting development.
Yeah, it looks like Snow are going to trade the Kraken for a couple of turrets here. This is a very interesting trade. If they get 2, it's probably worth it. They stop the Kraken. This is great from Snow. Team Secret, though, are going to try and position. No Life is low. Doesn't have that much energy as well. From Hell's Heart does land onto him. There's the gauntlet. Look at Me's out towards the side, though. What a trade by Tsunami. They might lose the Cisco off towards the side. Can the rest of Snow Tsunami get away? That's the big question.
Yeah, Palmatora wants to keep this fight going. He finds Look at Me. Look at Me has the afterburn available, should be able to get out of here. Team Secret, that was a very uncharacteristic play from them. They actually didn't finish the Kraken and still lost 2 turrets. That is so weird from a team that's traditionally just had great decision making.
So our Team Secret going to go for the Kraken at this point in time. Is 8 seconds until Sisiska is up. I think it would be risky given that No Life is now back with full energy. We're going to get a replay here.
Potentially. Replay. They do get the turret. There's a big fight after this, of course, as Team Secret do come across. The Kraken has
No Life!
There's the kill. No Life was just about surviving. Mowgli's going to go down. Palmatoro there as well. A great fight from Snow Tsunami as they managed to pick up 2 as the Kraken was getting focused down by Team Secret. They're going to back away. Palmatoro's still alive. Do Snow Tsunami start the Kraken? They do. They need to be careful. Palmatoro is waiting in the wings.
I don't know how much Palmatoro can do in this situation. It looks like Look at Me is perfectly poised to try and bash him away. Palmatoro maybe. No, there we go.
He should not have gone back in. It was way too late. No Life fighting an another kill. Tsunami are rolling over Team Secret with their signature hero on their side. This could be very scary mentally for Team Secret.
Absolutely, and actually, sorry you guys missed that Kraken fight. What I can only imagine happened is obviously all that burst damage coming down onto Kvalifar here. No life now, pushing into the base. Kvalifar, look good. I mean, Sky is just so good against Saw. Sky is one of the best carries you can pick against Saw.
She's got that the Shatter Glass as well, so she's got so much crystal power behind her. The Kraken is coming in. Palmatoro is just about to respawn. This is the game-defining fight for both of these teams.
Yeah, Tsunami, they're going to be looking to come in here, just defend the Kraken long enough for the turret to go down. Mowgli trying to use the gauntlet to set up a fence that Tsunami cannot get through, but No Life just using the reflex block. He wants this turret from Hellstar. Oh, what was that? It threads the needle. No Life, he's got to get out of here. Surrey Strike buying him some time. We've already seen Kvalifar pick up one, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh,
No Life, he's trying to get a forward rush.
He's going for the crystal. They're going to get it.
He's going to get the Kraken.
Tsunami are going to take the vein. They've done it. They've won game one here versus Team Secret. They've taken them at their own game, and Snow Tsunami are 1-0 up here in the grand finals.
Honestly, I could have called this from the draft phase. This was a pure draft win for Snow Tsunami. They managed to get the Skyer and the Glaive in their first rotation. It meant that Lance was unable to be picked. I think actually the Arden first pick shot Team Secret in the foot. They couldn't then pick Lance up for themselves even if they wanted to. And it just meant that Lance could be picked with Sky against a Saw. What were you thinking? Especially, I mean, you see a Sky, immediately you probably think that Saw might not be the best option here, but then the Lance comes out and suddenly it makes Saw a completely irrelevant carry hero just because of how immobile he is. Lance and Sky thrive on that kind of thing.
You know, I really feel like Team Secret, if they hadn't have died so many times in the early game, maybe they had some avenues back in. We did see at least one or two encouraging fights where Kvalifar was able to get back and still do some good damage. It just wasn't enough.
So you can see the Bone Saw there. You can see the idea behind that Saw build. Essentially, he was looking to just shred the armor, but honestly, I think he should have prioritized defense a little bit more readily. That should have been an Aegis far quicker. He needed the resistance to the Crystal Power Sky in this situation. And you can see, I don't know if you caught all of the items, but most of the items built for Snow Tsunami were basically designed to deal with the Saw, Full Metal Jacket on the Look at Me, you had Atlas Pauldrons, and then the Warhorn, obviously just to reposition to get yourself in place.
All right, well, that first game of the Grand Finals was explosive, as I'm sure we all hoped it would be, but I want to hear from our analyst because that was a crazy game. Forecourt, take it away.
Thanks so much to the three tenors for covering that one. And I gotta say, just an explosive start here for Snow Tsunami. Perhaps that tsunami is actually gonna be sweeping away the house on the beach. But something I gotta bring up first here, Rome, you said it with the breakdown behind him. You rally behind Kvalifar, you rally behind Look at Me. And Look at Me, he came to that lane, he got those ganks, the good, solid early game from Team Snow. It almost went like exactly how you planned it.
Yeah, you know, they actually depicted the game fairly early on, and instead of invading the jungle constantly over and over again, they made sure to prevent Saw from pushing any objectives down. And from this on, they actually had the advantage in lane. Sasiska was making huge plays on that Lance, and I feel like the combos coming out of Team Snow, lots of synergy, they were on point that last match.
It was something about a 17-minute win, but Kvalifar, he was the big target again and again and again. 0 and 5. That Saw just getting basically just punted this way and that. He was the ping pong ball to Snow's paddles.
Yeah, so we said earlier in the previous days that Saw is actually a great counter to Lance, but the problem is when you do have a Lance and a Glaive together, it makes it very difficult for that Saw because he only has one escape mechanism. He's got that roadie run, and if he gets rooted and he tries to escape, Glaive's just going to afterburn him right back into the middle of it all, and that's what we're seeing was happening over and over again. But at that point, the damage output coming from all three members of Snow Tsunami was just greater than that coming out from Kvalifar there, and I think that's, you know, that was a really nice focus that we're seeing coming out from them.
Now, Team Secret lost out in the early game aggression. They definitely felt a little bit more on the back foot to top things off. They go for a gold mine, and then boom, a steal. Snow's just saying it's not going to be happening here, Rome. They did lose out, I think, one kill there, but I mean, it was just denial from Snow, and they kept that advantage.
Yeah, but you know, we're heading into the second match now, and I feel like this is all that counts. You know, looking back at the replay of this last match, I feel like the coordination coming out of the side of Team Snow was just too overwhelming for Team Secret to really handle. There was that one instance into that late game where they were pushing all these turrets down while Secret was hanging around the Kraken pit.
Yeah, the Kraken pit. I mean, it was a genius move. You're going to go for a Kraken. If they even had any idea that it was happening, just push, counter push against that Saw. You might be thinking it's the Saw taking the turrets, but no. That counter basically set them up for the win, the team fight. You know, the Asher, the lost out the Lance, totally worth 1 Lance for 2 turrets. The turrets aren't going to come back. Lance will. And then they got themselves that Kraken. Jinyi, it was a phenomenal game 1. Do you think it's going to be more of the same, or is this where Secret is now going to bounce back?
I think this is where Secret are now going to bounce back, because we've seen a lot of Saw. They clearly saw that Saws did not work there, and they have such a wide, diverse hero pool. We've seen them put like a variety of different compositions, some new invasive ones, and some more standard meta compositions. And I think this is their opportunity to really, particularly because they do have the Team B, they are going to be getting that last pick. They will have the choice to counter. So I think this is going to be seeing some more diverse play coming out from them.
All right, so draft 2 now underway, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be flipping them, as we said. So Snow Tsunami is going to be up for the first pick, first ban. No Glaive. Will Secret continue to kind of target down some of these crystals?
Well, you know, last round they actually picked up and banned the Rona, making sure that Look At Me doesn't jump into that back line as a heavy bruiser. I feel like this round coming up, Team Secret will be able to lock up a Sky. I just have that feeling that Kvalifar will be a huge impact in this game, and it might be a little bit too overwhelming for Snow Tsunami.
All right, so there it is, Adagio. They are going to be sticking to their creed of we're not going to allow anybody to buff comp us. The Sky does come out for Tsunami. They are not going to be giving that one up, but this will leave Secret, well, if I had to guess, into a Celeste.
Not necessarily. Celeste was picked by Secret the other day just to make sure that Redix on G2 wasn't able to secure her up. Secret, however, they do have a lot of other compositions that they're able to play, especially when going up against a Sky first. They have counter picks already in place.
Oh, Jinyi, could this be our laning Kvalifar Lance?
It could be, but it could also be that jungle Arden that we've been seeing coming out from Team Secret there. They've done both of these, you know, they certainly like to mix things up, and you know, these could both be carries.
Like, how do you guess this? You see this, like, crap, which one is it going to be?
They're trying to mess with Snow Tsunami's minds here.
So not only does Secret not ban somebody in the semis, now they're going to be leading into this. That's going to be a Rona. Snow Tsunami very likely to put Look At Me on that one, Room.
Yeah, and this is actually like starting off, they're countering very heavily. Picking up that Rona, going up against 2 heavy melees, it looks like things are already turning on the side of Snow Tsunami. This is one of the strongest suits. Is able to grab a draft pick to counter up against their opponents.
All right, triple melee for Secret with a Taka. We're going to have to see if we can bump those stats up a little bit on this one, but Snow Tsunami with a Finn, it's going to be hard to chew through. But to bring us all the action, it'll be the 3 amigos. Action Jackson, Sona, and Xscoundrel.
Wow, what an incredible first game we had to the grand finals. Really, both teams putting up some extremely interesting stuff. In the second game here, we've got Team Secret running a composition we saw from them at the beginning of the tournament, which we thought was super weird. How do you feel about it this time?
I quite like it. And now, the interesting thing is that we have traditionally seen Sky do well against Lance, but you pair it with an Arden, you pair it with that Gauntlet, it makes repositioning for Sky that much more difficult. And then you add in the Taka, and this is 3 people that are going to make life very difficult for Sky to survive. I don't like Lance solely into Sky, but you need the addition of these other heroes to provide more of a threat to this very heavy repositioning.
Team Secret's composition here to me screams early game. Last time they built, it was early game, aftershock. They went for the tension bow on Kvalifar as well. It's all about getting early damage down and just playing to win it before that 15-minute mark.
It's actually a lot about getting that lockup and getting the on-hit effects from the Lance. You take the tension bow into aftershock is what we saw from Kvalifar on the first day. It worked out very, very well. You give a lot of easy targets for then the attacker to jump in onto. You make it very easy for him to start doing some burst damage. And I think, you know, Nalev's going to have to be very careful. This goes to late game, however. The composition from Snow Tsunami looks pretty awesome.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I feel like Look At Me has shown some incredible play so far on the Rona, but Siska,
he jumps in, the Impale comes down, but of course Finn's so good into Lance because you cannot stop him. You cannot get that crowd control down. There's still a fight going on here, down towards the bottom side. Look At Me will jump away into the fray. It was actually out of the fray as he goes down towards his turret.
Yeah.
Some actually very aggressive play out of Team Secret, like you expected. Look At Me can jump in here.
They go in!
They stealth in with Kaku, finish it up with a Vanguard. That is how you use a Taka.
That's exactly what Team Secret wants as well. The early kills, the early jungle invades. They get so much gold out of doing this.
Yeah, and what is also great about Kvalifar is when you manage to get that damage reduction like I talked about versus Saw, you can do it as well versus Sky. That forward barrage's efficacy will be reduced too, so should Sky ever get locked up weapon-focused Kavalatvar, he'll be taking a lot less damage than his compadres on the rest of his team. But honestly, I really like the way Team Secret have played here. I think they completely knew that Sky was on the cards again for No Life, and they have picked accordingly.
Kavalatvar is able to pretty happily 1 versus 2 for the time being.
Yeah.
He's doing so much damage. He's doing a great job of landing those impales whenever he sees the opportunity. And actually, I really, really like the build that Kavalatvar is going here. I feel like the aftershock on-hit style effect thing, when you can hit multiple targets per attack, is so strong.
Are we going to see both Palmotoro and Kavalatvar go for on-hit style heroes here? We're going to see maybe another Aftershock Taka. Hasn't worked out too well so far, but pair that with the Aftershock Kavalatvar's Lance. Maybe as soon as those basic attacks are landing, you're going to be chunking pretty heavily. And also, you know, the cooldown reduction is going to offer you numerous sources to reposition and re-secure someone up. Look at me, just escaping with the sliver of life, or has he?
He's going to jump over with Into the Fray, but here comes Palmotoro trying to get the damage down onto that Rona, not able to do it. Kavalatvar also clears the wave so effectively with that Lance. It's just so much damage you put down. If you jump onto No Life with the Impale, you get another auto attack off as well. He's got such long range. It's really difficult for Snow Tsunami to win out unless they manage to survive into the later portion of the game.
The issue for me here is, I think especially as we get towards the mid-game and Suri Strike becomes more available here for Sky, it's all going to be about Mowgli. How restricted can he make Sky's movement with that gauntlet? Because that's going to be the key. Realistically, in most cases, it's going to be pretty difficult to lock up Sky unless you're coming from an area of superior vision. And I think it's all going to be on Mowgli as to whether he can set up Kavalatvar and Palmotoro nicely to burst that Sky out. Because once the Sky's down, you just have to deal with the Rona, and yes, she will be an issue, but it doesn't look like Look At Me is getting the same level of aggression and snowball potential that we have seen him had previously on this hero.
Okay, so Team Secret, it's about 4 minutes. They picked up that first kill and a nice gold advantage. You know, they're about 500 in the lead, but that's nothing too tremendous considering how much early game they have in their composition. Do they need to be doing more?
I definitely think they need to be a little bit more proactive when it comes to trying to lock down No Life, but look at Siska. He's essentially leaving Look At Me to farm his own jungle and basically providing a layer of protection. Look At Me now the target once more.
Yeah, that might be biting Look At Me in the butt a little bit. Siska, leaving him to his own devices, is definitely allowing space for Team Secret to at least try and steal away some camps.
And Team Secret need to make the decision here. Do we attempt to try and shut down No Life, even though they have the Finn essentially babysitting her in lane? Or do we just be super aggressive onto Look At Me, at least starve out one of the heroes on the side of Snow Tsunami? Because at the moment, Snow Tsunami are weathering the storm.
I think a big thing is if you look at the farm, though, Look At Me only has 15 farm, whereas Palmotoro's got 28. That's almost double at the moment. So Look At Me is falling behind little bit by little bit.
They need to continue that, though.
Yeah.
Also, you know, something worth noting is actually the contract gold between Mowgli and Siska. Siska is generating a ton of it up in the lane by helping out No Life. Mowgli getting there a little bit more slowly.
It's going to accelerate how good Finn becomes as well, because once you can get those defensive stats on him, he just becomes a huge body blocking tool for numerous things, especially for this Sky. You know, he can just stand in front, try and soak up most of the damage coming out from Lance or anything like that. As long as No Life is staying behind and the front line's coming in from Finn, then it'll be hard, I think, for Team Secret to get on top of No Life.
Kavalatvar has now finalized that tension bow, so he's definitely going for that early game build, the on-hit stuff. We got an Aftershock finished for Palmotoro.
Yeah.
This is a big power spike that I feel like they need to use right away.
Yeah, if they can isolate or at least lock up No Life with the Lance Impale now, then they're going to have huge amounts of burst damage if both Kavalatvar and Palmotoro can lock up together.
Here comes the fight. Kavalatvar will Glyphian wall them back, but not able to get much going on there. He's going to jump back in onto Look At Me. That's a great target. Whoa. And here comes Palmotoro as well, but they do not burst him down. He's still alive, which is huge because it means that Team Secret can't push the advantage.
A light company is going to go so good in a lot of these situations. That fortified health can be literally the line between life and death here for the majority of Snow Tsunami. But Team Secret, they are giving them no quarter. They're going for those back camps. They're looking to be as aggressive as possible. No Life now taking a lot of damage from Kavalatvar with that tension bow. And Jackson, you are completely right. They are now essentially on a timer with this tension bow because, again, it falls off very rapidly. I mean, we used to see tension bow Ringos back in the day, and they had a timer to use it. You know, it becomes less and less effective as the game goes on.
You know, especially now that fountains have been picked up on both sides, I think it's already getting to a point where you really have to get that burst down immediately or it's not going to go well. We saw Look At Me get very low. If a Fountain had been there, they could have turned the fight around.
The team coordination between Team Secret has to be absolutely on point. The interesting thing for me is once the Aftershock is completed for Kvalifar, you are essentially adding to the tension bow. You're making it a little bit more useful in the mid-game. Kvalifar going to combat roll away.
Oh, this could be bad for him, though. Not enough engagement from Tsunami, and he turns it around. In fact, Palmator trying to get on to Look At Me. Kai dead in.
Oh my God!
He nearly goes down. Has to back away. Fountain from Mowgli just barely keeping him alive. That was very back and forth.
Well, you said Fountain was going to be the deciding factor, and each Fountain saved a member of the team there. So Ziska has to walk away, has to back himself away, not able to catch anyone in the polite company. But Fountain saved Palmato, Fountain saved Look At Me.
Yeah, two Fountains right there were the unequivocal saviors of both members of the team. I actually couldn't believe the burst damage that went down onto Palmatoro there. He did go a little bit deep. I think he took some turret shots, and then Rona's Red Mist turned on. She has got the Book of Eulogy. She will be healing a little bit from it, but obviously she's working towards the Serpent's Mask, where that will become more and more effective. Once that Serpent's Mask is completed, Look At Me is going to be very difficult to kill, especially with that Red Mist going away.
I want to talk about Force to Cord, because usually it's an amazing teamfight tool. However, you have to wonder how much Team Secret will mind being pulled into the Snow Tsunami team.
It's not going to happen. He's going to be using it as a peeling tool. That's what we generally tend to see Finns do when they don't want to pull anyone in. If they, basically they'll ignore Finn, because they can't land any CC on him. So if they ignore Finn and they head towards No Life, Finn can force to cord them back away from No Life and keep him safe.
That was very, very close to Look At Me getting impaled. If anyone really does, Kvalifar and Palmator can jump on them and deal a lot of damage. So Snow Tsunami's got to be careful here.
I think my tactic for Team Secret be here is let's take out Look At Me as soon as we can in a team fight and then worry about No Life. You know, we can deal with No Life once we've dealt with the threat of Rona. And Rona's going to go down very quickly at this point in time. No Life gets locked up.
He does get locked up. Mowgli's going to jump in as well. The Fountain comes out just to keep him alive, but at the moment they're not quite able to burst through the Snow Tsunami frontline, which is that Finn.
Now, one thing that I often find is an interesting point between Lance and Sky is there has to be a lock-on for these Suri strikes to become available. So if Lance can get in range before an auto-attack has been made, either Sky's going to have to be very, very key on either auto-attacking a minion so she can get the Suri strike around it.
Oh, Kvalifar, he just comes right back up from the gold mine as Tsunami trying to take the turret. It's going to be a quick kill on a No Life. Look At Me in the middle of things. He life steals a bit, but is it going to be enough? The root, Kvalifar finds it. 2 kills, forced the court to Cisco once more, but he's got no more backup from his team.
I want to bring out a huge point there. Siska's Fountain was still on cooldown from that early aggression. It meant that he wasn't able to help No Life and Look At Me stay alive.
Yeah, I don't know how effective it would have been, just because of the positioning of that team fight was far better for Team Secret. They came from an area of low vision for Snow Tsunami. Snow Tsunami had no idea where they were. They weren't in lane, and they were all pushed up towards that first-tier turret of Team Secret. I've got to question why there were no flares, no scout traps protecting that flank position, especially with No Life so far pushed up in lane. It made it such an easy target for a Githian wall and a Lance Impale.
So right now, Team Secret, they're leading by about 3,000 gold at 10 minutes. That's not too bad, but they've got to keep this pressure up. Tsunami, we've seen that when they're in a good position, they can do great damage.
So this is the replay that just happened here. I won't talk about the Look At Me part going down. What I really want you to note is just how good the positioning was from Team Secret when they looked to engage this fight. Lance Impale locked up onto Sky because they came from an area where Sky was caught between basically the rest of Team Secret and the wall. It made it very difficult for her to reposition. And also, the Githian wall, able to get full impact, because right into the side of the Halcyon Fold means it gets the stun and made it very easy for both Tucker and Lance to focus down the Sky. And that's what you want to see, right? Once Sky's locked up, it's going to be basically lights out.
Absolutely. So now looking across at the items, we've got a few more big ones picked up. Palmatoro's gone for that Broken Myth. No Life has 2 completed, Broken Myth and Eve of Harvest.
Yep.
How big is that Eve going to be here?
It really depends. I want to say that No Life getting locked up, he may just escape here with Into the Fray. Now, the Eve of Harvest is going to be a really interesting item. If you do see a Suri Strike, if you do see No Life able to get out of the initial burst and lock up, then it's going to prove very effective with Fora Barrage and getting the life total back up. Because you've got to remember, let's be honest, if Team Secret don't get no life on the first attempt, it's going to be very difficult to try it again. Because by that point, she'll have a target locked. That point, she'll be able to start Suri striking all over the place. And that's when Eve of Harvest is going to come into play. So, you know, there is one opportunity for Team Secret to take out Sky now. One opportunity, and that's the first engage.
I do like the fact that Palmatoro is going very heavily into the crystal, though, not building a tension bow of his own and going full proc. It means that he can Kaku, regenerate some health, and maybe try and go for a second attempt. It's going to be hard, though.
It's the guerrilla warfare build. It's the you jump in, you use Kaku, and then you get out and you come back in once your cooldowns are off. But the issue is that you have to be so key with your positioning with Kaku to make sure you're keeping on top of Sky. And initially, I think, especially with now that Eve of Harvest being completed, I think it's going to be so difficult if they don't get her locked up by Lance to actually take her out in these team fights. And also, it really depends on Arden. Arden, like I said, I think will be the key factor, the defining factor for Team Secret's fighting potential. Because if they can have the gauntlet, then it means that Sky has a little bit more restriction when coming to repositioning. And also, one reflex block, guys. She can't block the gauntlet and the impale.
I think one of the big things in this game is how much fun was denied off Look At Me as well. He's only just completed his Serpent's Mask. Usually that Rona acts as almost a front line that you have to walk through to get to your Sky. They can't do that at all. Like, she can't defend her Sky.
Yeah, let's talk about this after this, potentially. Look At Me gonna get locked up.
Oh, Kavalifar going right back in with Mowgli. That's a great Githian wall, keeping the fight moving. Look At Me does have a bit more health. He should be able to get another Red Mist off soon, but Mowgli with the gauntlet stops that right in his tracks. Palmatoro keeping the pressure on. 2 quick kills for Team Secret.
Snow Tsunami, they didn't want to go back in. They wanted to leave Look At Me to die in that situation. And actually, No Life walked straight into the gauntlet. That spelt his doom, and this means Team Secret are going to have a huge opportunity here to push on. Siska going to try and stun them up, but I think they'll just ignore him at this point. They're going to go straight for that turret.
That's what they've been doing the entire game. Just ignore the Finn.
Exactly.
Go on the back line. You don't need to fight the Finn.
You don't need to. You don't need to worry about the Finn at all. So I want to point out something that I found kind of interesting in this Rona pick. I'm not quite sure what it's designed to do. Right, we've classically seen Rona during the EU Championships to be a threat to something like a Celeste, to be a threat to something like a Kestrel. What is Rona attempting to be a threat to here? Everyone is running at you. Rona doesn't need to run at anybody. And she's so starved, she's not really providing a big damage threat.
If she had more damage, it would be hard for Palmatoro and Kavalifar, who are both melee, to sit on no life.
Yeah.
Because Look At Me would be that front line, along with Sasiska, doing damage. Right? That's the big thing that I think she provides.
I think what they were planning on doing was making sure that Look At Me didn't get so far behind. And then if all 3 melees go onto no life, they're going to be grouped up, and that's where Red Mist is going to come to play. Red Mist will start doing huge amounts of AoE damage if she was more fed. The real awesome thing that Team Secret have done here is they put so much pressure on no life in lane, it forced Sasiska to babysit, which meant that Look At Me had absolutely no support in the jungle. And then both Palmatoro and Mowgli dominated that jungle, really starved that gold away from Look At Me, and made it so that she just wasn't a factor. Rona just hasn't been a factor during this game so far.
I mean, Look At Me only recently picked up the Serpent's Mask, and that's the only big item on her entire kit. She's 0-3-0, 44 farm. If you compare that to Palmatoro's 84, it really illustrates how badly she has been shut down. Team Secret, so much pressure out of these guys.
A really nice tactic, like I said. I really enjoyed the fact that, yeah, they knew they probably couldn't do too much with Sky in lane. They did manage to get a couple of kills early on, but because of the fact that Finn was babysitting her, there was no way they were going to come away with anything massive when it comes to lane ganks. What is most important is how they approach that jungle, and you picked up on it really nicely earlier on. You said they're just, they're starving Look At Me out at this point, and it's worked so effectively because Rona classically so good against melee champions with Red Mist, just not happening now because there's only a Serpent's Mask there.
Well, they are going to start up the Kraken, and Snow have decided to fight. There goes the damage. The gauntlet comes down. Look At Me still alive with that Red Mist, and No Life is off towards the side, but walks into the gauntlet. Palmatoro is still alive. Mowgli there as well. They're not going to be able to save this guy, definitely, and he's going to be able to escape off towards the side. But 3 members of Team Secret chase him down. There's not much you can do.
So, case in point right there, Rona did absolutely nothing.
But if she was fed.
If she was fed, that would have been really good because she was in a choke point. Red Mist would have been hitting everybody, but she's not fed. She's doing no damage. And Team Secret are actually playing it exactly like I thought they would. They're focusing Rona. They're taking it out of the picture, making it a 2 versus 3, and then they could just pile on Sky because you're not going to be worried about a Finn. He's not going to do anything. They just pile on Sky, and then they just chain their CC, try and lock her up, and it doesn't matter how much you Suri strike, she's just going to go down.
Sasiska is 0-0-0 in 16 minutes in a 7-kill game. All of those, of course, going to Team Secret, but you can see Sasiska hasn't been focused even sort of ambiently, like accidentally. No opportunities have presented themselves where Secret needed to kill him.
Exactly. I think Sasiska, his benefit is going to be, I think he's overdrive his quibble now, so he's going to have to stun. He needs to be landing massive stuns in this situation, using Force to Core to provide protection. But the problem is, it's just look at me on this Rona. It's kind of just useless. He doesn't really do anything at this point in time. He's just a body.
All right, Team Secret starting to make their way into the base of Tsunami with the Kraken. Speeding forwards here, look at me. Doing some good damage with no life to the Kraken, but with Team Secret still very healthy, they might try and go for a bit more here. Palmatoro right in there with X-Retsu, getting the damage on the turret. They found all they can. They're going to back away. Oh! Force the Core! Snow Tsunami does not want Team Secret backing away right now. Palmatoro, the main focus, but look at me falling very, very low. Fountain keeping him healthy for now. Mowgli could be the first to fall. Impale misses. Kavalifar doesn't land what he needs to. No one picks up one. Mowgli, the gauntlet was not there in time. He's going to be able to get away, but a great death from above lands onto Kavalifar, and he's going to be going down. 2 kills for Tsunami, none for Secret, but they do a lot of damage to the base.
Yeah, but they have recuperated some gold in this situation, Jackson. It's now only a 4,000 disadvantage. It's a massive swing back for Snow Tsunami now, and they're going to be able to pick up some turrets of their own. That first turret eventually going to go down where they had so many issues at the very start. Look, this is just after the Force to Core had happened. The real big point was that it was a 3-man Force to Core. It put Team Secret in a situation where actually they couldn't really focus the target because everybody was on top of each other. You know, Finn was doing a great job of being a body blocking tool in that situation. That's what Finn can be in the late game. He can be a massive body blocker. And they were right next to the turret. So that, you know, they were like, oh, we can't really reposition here. The turret is doing extreme work, and we're kind of caught off guard. A lot of their engages have been meticulously planned. They know exactly what they want to do in this situation. When they're caught off guard like that, they panic. They don't know where to apply their CC. They're not coordinated. They're probably shouting down the comms to each other like, oh my God, you know, focus somebody. And it just doesn't work out. And that was a really nice surprise engage from the Finn.
Is there a point at which this Team Secret composition falls off? Aftershock Tension Bow not strong in the late game. Have we reached that point?
I think it's already falling off. But the issue for me is that Rona needs to start at least ramping up. She's managed to finish the Aegis now. So the Aftershock and the Palmatoro's Crystal Power build are going to start being less effective towards the Rona. And she looks like she's building some more shielding as well. So maybe not actually realizing that the damage might not be the key point for her here. With the more shielding, the more effective her Serpent's Mask is going to be, and she can just survive longer. You know, the longer she survives, the more of an annoyance she's going to be, and maybe even more of a body blocking tool, which can be more effective as well.
That's the key thing for me. I think Look at Me right now has kind of cut his losses. He knows he can't get to the point where he's doing enough damage, so he's just building Tanky to be another solid frontline body to keep No Life alive. No Life picking up the Frostburn here is definitely interesting.
Super good.
Going to be able to kite, but Team Secret, they want to start the Kraken yet again.
Yeah, this is the big fight for Team Snow. They can't let that Kraken go down. They're going to actually just stay in their base. They've decided to leave it. I don't agree with this decision. They've only got 1 turret left.
Yeah,
unless they fight perfectly under that turret, there's no way they can defend via Kraken.
If I'm completely honest, it's taking a long time for Team Secret to go down because you need to look at some of the items. 2 Aegis, there is an Atlas Pauldrons on Kavalifar as well. There's a Crucible and a Fountain. Team Secret are taking a long time to go down. They've managed to get a good gauntlet here.
They've got the gauntlet in. The death from above comes down, but doesn't really connect. The joke poke does come across. No life very low.
He's stunned
he didn't get Crucible. He's been stunned up, but he's going to try and survive. Can he dodge around?
Strike. Oh, no!
Just about
can't get out of there.
He does get taken out. Look at the damage, though. Everyone is so low. Palmatoro goes into the box in a box to try and survive. Look at me now fighting up against Kavalifar. Mowgli there as well, so Siska, and look at me versus Kavalifar.
Yeah, the Kraken is just walking into the base right now, backed up by Palmatoro. At this point, Team Secret, they're just running interference to stop Look at Me and Siska from going back. I think Look at Me knows this is all over. He's going for the style points for a few more kills. Team Secret, they're going to be evening up the series at 1-4-1.
Yeah, Look at Me just taking the minion when they know there's no way they can get back here, and Team Secret coming back and making this a real series here in the final of the EU Championships. Palmatoro with the backdoor, Kraken doing some work. Team Secret bring it back.
There were moments of apprehension in that game for Team Secret. They got miles ahead, but then it looked like Snow might have got back into the action. However, they played the late game beautifully.
Yeah, actually, I think they were on a timer. They definitely were on a timer. But honestly, that engage from Mowgli, like I said, that gauntlet was absolutely fantastic. The real key point in that last team fight was Skye getting locked up on the edge of the gauntlet. She just walked straight through it. It gave a really good opportunity for Taka to go in and do that burst damage. There was one Suri strike, I don't know if you guys noticed it, didn't go over the wall.
No.
She wanted to get over the wall to start using her forward barrage and Frostburn to kite backwards and get health back with the Eve of Harvest, but unfortunately got stuck on the wall. That spelled her doom.
we've got a replay of one of the fights where Tsunami looked like they had some signs of life. I feel like it was just maybe a little bit too little, too late.
It was,
though.
yeah. I think so. This is just the turret going down. You're going to see the force to court here. Have a look. Brilliant
Beautiful.
surprise engage. And they can't actually get onto no life because they're already backing off. They used a lot of their gap closing abilities to get onto look at me. And this just let, you know, no life just get massive forward barrages at this situation. And once you just don't deal with the Sky, this is what a Sky can do to your team in the later stages of the game. Really, really good. Honestly, I think that Team Secret played it incredibly well. You saw in that last team fight there was a glimmer of hope from Snow Tsunami, though, because they spent so long focusing Sky. There was that Rona just using Red Mist. They took everyone from Snow Tsunami very low, from Team Secret very low, but Team Secret, really good play, nice engages, managed to secure the game.
All right, it's 1-for-1, ladies and gentlemen. Our analysts are going to give you a few more words about that last game before we hop into game 3.
Well, definitely the reverse of the momentum that we saw in game number 1. Team Snow almost going killless all the way to the end there, finally getting 2 kills at the 16-minute mark. I'm going to go against Jackson there and say, yeah, it's a little bit too late if you got 2 kills at 16, Rum.
And you know, it started off with that Taka pick, and I feel like they played Taka correctly. What we saw on the side of Team Secret was they were kept aggressing, making sure that Rona wasn't getting that farm. And seeing how tanky they are, this is one of the things that, you know, really enhanced the gameplay of the Team Secret side. They are excellent in terms of team fights, and the more sustainability that they do have, the more options they have they can make during the team fight.
Now, there's definitely something we said a little bit earlier about how NA kind of does the whole sniping of the backs a bit better, the aggression in the jungle, using Taka and that stealth. And I don't know if it was us that kind of influenced that or not, but Taka coming out, it felt much more effective, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's how Taka is supposed to be played. Like, Taka is supposed to be a huge distraction. He's supposed to jump in, make those huge plays, and then he'll bait a lot of time. You know, it just confuses the team, making sure that it's very hard for Team Snow Tsunami to really target who they want to take down first.
Well, the triple melee comp, as you see here, with that double aftershock, not only was it the Taka with that crystal able to get some of that burst, but Lance, I gotta say, Jinyi, I mean, not only did he have double defensive items, but he had that tension bow, he had that aftershock. We saw this on day 1, Kavalifar just making some really good laning magic happen.
Yeah, and with the tension bow aftershock combination, you know, he could get the burst damage that he needed, and also, you know, he had the journey boots as well, which gave the health regeneration. He had the Book of Eulogies the whole time as well, just helping him keep alive a little bit longer. And what I really liked about his play as Lance as a carry was his use of the Gythian wall, because we have seen a few Rona Lance matchups, especially against Snow, but it's just never quite worked out. And what he did was that he used the Gythian wall when she was using the Red Mist to get Rona away from the whole Secret team.
Yeah, if that red mist is not hitting nobody, it's kind of just white mist, I think, at that point. So, all right, game number 3, the draft is ready. These players, they are just so focused and they're ready to go. So we're going to be jumping into it here momentarily. Secret ties it up 1-1 in this best of 5. Rome, you were saying 4 games. You're on track right now for that.
I think this game is actually going to be very huge. Both sides have really shown like compositions that they have been hiding throughout the entire tournament thus far. And coming to the 3rd game, like, what can you really do now? You taking that Sky on the side of Team Secret, this is going to be very pivotal. We have seen Team Secret with the Sky compositions. They're using that mobility, and they can throw it up in lane with Kavalifar, or they can throw it down jungle with Palmatoro.
Right, yeah, I was going to ask you if this is going to be a Valifar, but I guess we have to wait. Arden has the ban into the Adagio, though. That does leave them into that crystal setup, but it also means that Tsunami basically have to choose if it's going to be that Lance or perhaps like the Catherine or Finn. We've seen both here, Jinyi. Now we got the Lance with the Kestrel, but how's the rest of this going to play out?
Well, it looks like they're going to Finn, but I think Catherine would have worked well because she can body block and reflect a lot of the damage coming out from Kestrel, who typically does do a lot of damage from the early game.
Is this double crystal?
Is this pedal?
Is this, well, okay, sure. Is this going to be double crystal? Is this going to be a pedal? We got already that Kestrel there, and the pedal that I've been quoted might not actually be crystal.
I don't know. I do feel like Pedal does play a huge role here. You know, you're able to get those minions in front of the way of forward barrage. You're able to make those huge plays. Just jump into that back line, pretty much avoiding everything else to get onto Celeste.
Whoops.
But that is going to be up for grabs. What can they really do heading to this 3rd game? I feel like it's very pivotal, because if you're ahead in this match, you're going into the next one with, like, you know, everything's on your shoulders, you will be able to win the championship.
Looks like Palmatoro crashed out there, so we're going to get that back going here in just a moment. So we have not, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this one, Jinyi, we have not seen a weapon Sky this tournament.
We saw someone in NA, but
yes.
we did not see any in EU. And I think we've just not. There was a game I think where we did see the Alpha Sky combination, and we were hoping for that Crystal Sky Alpha, but we saw Weapon Alpha instead. And I think in that game with G2, they should have gone for a Weapon Sky. So there's been potential and opportunities for that Weapon Sky, but I've not seen it just yet.
What are the chances of it being here?
I'm not seeing it.
You're not seeing it?
I'm not seeing it.
So there's going to be double Crystal, or wait, Weapon Celeste.
No,
Rome
those are the
rolled his
weapons
eyes
less. Well, the thing is, you're going up against a Sky, there is a possibility of, Sky actually going up against a Lance. You do get that single target burst damage, which does work out very well for you. However, the rest of the kit is actually more utility, and I feel like this won't work out too well for them.
But now seeing that comp, I have to just imagine at this point it's going to be Kavalfar laning with the Celeste.
Yeah, looking like that. It's looking like that at the moment because you don't want to, throw Celeste into the jungle where she's also very vulnerable.
Right.
And whereas Sky, you do have the early game pressure. You're able to make a lot of the quick rotations, and you're able to really be aggressive. And being the aggressor really dictates the pace of the game here.
Now, back in the 117 meta, especially last weekend, something that we did say quite a bit is that you Finn to win. And now here in EU, we've seen it a few times, but Mowgli is like the granddaddy of Finns here, Jinyi, and he has now Finn in a very crucial game 3 in this series.
Yeah, and so we first saw Mowgli playing that Finn in the Awesome Championships, and we're all like, what is he doing? Finn is not strong right now, and he made it work. And Finn's had a number of changes where his kit is even stronger now. The radius and the quibble is even larger. And I think with this, for him, if they are playing against a Kestrel, it's all about using that Force Accord to pull in just that Kestrel, and they can focus her down so fast.
Yeah, so if it is going to be the hook in, there's multiple ways that you can actually play it out. Hook into the Core Collapse, hook into Heliogenesis, hook into Suri Strikes, hook into Death from Above. There's a lot of combinations on top of this, and if we are going to have the double Crystal carry, then it feels like it's going to be a very potent 1-2 punch, but we are just resolving the issues here to get that draft going once more, ladies and gentlemen, so do bear with us. But another thing that you did say a bit earlier here, Rome, you were expecting 4 games. You were also saying to me, if somebody wins game 3, they win game 4.
Yeah, and I feel like, first and second game, you really get all your picks and your comfort picks out of the way. And then the secret comps really come out when you're ahead. And we have seen that last game. They went up with that Lance carry up in the lane again. They brought out that Taka. And, this game is really going to count. Whichever team actually dictates this early game, I feel it will win the late game. And they might go on to win the 4th game and finish it off.
Well, we're guaranteed at least 4 at this point, as we are tied up 1-1 in a best of 5. Who knows if it could go all the way to the 3-2. If I recall, though, this was a 3-0 matchup back in the Winter Championships, Jinyi.
Yeah, and it was. And I think in the 3rd game where teams who were actually about to lose, and we hadn't seen a single Celeste, if I remember correctly, and Snow actually pulled out that Celeste, and it was going so well for them. But Team Secret, they turned the tide of the game, were able to win in a 3-0 sweep very easily.
Yeah, and it felt very easy, which is, again, why, in all these interviews, everyone's like, they're gunning for Europe. They're gunning for #1, and they're gunning for Team Secret because they are the 2-time champion. So as we are going to be still just a few moments here from draft, ladies and gentlemen, if you weren't here earlier, we did have a special surprise for you. I'm going to send you out a little bit of a reminder right now. Starting Tuesday, Vainglory is going to be doing the Samsung Galaxy Invitational at E3 live in LA. 4-man tournament with 4 regions actually represented. TSM, Invincible Armada, G2 Esports, who did actually participate and get into the semifinals of this tournament. And of course, the team from China, Hunters, you're also going to be reviewing Lyra. We're going to have the new summer map there and perhaps a little community giveaways. Who knows? There's going to be a lot on the line at E3 next week. So hopefully you guys will be able to join us online at twitch.tv/Vainglory from there. So as we do wait for this game number 3, does seem like need a little bit more. So, Rome, I'm just going to put you on the spot. You said game 3, whoever wins it. Game 4, we're tied 1-1. Who's it going to be?
This one's actually really hard to say. Coming into last season, I was heavily cheering for Snow Tsunami. And then coming into this season,
didn't you wear a Snow Tsunami shirt on stream in winter?
But the thing is, now I have a Team Secret jersey.
Oh, snap. Are you going to be bringing that out a bit later?
Probably not. So that's something that we will keep within closed doors.
You don't want to caster curse it?
Yep.
So you are thinking, though, it is going to be Team Secret?
No. I do feel like it's going to be really good matches between the both of them, and whoever wins deserves to win.
You're so hard on this fence right now, man.
I am very hard on this fence.
Humpty Dumpty over here to the left. So Snow Tsunami, definitely one of the stronger teams here, into the top two. Only dropped one game on day one. Now the second game they have dropped in this tournament is at the hands of Team Secret. Look at me, though. He's just been absolutely fantastic this weekend, Jinyi.
He has. His Rona, he really put out all the stops with that Rona, surprising everyone, including us, with the impressive play that he was bringing. You know, it's been really good to see him back because without him, you know, it would have been no life in the jungle. We'd have seen PT Lamb, and I think this is something that Snow's really needed during the qualifiers, because that's how they got the 7th seed spot. They didn't have Look At Me, and I think he's such a good player, such an impressive player that you don't really want to be holding him back from the rosters.
And if you don't recognize No Life, he is a Raxi from the previous tournament, and he was a Raxi back in autumn, I believe, as well,
yeah,
right?
And something about Raxi is like looking at the previous seasons, I feel like Araxi has gotten a lot stronger. Well, No Life has gotten a lot stronger in terms of growth, getting those mechanics down. But I agree with Shinyi here that Look At Me, I feel, plays the biggest role on the team itself. And that's just not through his strong mechanics, through his off-meta approaches, but it's through the communication and the shot calls. Like we saw in the first game, he made huge calls to knock down turrets while the entire Team Secret team was down at the Kraken. And
yeah. That was a great call. That was a brilliant call. That was basically the call that won the game right there. I mean, they were already riding some good momentum, but, you know, Team Secret, they've bounced back. That first game, pretty harsh on them, but second game, almost perfect, only dropping 2 kills there by the end. It was a 16-minute mark that they finally gave that one up, and that was on a Kraken push looking for the win. So, Shinyi, Palmataro, Mowgli, and Kavalafar, these guys are pretty much the team to beat.
Yeah, and they're trying to go for that 3rd time consecutive European Championships, which is absolutely unprecedented. You know, this is incredible that they are already in the finals for this. They're guaranteed a 1st or 2nd spot here. And the thing about Team Secret, which I think is so special about them, is their synergy, their experience. They're being holding at the edges. They feel like a really fine machine now, the way they play.
Now, Team Secret was, of course, with the NA versus EU, the Champion of Champions event just a few weeks ago. Man, only a few weeks ago. Felt like it was just so long ago, Rome. But they didn't have their full roster there. They do have it here, however, for the defending championship. And, I mean, they've kicked out so many teams of this one. They didn't drop a single game to get to their grand finals situation, and then, well, yeah, Snow Tsunami, they were able to take the first game.
But I feel like Snow Tsunami is like the only team from previous seasons to actually take a game off of Team Secret and taking a whole series off of one, in fact. And coming to this one, it could go any other side, but you know, Team Secret, this is one of the most agile teams in the entire region, if not the world. Like, they're able to change and adjust as they go along, and they grow from that. Like, game by game, we see the difference.
All right, so I asked Rome about his predictions. He's going to stay on that fence. Jinyi, I hear that we have the draft ready, so we'll get yours on the next one, and maybe Rome will actually figure out which way he wants to fall on it. So here we are going to be repeating all those picks that you did see a bit earlier here, guys. Arden was out, Adagio was the return, and that does put us now with the Sky. We led into Atlance, the Kestrel, Finn into Celeste, and now what's the last pick here, Jinyi?
And it's a Krill.
Awesome, great. They had so much time to think about it. They're just not even gonna let us wait any longer. So once more, we are gonna go into the fold with the 3 Musketeers. It is gonna be Action Jackson, Sona, and Excoundrel.
Thank you again for the awesome introduction, Forecourt Jester. We're looking forward to getting into this game 3. We're seeing some cool picks come out. We've got Mowgli on his signature hero, Finn. I cannot wait to see if he can have another great performance on it.
Well, you know, Finn is actually pretty good against Lance for multiple reasons. You saw in the last game, unable to get affected by Impale, Githian Wall, anything like that. You know, heroic perk of Finn is that just unable to be affected by CC. So if you can be that front line, if you can start to peel away for the Sky, then obviously it's going to be very difficult for anyone to focus down Celeste. Now, interestingly enough, an interaction that Sona picked up between Lance and Sky in the last game, that's something that's been very interesting for me and been on my mind since I saw it. In Githian Wall during Suri Strike, we saw it in that last game, actually lock Sky up against the wall. And if you're incredibly quick with your fingers on Lance, then this can happen. You can have a big impact in team fights. When traditionally we thought that Sky generally does well into Lance, and in most situations it does. But if you're in that position and you can get that Githian Wall off, then maybe you have an opportunity to lock her down.
Now, a debate we were having was whether or not this would be a jungle Sky and whether or not it would be a crystal power Sky. It's taken by Palmataro in the jungle with crystal power, so there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Team Team Secret in the late game. However, they lack that early game burst.
You know, one thing which is good here for Kestrel, though, is that Team Secret Palmatoro, when he tries to get those forward barrages down, his movement is very telegraphed, makes it easy to land those glimmer shots. So No Life, this is a hero that he is good against.
See, I was interested as well about what this Sky would be doing, and it does look he's going full crystal. There's no indication there'll be any sort of weapon power Sky. We did actually see weapon power Sky from Cavalifar in the EU qualifiers, and it was dominating. Cavalifar.
Cavalifar's going to go very low here. There's the glimmer shot. One more will be enough, just the autos. And it looks like Snow Tsunami are starting the way they want to continue this game.
Building that wave exactly like they did in the first game, taking a very early gank, dealing with an immobile carry. Like the Saw, same with the Celeste, gets locked up by that Impale. Really, really good early aggressive play from Snow Tsunami is what we're used to seeing from them. And with that Lance, they are making it work.
And that was even with Mowgli there to kind of back up Cavalifar. It didn't quite pan out. Something we're seeing a lot from Fittens, interestingly, is this babysitting in the lane. But if you're in the wrong position, it does not matter. Lance is so good at getting across those impales upon anyone he wants.
I think that this is something that you have to do as Team Secret, especially if you're running a pretty immobile carry in lane against a Lance that's going to be roaming. It's so easy to come from, you know, vision areas and then just lock up your carry and then everyone else pile in, especially with the heroic perk of Cruel. Makes it just as good as using the afterburn from the glaive. You just run out and you start to apply weakness stacks and then take them down very quickly.
You've got a couple of options here if you're Team Snow. You can decide to put your members in this lane and try and put more pressure down onto Cavalifar, or you can say, Mowgli's going to be here all along. Let's try and jungle invade and put the pressure down onto Palmatoro.
This is exactly what we saw Team Secret do in the last game, and I think it's something that I think Snow Tsunami should take on board. They should be looking to apply as much pressure to Palmatoro as possible now, because if Mowgli's going to sit there and babysit Celeste, then both Cruel and Lance should be looking to lock down the Sky, or at least starve her from some farm, because Sky without farm is very, very poor in terms of damage output, especially as Crystal Power. So you need the gold to make Sky work in that situation, and if you're not applying pressure, Sky's going to get towards potentially a Shattered Glass or a Broken Myth very, very quickly.
Okay, so one thing which is super interesting here is that we are seeing the double crystal power coming out of Team Secret. We've seen a lot of double weapon power in the North American Championships and actually here in the European Championships on 1.18. We've seen relatively little double crystal power. Why does it work here?
I'm interested to see how it works, because I think it's far easier to itemize against double crystal power than it is against double weapon power, because naturally most people are going to want to pick up a reflex block of sorts during this game and then obviously build that towards an Aegis, as Sona is laughing because...
Are you sure you don't sell the reflex block?
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Okay, I've learned my lesson, friends, thank you. But honestly, I think it's far easier, as most traditional hero builds will itemize very readily against crystal power, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this picks up. Obviously, we're going to see some Pierce come out. Broken Myth is going to be a staple item, I think, for both Palmatoro and Cavalifar. So I think maybe Broken Myth first to counteract any early shielding that could be coming out from Snow Tsunami.
Have a quick look at this level advantage. Palmatoro is level 6. Look at me is only level 4.
Yes, and that's because there's been a duo jungle of Sisiska and Look at Me, and they haven't put any pressure onto Palmatoro. I think that's been a huge mistake, because now they're getting nothing, right? They got that first kill onto Celeste. Great, well done. Yes, their laner might be getting more experience because it's a solo. And it actually hasn't even got any more experience. They're both level 4. So this is just a huge advantage to Team Secret at this point in time. I think Snow Tsunami should have been saying, okay, Finn is babysitting. We can't get anything more from this lane. We should be looking to invade the jungle.
Secret do need to leverage this, though. I mean, they need to take that level 6 Palmatoro and do something with it, potentially. Sky, early on, does have a bit of a power spike when she's got this heavy prism. Lots and lots of damage in the death from above to try and lock people down.
100%. The 3 crystal bits is actually a very early power spike for Sky. The damage output from 3 crystal bits is absolutely ridiculous. And now they're going to be looking to group. I mean, level 6 death from above, that can be a massive impact if they look for a skirmish before anyone else has hit that kind of level. And actually, you can see Snow Tsunami are reacting. Look at me doing some solo jungling just to catch up in terms of level advantage.
He has only just pinged that level 5 as well, though. It's probably about halfway towards level 6, so he's still a long way behind Palmatoro. Also in the farm, he's about 10 farm behind. It's a huge advantage here for Team Secret off of what looked like quite a weak early game.
And that's where all this gold lead is coming from. The farm between the two junglers. Secret right now leading by about 200. They were even further ahead just moments ago, but look at me starting to pull back a little bit from Hell's
There's level 6. So much damage coming down onto Cavalifar, but there's the death from above. It is absolutely huge. damage. Look at me, has to retreat. Mowgli now gets onto No Life, gonna put the quibble down and says, oi mate, I want a Barney, here's a quibble for you, and they pick up 2 kills.
Look at that, look at me, look at no one. He is dead, as is the rest of Snow Tsunami. That death from above right there was absolutely ridiculous. I told you it would have an impact. Yes, from Hell's Heart was great, but that was a bait by Team Secret. They knew exactly what was going to happen. You could see it from Kavalafar's positioning. He wanted to be engaged on, and unbelievable perfect death from above right there, completely turning the fight. This is just after, by the way, we have just missed the most important part, but you'll see here, okay, we're going to get a rewind.
We got it sorted, guys.
Yeah. So watch here, this is the death from above just before. There we go, death from above. Absolutely.
Death from above gives you health, apparently now.
Look at the damage this death from above does. It does
insane.
4/5 of both Statistica's and Look At Me's health. It was ridiculous, and that just allowed Palmatoro to follow up on Mowgli and just get another forward barrage here and pick up 2 kills. Really nice bait by Team Secret, good positioning as well.
All right, so coming back out of that replay, you can see Palmatoro has been poked out a decent amount by Snow Tsunami. They're trying to put some of that pressure up in the lane, but Kavalafar now back to his home post, going to be farming up relatively well. If we look across at the items for both of these teams, we have got Broken Myth on Palmatoro now, so if you thought he was doing a lot of damage earlier, it's going to be ridiculous at this point. Sour Blade on No Life, that could be big too, though.
Yeah,
definitely could do. Like, the Solar Blade is absolutely huge, especially on a lane at Kestrel. You get so much extra damage from Hell's Heart. Not going to connect there, and they will just back away. Statistica's been caught.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. Death from above is actually going to stun him up. Fountain not doing enough. Palmatoro able to come in with Kavalafar, do the damage he needed.
I mean, if that Heliogenesis didn't kill him, I tell you what, the ultimate would have done. Yeah. It would have been just absolutely annihilation here, and Team Secret have turned a switch from that first game and looking to really ramp up. I told you, I think the mistake that Snow Tsunami made was allowing Palmatoro the time and space to solo farm the jungle. It just gave him so much experience and a good gold income. Broken Myth.
The forced accord across the chasm.
Mowgli, right?
Mowgli. Holy Mowgli, indeed. That was absolutely ridiculous. No one, even we weren't expecting anything like that. That was so good right there from Mowgli. And they managed to secure the gold mine to boot as well. You know, people say he is the best Finn in the world, potentially. Well, he is showing exactly why. Look at him here.
Oh, this is so sick. It's just like, hello, No Life? Come over here.
Is there any vision there? He must have seen it from maybe minion vision as he walked into the brush, but essentially completely blind in most situations. There's no scout trap there, there's no flare. Mowgli just using that 6th sense to make some excellent forced accords. Maybe he just thought maybe someone is there looking for the one-shot, one-kill maybe. He was like, okay, then maybe they're going to go for the snipe with the one-shot, one-kill. Well, he predicted it absolutely perfectly. Mowgli, what a god.
Team Secret are off to such a good start in this game. They're 16.3k to the 14.6 of Snow Tsunami, and they're leading by a decent amount of kills. It feels like Snow Tsunami, they're taking quite some time to ramp up right now.
What I love as well from Team Secret here is the Finn. There's no way that Krull is going to be able to get onto the Celeste or the Sky and stick on them, because the Finn is just there to stop him getting there. He's got the polite company, he's got the quibble, he's got the forced accord. He can disengage and disengage and disengage.
The issue here for Snow Tsunami, in my opinion, is that you're basically going up against a double threat composition in the form of Celeste and Sky. You can only realistically lock one person up with Cruel and Lance. You can't apply weakness stacks to everybody. So if you're trying to deal with one of them, then the other one is going to be doing all the damage. And then you're relying on Kestrel to basically attempt to solo kill the other carry, which just is going to be very difficult.
Forced accord, they do use that reflex block to get away, but Sosiska very low. And once again, Team Secret just cleaning up these fights.
Kavalafar has been a god on Celeste, but I tell you what, Palmatoro on Sky right here, these forward barrages have been on point, angle and everything. And honestly, Lance has been a target because he can so easily be locked up by Death from Above and also be an easy target for the slow from Mowgli. He just absorbs all of the damage coming up from forward barrage and is going down very easily.
Oh, look at this. Pressure on the turret from Team Secret. No Life very low. He can't really contest, but a one-shot, one-kill. Gonna do some good damage onto Mowgli. Look at me, might have bitten off a bit too much here. He's got to be very, very careful as the Supernova takes him to within an inch of his life. Or Unlife.
Yes, Unlife so close there. So let's just take stock of items now. We haven't had a chance to have too much of a look at them. There's the Shiver Steel for Look At Me. The only realistically the biggest item he's got. Obviously everyone very early itemizing for shielding. They need to be able to block that crystal power threat from both the Sky and the Celeste. I told you that was probably the easiest course of action for everybody. You're going to see maybe even double Aegis at some point. That may be a thing. We're going to see Reflex Block already from No Life, but he is mainly going towards that critical strike Kestrel build that we have seen. Either, I think this is going to be Tornado Trigger and then maybe into Tyrant's Monocle later on. We'll have to see. With the Revolver, maybe that'll go towards some more attack speed, then you'll see the Tornado Trigger come out. Look at the Warhorn. Mowgli's got the Warhorn there, so that means they're going to be having a good amount of movement speed to reposition. That's very, very good when trying to escape. Another Force to Cord.
Mowgli with another great Force to Cord, hooking in 2 people there. It's going to force Tsunami to try and get back, but they do not have a turret. No Life going onto the back line. He wants Kavalifar, but he's got to be careful. Mowgli helping out. Palmatoro dealing with Look At Me on the side as well. Death from above, going to get a good stun there. No Life does not have the damage. Solar Storm doing great work as Palmatoro jumps over the wall, able to dodge out from Look At Me. Look At Me just not able to stick on the right target. The Cisco falls too. 7 kills to 1. Team Secret are looking unbelievably good in this game 3.
And Palmatoro, I mean, this is just honestly a story of Palmatoro being left to his own devices early on. He's just ramped up so very quickly, working towards what looks to be an Eve of Harvest. There is a lot of one-shot, one-kill, not able to go. They've actually picked up an upgrade for boots because they do value that ability to reposition. They need to be able to get away from the Cruel. But you could see there, Cruel just not offering any form of a threat towards Palmatoro. And once that Eve of Harvest has been completed, especially with the low damage output that we're seeing from Look At Me, I don't think anyone is going to be able to deal with the Sky. And Celeste is just being left to her own devices. You could see No Life got a really good position on her and just wasn't able to burst her out.
It's exactly what you said earlier, Scoundrel. The double threat coming out here from Team Secret means that Snow Tsunami have to try and make these desperation plays. They have to try and active camo onto the Celeste to try and take her down. But Palmatoro can just 1v1 the Cruel, which is something that should never happen when he starts getting these items.
Traditionally, we've seen Cruel, especially from EU, picked into singular threat compositions because Cruel then obviously has a target that he wants to focus. In this situation, Cruel is split because both Celeste and Palmatoro's damage outputs are insane at this point. By the way, 2 Eve of Harvest coming out, making it far more difficult to have that damage needed to deal with them. And obviously, as they kite backwards with the slow from Mowgli, it's going to be so much easier to start to sustain up. But Look At Me going for a desperation play.
He's trying to get onto Kavalifar, but Kavalifar will be able to survive Mowgli there.
Force the Cord
into the Solar Storm. From Hell's Heart does land onto Kavalifar, but he's going to be able to dodge away. Palmatoro is untouched in this entire fight. Kavalifar's still alive. Palmatoro says, "Look at me, I am going to take you down." So Cisco tries to retreat, but there is nowhere to go for this Tsunami.
Man, the polite companies in that fight were disgusting. Mowgli doing such a good job of keeping both his threats alive.
Do you know what's so interesting? It kind of substitutes the need for a Frostburn against something like a Cruel because you are slowing people down, especially as a Finn. It's very easy to do so. And that allows people to regen with the Eve of Harvest. You saw that, Force Cord just missing. You saw Kavalifar consistently regenning with the Heliogenesis with that Eve of Harvest. Like you said, Sona, Palmatoro untouched. And this is the crux for Snow Tsunami. They can only focus one of these threats with their composition. You're putting too much pressure on No Life to do a singular, basically assassination job. Just not going to happen at this point in time because Team Secret are so far ahead.
Especially when No Life, I mean, if you look at his items, he's basically just completed the Starblade and then defense. Yeah. He needs something like the Tyrant's Monocle so the Glimmer Shots can crit and wipe out the squishy members of Team Secret before they sustain back with their Eves of Harvest.
Yeah, and he's picked up the Aegis. Like I said, Aegis had to be an early consideration, but honestly, at this point, they gave too much time to Team Secret. They needed to be early, aggressive. They needed to shut down the gold of one of these carries. They didn't do either because of the way Team Secret positioned their early laners. They put Mowgli into babysit and then no one punished Palmatoro. So now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I love the itemization from Mowgli as well. He's gone for that chronograph, so he's getting the cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
More polite companies, more quibbles, more Force to Courts.
Yeah.
They're going to pick up the gold mine for themselves. They push themselves 7,000 gold ahead.
They can't get past Mowgli at this point in time. They can't get past the peel that he's providing for both Palmatoro and Kavalifar. And obviously they're going for Kavalifar because he is the least mobile, he's the easiest target. But honestly, I think Palmatoro's damage output, especially when chasing or even just kiting backwards, has been better at this point in time. Obviously, the gold income's been better for Kavalifar because of the CS. But honestly, this has been really, really good for Team Secret. And I just don't see a way for Snow Tsunami to make their way back unless something horrific happens and they're able to focus 2 people at the same time.
Oh, look at me. He's going to get forced to court it in. Actually, Cisco wanted to turn this fight back around. The stun coming out of No Life. Great core collapse from Cabal.
Death from above.
Death from above. Wipes them out. It's comboed beautifully with the Solo Storm. No Life surely soon to follow. Ace coming through from Team Secret. 12 kills to 1.
And you saw Palmatoro fist pump in the air. He knows exactly what Team Secret have done right here. This is securing this second game. Snow Tsunami, well, they have turned into a small wave on a beach right now because there's no way they come back. The problem for them is because of the way their composition is formed, they have really good single target burst. There's no realistic AoE here that can deal significant damage. Kestrel and Look at Me both designed to take out one target. The problem is you have two that are equally as threatening, and two that if you leave one of them alone will completely wipe up the team fight with their AoE damage. Death from Above and Heliogenesis have been ridiculous.
I have to think this all comes down to the fact that Palmatoro was level 6 when Look at Me was level 4. It all comes down to the fact they let him farm in that jungle. They got the advantage and they just let him get the CS. Oh, No Life. He tries to active camo away, but goodbye Tsunami. He's gonna get destroyed. Again the stun, again the kill. So Cisco tries to jump away, but no more No Life.
And Team Secret, Team Secret are going to be finishing with the Kraken right here. AoE damage too much for Snow Tsunami to deal with. This has been a dominant display this game. They have turned up, they have turned things around, and Snow Tsunami, they've got a lot of thinking to do here, Jackson.
They really do, because Team Secret is now 1 win away from being 3-time champions in Europe. That would be an amazing accolade for them to collect. Tsunami, as you said, they've got to think. I wonder about that draft. You forced Mobley onto Finn. You did this to yourself.
Honestly, I actually think that if they'd played the game in the early game correctly, they'd shut down Palmatoro, there would have been a better opportunity for Snow Tsunami here. Look at Me has been aggressive throughout this entire tournament, and it goes on Cruel, is a little bit scared, doesn't be aggressive in the jungle as he needs to be. Palmatoro, like you said, hitting level 6 when he was level 4, forcing him to farm up. They go for that engage, but that level 6 was there on Sky. She could have been starved from experience, she could have been starved from gold. It didn't happen. Honestly, let's have a look at the items here, guys. 3 item spikes, 2 shatter glasses. That's the massive damage output that you saw coming out. I mean, the AoE damage was ridiculous because of the way that Snow Tsunami had to play. Both Lance and Cruel usually were in the same place at the same time. They were basically the ones being locked up by Death from Above, and that damage, despite the Aegises, was just too much to deal with.
What do you do if you're Snow Tsunami here? You've lost in the early game, you've lost in the late game. How do you now come back into the next draft and say, we need to beat Team Secret? Do you pick a Petal? Do you pick an Ogre?
I was about to say,
something
I heard Petal. I want to see a Petal. How influential is this going to be? I mean, you're on your last legs. Why the hell not? Why not just go for it? And it depends whether Team Secret feel up to scratch, whether they think they can deal with it. But honestly, Team Secret seem to have found their groove. There was an early game first nerves from them. It was a really solid game from Snow Tsunami, but now Team Secret are just playing the better game. I honestly think Snow Tsunami could have won this. They could have had the opportunity to do what Team Secret did to them the game before and starve their jungler out. The jungler was solo farming. That gives you the indication that if you can keep your laner safe, I mean, it's a Kestrel, just active camo. What is a Celeste going to do to you? Go into the jungle, shut that Sky down, just force her out. Sky is not going to be able to 1v2 at that stage in the game. There was a big opportunity for Snow Tsunami and they didn't grasp it.
I mean, picking up only 1 kill from Snow Tsunami in that entire game is very illustrative of the fact that they never managed to get a grapple on it. But guys, that was an incredible game 3. Team Secret are 1 win away from their 3rd championship title. Let's hear from our analysts. Can they make it all the way?
The diversity of the picks, the ingenuity of the draft, and of course, just the pure skill and synergy in game. Rome, that was magnificent.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about it like before this series even started. The fact that Team Secret excels in team fights, and this is one of the things that they coordinate really well, and this is one of the things that, you know, Snow Tsunami started falling apart in.
Now, this was the first, I'm pretty sure, the first double crystal comp that we've seen for the weekend. Explicitly double crystal. Sky and Celeste, I don't think actually had the chance to get paired up before this. Now, we've seen some double weapon, but this is definitely the first double crystal we saw. Jinyi, the Aegises did not hold up.
Yeah, and I think this is because in one we didn't actually see many double crystals in the NA, and we saw a lot of double weapons. And my personal opinion is that Pauldron's is more effective against double weapons. than Aegis against Crystal.
This replay, though, I mean, it's absolutely sick. You get the stun from the Finn, you lead it into the depths from above, you just erase the competition. That's the synergy that these guys have. They bring it together very nicely. Action Jackson said, you did this to yourself. You let him get Finn. I'm not sure let is actually the word. I mean, there was an Arden ban, and then, of course, Lance has been a very big priority pick this weekend, Rome. But Mowgli really showing us, yeah, Finn is his hero.
Yeah, you know, coming into this, other than the crazy force the cord coming out from the gold miner when they, you know, just flared up, took somebody from the lane.
Right?
I feel like looking on this side of Snow Tsunami, Sasiska especially, he did excellent on Catherine, he did excellent on Arden. Lance is not somebody I feel like fits him too well.
So if we do get into this next kind of draft, if an Arden is out, would you be expecting something closer to a Catherine? I mean, some of these teams were saying Fortress, you know, nerfed, buffed, it has actually a pretty big spread. 0 games played, though.
Well, if you're looking at last game, like, you know, Fortress has been slightly nerfed. I wouldn't say nerfed too bad. Where, to the point where, you know, last game, Look At Me made a lot of huge plays trying to get Kavalifar on that Celeste. Should they have had like a Catherine there, it would have made life so much easier for them. Just be able to set up that stun, lock them down, and then dive onto the Kavalifar.
And it goes a long way with stacking up that armor as well, because if you do have like a double weapon, which we've seen before, it could go actually very nicely for them. So we'll have to see what these drafts are going to be like, because game number 4 is now guaranteed. It's going to be moments away here, ladies and gentlemen. But again, just absolutely ridiculous plays out of Secret. Game 1 was supposed to be this momentum setter for Team Snow, Jinyi, but it's been just met with retaliation.
Yeah, and I think that does a lot of it does come down to what Rome was saying before about the execution of Team Secret's fights, because we did see a lot of opportunities there for Snow Tsunami, and they were trying to gank Kavalifar in the lane. But what we saw Team Secret doing was that they're using these to play off and turn the tide of the fight, and they were the ones that are picking up the kills.
All right, so just some really good pacing, some really good fights, and just absolutely ridiculous drafts. Now, Rome, you were saying that both these teams are going to excel at trying to sculpt that draft to their advantages. I'm not really feeling that last one from Snow, though.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. I felt like synergy with them was off. The team fights was a little off. And, you know, you're grabbing a composition like that where you're depending a lot on the Pokemon of Kestrel. Kestrel was vulnerable in many situations where she wasn't getting any support coming out of that Lance.
Yeah, the Lance might have to be reevaluated here. He definitely had a lot of play this weekend, but perhaps it's just not up Snow's alley. So we're actually going to be taking a small little break here, ladies and gentlemen. The players need a little bit of time to reset. We're going to be looking into a few things ourselves. So that being said, the rest of the games will be played. We're just going to be just a few more moments. So do stick with us, and we'll see you in a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the 2016 European Spring Championships, Day 3 here in Berlin. We are into this grand finals, and game number 4 hype is going to be here just momentarily here for Vainglory, the MOBA perfected for touch. Heck of a game. Check it out on your mobile or your iPads, and boom, we got the magic now flowing here, Rome.
And that was very quick coming into this. With that Arden ban off the bat, what can we expect from Snow Tsunami? They are in the first position. They are able to, this is like one of their best spots. They can't pick up those 2 counter picks after seeing Team Secret pick up 2 first.
Yeah, but Secret's not going to allow Dashio to go through this, and that is something that they've been saying and doing all weekend. If their team be it, Dashio's the ban, Jinyi.
Yeah, so and they don't want to be playing against a buff competition, which is kind of ironic, seeing as they are the ones that perfected it in the first place. But Adagio, he's very strong. He can play in a lot of different roles. He's not someone you want to be coming up against.
Well, we're going to have to find out what they're going to be coming up against. But, you know, with that Arden ban coming out of Snow, it was Secret that actually banned it last round because they were Team A. Now, Snow going to be following suit. I was actually half expecting them to pick up Finn first.
Well, look, Sasiska played an excellent Arden in the previous game. And coming into this one, like with these Adagio bans going up against Snow Tsunami, like I don't agree with it too often. Basically due to the fact that Snow Tsunami isn't one of those teams that rely heavily on the buff composition or like the push one.
Yeah, that is something that you have brought up over time in this tournament. And I mean, it might be just mind games. It might just be, you know, hey, we're going to say we're not going to do it, and then if they ever get a chance, they do it. That's exactly what actually happened with Mouse Sports. Mouse Sports, I was talking to Mr. K-Cool last night. He said, last night, the inspiration hit, we're just going to buff comp, and it worked. So they might not be known for it, but Secret's not taking any chances.
Yeah, and you know, this takes out one of the biggest variables within the gameplay itself, where you know, you take out Adagio, you take out a lot of different compositions that do come out with Adagio. Originally played as a roamer, he has actually transitioned up to either that lane or that jungle. One of the best flex picks in the game at the moment.
Yeah, it's like taking Saw first pick, right, Jinyi?
Yeah, you don't want to be doing Saw first pick. There's so much to counter there.
Yeah, maybe not so much Saw.
It's like picking Ozo first.
Yeah, picking Ozo. Just get out of the game, guys. Yeah, in fact, we were just watching one of the newer Vainglory tournaments this morning, and somebody had an Ozo in that. So you never know. He might sneak into the meta by the time we get to another championship.
One of the best compositions that I have seen out of Snow Tsunami was the one that they played through the Audium Championships. They combined that CP Jewel with that pedal, and they made the huge plays coming out of that. And that actually works as long as they really shove Palmotoro off of his comfort melee bruisers. They can, like, you know, fill up a composition like this, sync up their abilities, and just totally delete somebody.
Yeah, so Palmotoro, you know, he does like to play those tanky bruisers. I would personally like to see him playing a Rona. I've not seen him playing on. It's mostly been Snow Tsunami that have been picking up that Rona so far.
All right, guys, so the draft is ready to go. We're going to be jumping back into it here, but it is going to be Team Secret holding on to that Adagio ban. Arden is going to be the first pick instead of the ban there for Tsunami, though.
Yeah, and you know, looking at here, Team Secret, they have two of their signature heroes so far. Picking up that Sky, they have that early game. Glaive gives them that early game. And late game, everybody is going to be trying to peel for that Sky.
All right, so with that Arden, they've set themselves up for a Ringo. That's a first for today, and a pedal on top of that as well. Secret, they do have that Sky, did a very good job with it early on. Could this actually be a repeat comp with Celeste?
Well, one of the things that I do have to note out here, you do have that Ringo up in lane, going up against a Glaive that likes to put a lot of pressure, that likes that early lane ganks. So Sasiska is going to have to play a huge role in actually sitting in the lane more, babysitting with that Vanguard.
Okay, well, we'll have to see where this one goes. The pedal versus Saw was the grudge mentioned, but as we get into it, it's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly with Action Jackson, Sona, and Ixscoundrel.
Tsunami picking up a petal in this game. Certainly something that could be awesome. We heard Look at Me mention it in your interview with him earlier, something that he thought Team Secret should be afraid of. Should they be afraid of it?
I think so. I mean, we have seen Petal across both 117 and now obviously in 118 she was unchanged. The build that we traditionally saw was alternating current, but we have seen obviously double shatter glass from Look at Me in the jungle when we saw him play at this tournament. So I'm looking forward to seeing where he decides to go with this and how effective it's going to be. against, things like the front line of Mowgli on this Finn and obviously Glaive here, because obviously they do have potential to slow those Munions down. They do have potential with a little bit of AoE damage from the Quinn as well, and obviously the AoE damage from Palmatoro. Maybe they can deal with those Munions very effectively, so that Shatterglass build may be slightly less effective.
All right, well, we'll have to see if Team Secret can deal with the pedal. If they can, ladies and gentlemen, they need one more win to become the spring champions of Europe, the 3-time champions of the region. Make some noise. This could be the last game of the Grand Finals.
This is going to be a super exciting game. Team Secret right here. Cavalifar on that Sky. We've seen him have an absolutely ridiculous impact with it. And obviously he's such a mechanical god like Cavalifar. We've seen just Skies do some 1v3s. We've seen Skies basically single-handedly carry team fights. So again, Team Secret with the Sky, I'm looking forward to potentially seeing some big plays.
One thing I want to bring up about that Sky as well has gone for that Weapon Blade first. Of course, some laners do take the Weapon Blade for the easier farm. But on Sky, if you get a Crystal Bit, you can just use that forward barrage to take it out. So I expect it to be a weapon power Sky in that lane.
I want to agree with you, but I don't. I think with the Glaive and the Finn, I just think that you're severely limiting yourself as a wepan power Sky.
Well, if I'm right, then you have to eat your tie.
I really like this tie, and it's made of wool.
That's the wool,
I will, yeah. Maybe we might see some crystals. You usually see crystal bit in the jungle because it just means you can chunk through things quicker with forward barrage. But if we see a weapon power Sky, which we have seen Cavalifar do before, I'm excited.
Okay, so one other thing I'm excited for is No Life on the Ringo, something we've seen relatively little of on 118 so far. What makes it work with this composition? I mean, why Ringo, Petal, and Arden?
It's interesting, it just provides, again, it's like a more of a double threat type composition that you see. Arden just provides a layer of protection with the gauntlet, and then Ringo obviously being that early game transition. Petal then can have an impact in the mid to late game, especially if she goes that alternating current build. Looks like it potentially could be Shatterglass though with the Eclipse Prism, so it might be a double Shatterglass composition once more for Look At Me, who just did serious amounts of burst damage, and those Munions were really hitting hard here. But yeah, the Ringo, I think, just is very good, especially in the early to mid game, at dealing huge amounts of burst damage to critical strike and all that kind of thing.
Well, Cavalifar has just picked up the double crystal bit and the energy battery, so I'm going to say it's probably a crystal power Sky.
I'm very happy I don't have to eat my tie. I would have been very surprised if it was a weapon power Sky. I just don't think it's as powerful, especially in a situation where realistically you don't want to be in auto attack range here, especially with No Life being on a weapon power Ringo. You want to be repositioning, being as far away as possible, maybe picking up a Frostburn, kiting backwards, that kind of thing.
I was expecting the third option, the utility tank Sky.
Oh,
I mean, that would make so much more
about
sense.
That one.
But looking across the items as a whole here, No Life definitely going for that weapon power. We've seen Crystal Ringo sometimes, actually more frequently in Europe during the qualifiers, but that was on 117. When we've seen him on 118, tends to be the weapon power. We've got, Look At Me, as you said earlier, building that Eclipse Prism. He's picking up a few more crystal bits now and that light shield. Maybe going towards a Shatterglass, maybe a Frostburn, something we used to see a lot out of Petals back in the day.
Yeah, but given the way that Look At Me has played Petal in this tournament so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see basically a double Shatterglass again. I can't work out if that's because they were dominating so hard that he went for double Shatterglass, but I'm super interested to see his build path going forward here. I do like the early itemization of lots of shielding because Cavalifar is going to be the biggest damage threat, I think. I imagine someone's going to pick up some armor. I wouldn't be surprised to see No Life maybe just pick up a light armor or something just to be sure that he won't be taken down easily by Palmataro, or at least as easily as he could be. But Palmataro going for a Sorrow Blade. That's a very standard first item build here for the Glaive. I imagine Cavalifar going for a Broken Myth, especially having been in lane. Fountain going for Mowgli, and looks like we can't quite see what Sisiska is going for, but I imagine Fountain will be the point of call. It is basically the optimal first item choice for most roaming supports these days. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, it definitely works out well if you get that Fountain early on. And very tense early game here. I think you can feel the hesitation from these teams. They know, obviously Team Secret know if they win, they are the 3-time European champions. And Snow Tsunami are just being a little bit more apprehensive, holding back a little bit more, not going for those aggressive early plays that have worked out so well for them in the past.
I mean, can they go for those aggressive early plays, though? I feel like Petal, yes, you do a lot of damage early on, but Palmatoro, if you reposition the Petal with the Afterburn, you can do so much work because you've got to use a lot of energy to plant seed and trampoline away.
I feel like you just can't duel against this composition from Team Secret early on in the jungle. Both Finn and Palmatoro, huge amounts of CC and lots of good dueling potential 2 versus 2. I think it's why you're seeing Sisiska spend a lot of time with No Life in lane, especially versus this Sky. He's going to need that extra layer of protection. And Team Secret, they could have an opportunity to be aggressive in the jungle here. Sky, I think, will remain fairly safe against the Ringo and Arden in lane. There's no way that she's going to get locked up particularly easy, especially pre-6. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Palmatoro and Mowgli start to be a little bit more aggressive. But as we have seen previously, Mowgli does like to babysit Kvalifar, as Kvalifar does a lot of times just become a huge threat.
We've seen Sasiska kind of doing the same thing this game as well.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of gold on his Iron Guard already just because he's been soaking up entire waves of minions up in that lane. Kvalifar has been so threatening with the early poke that makes a lot of sense. I think Tsunami needed to do this. Whoa, Kvalifar could be in a bad situation here though.
Kvalifar's going to get taken out. Mowgli on the wrong side of this fight as well. Does pop that polite company and tries to get the damage down. If you're Snow, you are so happy with that first blood. You don't need to keep pushing for anything more here.
No, and that's exactly what Ringo can do in the early game. He's got huge amounts of damage coming out from that weapon power build. You saw how quickly Kvalifar went down, and I think this is kind of the tactic that Snow Tsunami is looking to employ. Instead of trying to lock Sky down just singularly with CC and try and burst her that way, you're just going to say, well, if we get in auto attack range, if No Life can land some basic attacks, we can just burst her with the damage that Ringo can put out between, you know, 6 and 15 minutes. It's just going to be when it gets beyond that, when Sky becomes very easy to reposition and puts out a huge amount of damage of her own, that's when I'm going to start to worry for Snow Tsunami.
It's worth noting that both of the junglers had their ultimates in that fight. Look at Me used spontaneous combustion to great effect, but Palmatoro wasn't close enough to try and maybe go in and get some good damage down with the Blood Song. Also, spontaneous combustion is just kind of a better ability in a lot of these skirmishes. It does damage and heals you guys back up, whereas Palmatoro, his ability is much more selfish. It really just works for him.
Yeah, exactly, and it's designed specifically with this weapon power Glade build to be a damaging threat to the carry that you want to get on top of, and I imagine Ringo may be the target, especially earlier on. There's the Hellfire Brew.
They're going to jump onto Kvalifar. Sasiska tries to go in. They'll be happy with the spontaneous combustion. That's a huge amount of damage onto Kvalifar, but he'll be able to back away for now.
That combo right there of Hellfire Brew into spontaneous combustion deals huge amounts of burst damage. We're going to go for the turret.
Oh, No Life. Got to be a bit careful here. Afterburn, not going to knock him into the turret, though. Palmatoro is on the retreat now as well. Look at the Munions doing so much damage. Palmatoro, he can't sustain back up, but Tsunami, force the cord onto both people. Kvalifar, he's nearby. It's going to be another kill. No Life, where is it? Vanguard, it keeps him safe. The gauntlet buys him time. Mowgli, he can't be stunned, but he also doesn't have any energy. He doesn't have any damage. No Life gets out of there. Sasiska trying to deal with Kvalifar here. I don't think he's going to be able to, but very solid fight from Snow. They just went a bit too deep at the end.
A little bit too deep at the end there. Gave a little bit back to Team Secret, which may not have been ideal, but what a brilliant gauntlet there. No Life able to escape on minimal life, but what it does do is allow Team Secret to capitalize on this gold mine. Let's have a look here. They go very deep for Palmatoro in this situation. Mowgli just does a good job of slowing everybody down. Look at that polite company right there. Probably bought his team the time. He goes in with that forced accord, brings them back in, and then suddenly, obviously, Kvalifar is here to stand up. Look at the gauntlet, though. This is the most important part. Gauntlet basically keeps No Life alive.
A huge thing in that fight as well is Snow Tsunami got just out of turret range before the forced accord. It meant that the turret aggro dropped, targeted the minions. They didn't attack at all, so then they were able to survive.
Also, No Life popped his boots at basically the exact correct time. And also, there wasn't a lock-on for Kvalifar. He wasn't able to reposition.
Forced accord! Pulling them all in. Sasiska's very low. Look at me. The afterburn comes out onto No Life as well. And they're going to keep going for the fight. Death from above. Doesn't quite connect. Sasiska off towards the side. That's another kill for Team Secret as they pick up 2.
It's not about connecting with Death from Above sometimes. It's just about getting it so that you're zoning them away from moving through it. That meant they had to take an elongated route to get around that turret, and it gave the time for a repositioning and a forward barrage to at least pick off one of the kills. Mowgli has been MVP on this Finn. Jackson, you picked up on it right at the start. It has been such a driving force behind some of the wins that Team Secret have picked up.
Team Secret, Mowgli actually said the other day in our interviews with him that he's kind of fallen out of love with Finn. We touched on it yesterday, but again, falling back on that comfort pick when it comes down to the wire in the grand finals. This is something that has carried Team Secret through to victory again and again when it really matters. Mowgli, he's such a star player.
He absolutely is. He has got a forced accord off cooldown should he want to choose another fight, but he's a little bit low on energy, as is Kvalifar, so they may be looking to wait a little bit before making something happen. But Honestly, this is looking good for Team Secret once more. Again, you get Sky to that late game. It may be difficult to lock her down. You did see the combo between Hellfire Brew and Spontaneous Combustion, which did deal a huge amount of damage. But once you get that reflex block on Hellfire Brew, you will start to reduce the effect of it and obviously then take less damage. I would like to see an Aegis ASAP from Cavalifar. I think obviously the majority of the damage he probably has to deal with is the Spontaneous Combustion at this point, especially if he can keep himself out of basic attack range of no life.
Hellfire Brew does come in.
Blocked.
Yeah, it's blocked. So Cavalifar is going to be able to deal with that one. No combo from the ultimates out of the carries from Snow Tsunami. He's going to come across Crucible.
Yeah.
Perfectly timed there. So Mowgli getting denied as well. Ultimates across the board being used to no effect.
Maybe Snow Tsunami looking for another engage.
Oh, that one was used to effect though. Gauntlet stunning Palmatoro and Cavalifar. Great death from above. Siska has no easy way out of this one. Fountain might keep him alive though. Cavalifar jumping in. No life. He's got some great damage, but it's not enough. Polite company. Mowgli doing wonders for his team. Fortified health right there was really what made the difference.
Oh, Mowgli. I wanted to pick up on, I was just going to talk about some of the items that we've just seen come out here. Crucible, one of the best items you can pick up against the Finn just because you stop the engage potential. But once you use that Crucible, then you don't have the ability to block for something like an Afterburn that comes down, something like a Death from Above, which can be a team-wide stun. So, you know, there is more than one stone to think about that's being thrown at you at this point in time. The Crucible can obviously only be used once. I like the Shatter Glass from Look At Me again. He's going for that heavy sort of crystal power build at this point in time. I think you basically using to have really big spontaneous combustions and obviously provide extra damage to his minions at this point in time. And obviously then you do get that crystal power bonus as well. So yeah, I'm thinking it'll work out well, but right now Team Secret it just doesn't feel like Snow Tsunami are providing a big enough threat to Sky, and she's just able to run riot at this point in time. And once that Eve of Harvest is completed, it's going to be even harder to take her out.
It's something we've seen time and time again from Team Secret. They're so good at protecting that backline carry. They're so good at displacing the enemy heroes in a fight that really Snow Tsunami are always on the retreat. They're always on the back foot. They're always playing reactively rather than proactively.
Right now they're looking to change that maybe though as the Siska comes in here. No life stunned up the Afterburn. That's beautiful.
That is absolutely huge. And here comes the death from Mowgli. Very low, trying to stutter step his way away, but he can't manage it. Mowgli doing so much with that Polite Company. Look at me, says goodbye to the fold. Palmatoro is going to chase down Siska. I don't think he'll be able to chase him out, but Team Secret pick up 2 once again.
Again, Mowgli, and honestly, Palmatoro right there, and got a really good Afterburn, and they were no life unable to block it. I think he just used that reflex block a moment too late. That just allowed Cavalifar to again get a ridiculous death from above, again get a forward barrage that landed across everyone in the enemy team. And once the proactive team is, once Team Secret are being the proactive team, it means that Cavalifar is just able to be from that backline. No one can get on top of him. There isn't really anyone that's able to dive Cavalifar at this point in time. And honestly, I don't know whether Look At Me would have been better off going alternating current and just trying to provide auto attack damage or basic attack damage using that AC from the backline at this point in time. It doesn't feel like Shatterglass is having too much of an impact, apart from, the extended healing and obviously the damage that the spontaneous combustion can do.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, if you look at the items, like we were just talking about a second ago, Team Secret, they have a big gold lead. They're sitting at almost 3,000 ahead of Snow Tsunami, and that is translating very well to the power spikes they've picked up for themselves. Palmatoro has Atlas Pauldron, Sorrow Blade. Mowgli has the Warhorn and the Fountain, and Cavalifar has Broken Myth and Eve. If you look at Me, he's just got one big item, and he's picked up an infusion because he needs a short-term Band-Aid to do something, but here comes what could be a fight.
Look at Me trying to position in the bush. Like, if he'd been there and Mowgli hadn't walked in, that's a superb position for spontaneous combustion.
Yeah, absolutely. We had to trampoline away at that point. Just going to have a potential tornado trigger coming out here, or maybe work towards a Tyrant's monocle for Palmatoro. Looks like a Hellfire Brew's coming through, though.
Yeah, Cavalifar doesn't reflex block that one. Mowgli giving him a bit more fortified health, but Tsunami, they can't follow on the ultimate. Here comes the death from above. Look at Me, trampolining in. He wants to get this fight moving, but he's got to be careful. Palmatoro trapped inside of the gauntlet. Look at Me, he's still taking a lot of ambient. There's a good stun on this is Siska. Team Secret, they want to force something here, but Palmatoro needs to get out of there. The Fountain has already been used for both teams, so Palmatoro is sitting at this health for the rest of the fight. Cavalifar needs to do all the work for himself, and I think Tsunami realized that he can.
You can see what Team Snow Tsunami are trying to do. No life! He's going to get knocked back. The Afterburn comes out. Can No Life survive? No, he cannot. and it's another kill for Team Secret.
Mowgli again with a great force to core timing. Snow Tsunami just weren't expecting it. They're going to combine. They don't have the energy for forward barrage here. It's not going to happen. It finally comes down onto the turret. They're going to back off. Now, this is something that we just seen time and time again during these team fights. There is no way to deal with Skye unless you get her in a gauntlet, unless you lock her up in the immediate gauntlet or lock her in. There is just no way that you're going to deal with a Skye. With a Ringo and a Petal, I don't see a way that Skye is under threat. As soon as Ringo tries to get in range of the Skye, he will just go down to the superior damage that Skye's putting out at this point.
Mowgli truly is the king of the jungle in this game. You just cannot get past him at all. He dictates the pace of these fights. He lets Palmatoro jump in, run away on low health. It means that you can reposition with Kvalifar. It's so difficult for anyone to walk past that Finn.
Team Secret are so close right now to their third championship. You can tell in the way they're playing. They're being so assertive. They want to make the moves forward here and lock this one down.
And honestly, it's getting to the point in the game where Weapon Power Ringo is going to start to fall off. He's gone for that Weapon Power Ringo build that we have seen become more popular, especially in America. But Mowgli, he's ready. He's ready for something to happen here.
Oh, pulls in the minions. That was so close to picking up on Look At Me, who doesn't have a reflex block.
Hellfire Brew.
Yeah, he's actually throwing out the Hellfire here. Maybe Snow Tsunami wants to fight, but Sasiska struggling to get in a position for the Great Gauntlet, and he's getting poked down. He's got to be careful. Kvalifar does not land the death from above, but the damage is there. Sasiska, the fountain, it might not be enough, but he gets out of the Gauntlet. Palmatoro going for the rummer here might not be the best call. No one so much AoE damage out of Team Secret. Tsunami, they just can't seem to win a fight.
Oh my word. And honestly, the most important thing here is when that Hellfire Brew came out, Reflex Block was not used. The Aegis was not activated because Kvalifar has triggered that he knows the only thing that's going to stop him from doing his job in a team fight is that Gauntlet. He's saving it for the Gauntlet. And you saw in that situation, he didn't even need to use it as he walked through the Gauntlet because there was no way that they were going to capitalize on him. And again, this is just Snow Tsunami. There's no way to deal with this Skye as a threat. They don't have any good gap closes. Their damage, if they get close enough to Skye, are going to be killed before they can do the right thing to her. It's all about whether they can get into a good position, they can flank on Skye. There's no way they win this in a straight-up forward team fight at this point.
Time and time again, we think that Snow Tsunami have it. They get a good gauntlet off, they position properly, a good fountain keeps one of them alive, but the deaths from above, stunning up a couple of members, the Finn with the quibble, it's so difficult for them to win any sort of fight.
Nice Crucible there, but as you know, Finn has a very low cooldown of Force Accord at this level, and it will be up before the Crucible is. He'll have a limited time period where they can make a fight happen, especially with Kraken. This could be hugely influential.
Snow Tsunami, they need to defend this. If they lose this game, they are done. They're taking home the second place. Only 2 turrets stand between Team Secret and their third championship. Mowgli not going to land the Force Accord, but here comes the fight.
Here comes the fight. The Kraken's still on the turrets. Kvalifar is low. Sasiska's taken down very low in the middle. Kvalifar repositions. Look at me.
Oh, this is it.
Off the mats. This is it. Are melting off the fold.
Kraken is still so healthy. There is no way that Tsunami can defend this. No life is trying to come in here. Team Secret, they're going to be your 3-time European champions and take home the spring season.
What a barnstorming team. Nerves of steel, plays up the wazoo. Team Secret, I've been dominant since autumn when they came in as the 8th seed, to winter where they came in as the 1st seed, to spring where they come in as the 1st seed. They are the unbeatable, indomitable force of the Halcyon Fold.
They really are, and these guys, at this point, maybe they shouldn't even come as the 1st seed. They should come in as the 0th seed because they are so strong in every single tournament. This tournament especially, they've struggled even less than they have in the past. Snow Tsunami, they actually took a series off against Team Secret in the winter season. This time, they could not do the same thing.
Just absolutely amazing play by them. They're going to lift the trophy for the 3rd time. Let's give these guys their moment in the spotlight.
You know, at this point, they've got to be kind of used to this feeling, right? I mean, they've done it 3 times in a row. Kvalifar, look at him, he's hugging the trophy. He knows it's his, it belongs to him.
What I love about this team is you can tell how much every win means to them. They say they come in, they say it's not over until the vein goes down, and they play for each other and they play with each other, and they are honorable young men who are winning games time after time with respect for their opponents and great team play.
All right, so Scoundrel, he was up here on the caster desk with us a moment ago, but now he is down on the floor, ready for an interview with your spring champions. It's Team Secret.
Hello, that was such an amazing series, guys. Team Secret, you are 3 times European champions, beating out Team Snow once again, Snow Tsunami falling. Guys, I just need to get your initial reactions because it must be amazing.
Well, sure it is. I mean, we know Snow always provide like a big challenge, and they just push up until the maximum of ourselves. We have to play around the draft, we have to play the game perfectly, let them absolutely no chance, and I'm just super glad that those guys just carried the game.
You guys all played so well. Mowgli, Cavalifar, and Palmatoro, you played amazingly. Now, Cavalifar, Sky in the last game, you brought it through. What was going through your mind that last game? You looked like you were ahead, you looked like you were winning. What was the emotions like during that sort of build-up? You must have thought, oh, if we win this, this is it. We've won the European Championship.
What I felt playing the Sky last game, it was each forward barrage, each ultimate, each second skill. As long as it hit on them, I was starting seeing the damage, and I was happy even if I took them away 1 HP. So what I felt was, especially as the game was going on, that we had it in our hand. It was all about ourselves and fighting against our demons, and we did it again, and we're proud of ourselves.
You should be so proud of yourself. And Palmatoro, I just want to get one word from you. You are the silent hero sometimes of Team Secret. Jungling out of this world today, I mean, just how are you feeling? This must be an amazing moment for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. This was our 3rd title, but by far the hardest, and big props to Snow because they give us a huge task to accomplish.
Well, guys, I know everyone here is proud of you. I'm proud of you. You are the European champions. You have the Vainglory trophy. Hopefully we see many more things from Team Secret in the future. But for now, I'm going to hand back to Forecourt Jester on the desk. We're going to wrap up the whole weekend. It has been an amazing experience. I hope you guys have enjoyed it too.
An absolutely historic event as we are now looking at history with a 3-time defending champion. It's the only team to do this in their regions anywhere currently in Vainglory. Congratulations to Team Secret. Rome, you called it 3-1, man.
Yeah, no, 3-time champions. And like we were talking about, Team Secret is one of the most agile teams I've ever seen. They're able to change as they go, making sure that they make all those adjustments and grow as the game continues.
Yep, absolutely amazing. So they get their trophy. We had a heck of a show. And of course, thank you so much to everyone, the teams, the players, and all that. Jinyi, what's in the future here for us?
The summer season is right around the corner, starting at the end of June with new features, summer skins, and so much more.
All right, and of course, this week as well, tune in Tuesday for the E3 Hype, the 4-man international tournament, and more, because we're going to be doing the Samsung Galaxy right then and there. Berlin, it has been an absolute pleasure from everyone here on the desk, Super Evil Megacorp, and Twitch TV. Thank you so much to you guys, the teams, and everything. We're out. See you later, Berlin.